Hello and welcome to Slash Cinema, the show where we watch and rank entire horror film franchises so you don't have to. My name is Justin Ashley, and joining me, as always, the man with a million hot takes, my co-host, Mark Skews.
How are you?
The man with a million hot takes. It flows so naturally. It's funny that just became a thing I always go to now.
I'm hoping I can get down a few less hot takes this time. I feel like I may not have as many for you this time.
I don't think we're gonna have a lot of hot takes per se.
Yeah.
This is not a big franchise we're about to tackle. And in case you haven't figured it out, take a look around the studio. We did say that we would return.
Yep. Somebody figured it out. One person figured it out.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like cryptic, but we are tackling the Return of the Living Dead franchise.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't think this is a franchise. Like, this is not similar to Silent Night, Deadly Night. That's maybe even more obscure than this. But Silent Night was one where it's like you might have heard of the first one. You probably didn't know there were so many other ones.
Right.
Return, I feel, is kind of similar.
Yeah.
You might have known there was like the first handful. I'll say maybe even up to 3. I bet you didn't know these two existed. Those 2000s entries.
Yeah.
And because of them, it allowed us to tackle it on the show.
That's got more than 4 entries, which is kind of our cutoff, right?
Yes. So just to remind viewers, we are not going to do any franchises that have less than 4 entries. So 4 is the absolute minimum.
Yeah.
And the reason we made that rule was I feel like the episode just wouldn't be as interesting. Like the less entries, the less opportunity to discuss things.
Yeah. When there's less than 4, if it's a trilogy, it becomes very obvious what the top pick and bottom pick is, right? Yeah. So there's got to be enough entries to encourage discussion about it, right?
You know, it's like all right, the first entry is obviously the best, and the second entry is the second, and the third one's the third. It's like, oh wow. What surprise rankings?
Thanks for coming out.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm not going to spoil exactly this yet, but there is a franchise that only has 3 entries that is about to get a 4th.
Okay. All right.
And I'm not going to tell you what it is. It's something that I think you're going to be very interested in.
Okay.
Though.
It's going to cross the golden line.
It's going to cross that. Yeah, it's going to. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Return of the Living Dead, we got 5 entries. This is going to be, I think, a little breezier episode. This is definitely a fringe pick.
Yep.
This is not a major franchise. A lot of people wouldn't even think of this as a franchise. I would think among the zombie films, you'd go to Of the Dead.
Yeah, the Romero series,
ones. Yeah. I don't think Return it's definitely not as well known as like multiple sequels, right?
Right.
The first one absolutely is very well known amongst horror fans. Like, it's probably one of the most popular, I would say, one of the most popular 80s horror films.
Yep, I would agree.
I think that's reasonable to say. But I don't know these other entries, the 2, 3, 4, the Raves to the Graves. Right. I don't know a lot of people are aware of them.
It's like when we did Hellraiser, I would have lost serious money if you had asked me how many entries there were and I had to put money on it. I would not have guessed that there were 5 of these. Yeah.
How many of these had you seen?
Just the first. Yeah, it's the only one I had seen before we started doing preparing for the show.
So I had seen the first multiple times.
Yeah.
Love the first. I mean, spoiler. I really liked the first movie. It was in my collection. Never seen the second one. Famously never seen the second one. I had recently watched the third one about a year ago.
Okay.
So the third one was kind of fresh in my mind, and then I'd never seen the 2000s, the later entries.
Yeah.
So I'd seen less than half, you know.
Okay.
I haven't seen a ton of it. So we're going to go through them, as we always do, in chronological order. So this is in release order. So we're going to start with the very first one, ending with the 5th entry, Rave to the Grave. And we're going to be giving each of our rankings. We are ranking from worst to best. And we're going to go through it each and every entry. We do have a question to answer. I actually remembered to bring up the fucking question. We like to ask a little bonus question every episode, just a fun little thing to keep in mind while we're watching the entries, the film franchise we're watching. And for this franchise, we've decided our question is going to be, what is your favorite zombie in the entire Return of the Living Dead franchise?
Yep. Yeah.
And I think you might have gone a little above and beyond, and you also came up with like your worst.
I did. Yeah, I've got my least favorite.
I don't think it's going to be hard.
Most groan-inducing.
I don't think it'll be hard for me to come up with one that I also don't like. So I probably can throw one in there too. But that's our question. We're going to save that to the very end. Before we get into it, I want to have a little moment of silence.
Oh, okay. This
is actually serious. You didn't text me about this, so I don't think you knew this. A veteran of the show has sadly passed away.
Oh.
Clarke Lincoln.
You know what? I was on Google for something else at work yesterday, and this popped up as I saw a picture of her.
Yep.
And I kept thinking, I need to go back to that because at this point, like, what could the news of somebody like that be? And
she sadly died of breast cancer at 63. I know, it was a bummer. Yeah. I would have liked to have met her, actually. It would have been nice. Yeah. So I had heard from other people that she was nice at interactions at cons and that. So disappointing, sad. Yeah.
Given how often she pops up in the franchises that we've reviewed, we kind of feel like
in, 2 of her episodes. She was in both the Friday episodes, obviously, because she's the main. She's Tina in Friday Part 7, one of your favorite entries. And she also popped up in season 1 of Freddy's Nightmares. Yeah, she's in like the 2nd episode or something.
The burger one.
One of my favorite episodes. Yeah, It's a Miserable Life. So R.I.P. Clarke Lincoln. Little bit of a bummer, but I didn't know if you had known that. So you didn't actually know.
It was like yesterday, I think, right?
This just happened. Yeah, it's just happened. And you didn't text me about it, and I went, I don't think he knows yet. No. So, yeah. So I thought I'd save it for the show to bum everybody out before we started going. Another thing I want to say, we're getting into some fringier picks. We've knocked out a lot of the big boys, the major franchise. This is another fringe pick. This and Silent Night, Deadly Night. If you haven't seen our last episode, please watch it. It was Hellraiser. That was a big boy. So that we're kind of now we're doing kind of like a big entry, like a big franchise, and then a fringier franchise. And we're kind of going back and forth now, but we're starting to run out of those bigger franchises, right? But if you haven't watched it, Hellraiser, that was I really had a lot of fun with that one.
Epic length of 11 entries.
Yeah, that was a longer one. 5 entries is, less than half.
That's right.
It's great. That being said, I have a bit of a hot take. I think this is the weakest franchise we've done to date. I think this is the weakest overall franchise to date on this program.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a spoiler. One of the things with the Hellraiser one, when you have 11 entries, like, you're probably going to find 1 or 2 where there's something interesting to say. This one does tend to drop off pretty quickly.
Yes. Yeah, and I think that's part of the reason we're trying to avoid 3 film franchises, because it's like there's so many where it's like you just get diminishing returns, and so many of them just go, But
they don't have to drop off quite as sharply as maybe they do.
well, we're getting off to a really good start. Clarke Lincoln died. Everybody feel bad.
Don't even bother watching this episode.
Don't watch. Go watch Hellraiser. It was more fun.
Watch that one again.
Yeah. All right. Without further ado, anything else you'd like to add before we get into it, Mark?
No, I just want to say thank you very much to our viewers. We were talking just before we started recording today that some of our episodes have crossed some interesting mile markers. You want to?
Yes. So our very first video to cross the 1,000 view mark officially.
Thank you very much.
Yes, that was the our Halloween. Our Halloween marathon episode, 7.5 hours. Tackling the Halloween film franchise that officially crossed the 1,000 view mark, which may not sound like much, but to a small channel like us, that's a lot. And not far behind, Child's Play is catching up. Child's Play, I think it's at like 930 views right now. So
between your views and your comments, it lets us know that you're actually interested in what we're doing. It motivates us to keep going, which we can't thank you enough for that. So thank you very much.
Absolutely, we love the comments. Most of them are pro Mark and
Team Mark.
Yeah, most of them, of course, shit on Justin.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm sure glad I created this show and host it. It's so rewarding. It's so rewarding to do all that work behind the scenes and then have everyone go, "Yeah, fuck you. We want more of Mark." Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. But no, we love the comments. Keep them coming. Keeps us motivated, and we have no plans on stopping. We're slowing down a little bit. We had a bit of a lull before this episode. The start of the year has been a little hectic for both of us, but the content's still coming. Don't worry, Slash Cinema's not being canceled. That's enough waffling. Let's get to the fucking films. Okay. Kicking it off with the one that started it all from 1985. This is The Return of the Living Dead. I mean, obviously, this is a fucking masterpiece horror film from the 80s. I absolutely love this movie. Oh no, you're making a weird face.
What's your number?
This is my number one.
Okay, so I'm gonna have one hot take for you today.
What?
I have this at number 2.
That's insane.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yep.
That's crazy. Wow.
You thought you were gonna get out of this?
Whoa,
man, 45-minute episode.
Really?
Yeah, number 2.
That's not your number one.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. You want to do your plot? And
then we're gonna go through it.
You
I'm shocked by that. I did not expect that.
I think I might lose some of my Team Mark on this one. There might be some Team Justin take back on the come to me.
Come back to Team Justin.
Yeah, I know that this is not a popular choice, but
this is a very. And now I'm very curious because I know because I've watched these.
You
now.
You know which ones we're talking about today.
All right, let's get into the plot. So it opens with like kind of a funny title card. It's obviously trying to be like tongue in cheek, but normally when you get a lot of fictional shit, it's like the names portrayed in the events are not real people. You get disclaimers that tell you what you're seeing is not real. Yeah. This does the exact opposite, and we get this title card where it's like the events, people, and organizations are all real, which. Come on. I mean, obviously.
Fun times.
Yeah, I like it. That's fun. So we open at the Unida Medical Supply Warehouse. This is going to be our main setting for this film. We're introduced to 3 of the employees. Bert, played by Gulager.
Gulager?
Where do we know him, Mark? Where do we know him?
Gulager? Oh, God.
He's been on the show.
He's been in a ton of stuff, though.
He has, but specifically he's been in the show.
Oh, man. I'm drawing a blank. But
he is Jesse's dad in Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's true.
Frank is played by James Caron.
Yep.
He's basically like one below Bert. So like Bert's kind of the head guy, and then you've got Frank that's just below him. And then we have our new recruit, another alumni on Slash Cinema. We have Freddy, played by
Thom Mathews.
Thom Mathews of Friday the 13th, Part 6 fame. Yeah. Yes, Thom Mathews. Good, really solid, like, anchor cast.
Yeah.
I like these guys. They're a fun little group. So it opens with Frank. Freddy's like the new recruit. He's like the young kid at this. Got this job at a medical supply warehouse. Yep. It's a very odd, like, summer gig.
Got to work somewhere.
Yeah, you got to work somewhere. And Frank is showing him around and, like, kind of, he's showing him the ropes and going through the little training session. We then are introduced to a completely separate group of people. And it's like this cartoonish group of teenagers that they're kind of like half punk rock, half like Breakfast Club.
Yeah. Like some of them are nerds, but some of them are total skids. Yeah,
and it kind of gives me hope for humanity.
yeah. All of the colors of the rainbow.
Right,
are portrayed,
I know, because it's just kind of funny where it's like normally in these kind of films you would have those punk people bully or make fun of those like more preppy looking people. Yeah. But no, they kind of just blend together well, and I just think that's visually it's such an interesting thing, right? That group. Among them is Tina. Tina is Freddy's girlfriend. And we have 2 more Friday the 13th and Slash Cinema alumni in this group. Do you want to name them? Do you know who they are?
I've got one of their names, if I wrote it down here. They're both from Part 5, which I thought was interesting.
Love Part 5. Yeah. Love Part 5.
I got their character names. Suicide is one of them.
So Suicide, it is the actor is Mark Venturini.
Yep.
and he plays Vic. So he's Vic in Friday Part 5. He's the one that kills Roy Burns' son. Yep. He sets the whole the plot in motion in Part 5. And the other one is, I believe the character's name is Spider in this. I think it's Spider.
Right. Yep.
And it's played by Miguel Nunez Jr., also from Friday Part 5. He's the one that like gets killed in the shitter by Jason. He's like singing to his girlfriend. So we got 3 Friday the 13th alumni in this film.
Already.
It's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So we cut back to the medical supply shop. Freddy and Frank are shooting the shit when Frank suddenly pops a question. He gets all serious. Did you see that movie, Night of the Living Dead?
Let me ask you a question, kid. Did you see that movie, Night of the Living Dead?
Yeah. That's the one where the corpses start eating the people, right? Sure. What about it?
Did you know that movie was based on a true case?
Come on, you're shitting me, right?
I ain't never been more serious in my life.
The first time I saw this movie, that blew my fucking mind. Because that's not really a common thing where movies reference other movies.
Right.
And the fact that you've got a zombie movie referencing another zombie movie, that's so interesting. I'm going to hold that. We're going to talk about that. Return versus...
the connection there.
Yes, because I didn't know any of this history. I only learned this for this podcast. Yeah. So now I've brushed up and now I understand how that came to be. Because I kind of wondered, I'm like, how the fuck do you get away with that? Like, were you just friends with Romero? Like, well...
Or why would you want to reference another franchise in your franchise?
It's bold.
Unless there's some reason why you're doing that, right?
Right. Yeah, because a big misconception with this movie is that it's a sequel to Night of the Living Dead, right? It's called Return of the Living Dead, right? The original is Night of the Living Dead. The sequel to Night of the Living Dead is Dawn of the Dead. So canonically, it almost feels like this is the true sequel. And the writer of this, the creator of this, that's kind of what he believes too. Yeah. So we'll get into that. We're going to save that discussion. Frank reveals that Night of the Living Dead in the universe of Return of the Living Dead was actually based on a true case.
Yep.
So something actually happened with zombies. And it was something to do with he's kind of vague on this because even he doesn't know. And it's something to do with the military, and they had some sort of experimental chemical, 2,4,5-trioxin.
Trioxin. Yeah.
And it somehow leaked into a morgue and it reanimated the corpses. But the military was able to get it all under control, and they contained the situation, and they sealed all of these corpses in these barrels, these contaminated barrels. And coincidentally, another military fuck up. The military fucks up a lot.
All the time.
I was going to say, we can acknowledge this.
Yeah.
Yeah, as the resident,
sure.
Yeah. Actually, they do specifically state it was the Naval Division's fuck up.
That's right.
Yeah,
yes.
It actually does.
It's Army
say that.
all the way through, but yes.
For this particular, they must have been using ships to transport these barrels. Sure. Yeah. Hey, it's in the movie, buddy.
That's right.
So that's not me making it up. It's not me editorializing, Mark.
Right.
So there's a second military fuck up, and for some reason, these barrels, which were contained, got accidentally delivered to the medical supply warehouse, and they have been sitting in the basement of the medical supply warehouse for like over 20 years.
Nobody tracks these shipments. Nobody knows where they delivered them. Like, you can't just go back to the guy that drove the truck and say, hey, where'd you drop these?
We have no idea. And it's kind of weird too, because the way I interpreted this was like they got dropped off, and then it seems like Bert and Frank just thought it was kind of cool, so they just kept them.
Yeah. Well, you can tell by the way he's telling the young guy the stories, right? That
he's all excited.
He kind of likes the idea that he's the resident veteran who gets to share all these deep, dark secrets with him, right? So, hey, you wanna see the zombies downstairs or whatever, and it takes them down. And
that's literally what happens. So then Frank asks Freddy, hey, you want to see them? And of course he does. And down to the basement they go. They head down to the basement. Frank shows Freddy these ominous-looking sealed metal barrels with military warnings on the side, along with a phone number in case of emergency. So Freddy's like, you think these things can leak? And Frank's like, nah, hell no. These were made by military engineers. They're the highest standard. He smacks aside one of the barrels, and it instantly causes gas to start leaking out of the barrel, releasing a deadly chemical into the air, and we get our awesome opening title card. And this is how you fucking do opening credits. For the love of God, filmmakers, take note. The opening credit sequence is awesome. So we follow, Frank and Freddy get like knocked out by the gas. The gas starts going like into the ventilation system of the building, and then it starts like spreading out into the surrounding area. And we see the immediate effects because there's like they have like a cadaver that's like in one of the rooms in the warehouse, and the gas like comes out of the vent and it like reanimates the cadaver. Right. So they're advancing the plot while showing the opening credits. Yeah, I said best credit sequence ever. They run over the scenes where the dead return to life with a kick-ass terrible song in the background. Justin will love this. This is how you do it, Mark. This is how you do it. Yep. Use your credits. Your credits shouldn't be a pause. Yeah. Your credits shouldn't stop the progress of the story. It's a couple minutes of your runtime. Like, there's no reason to... Use them. Yeah, don't just cut to black and have us just fade in, fade out of these names. Like, yeah, it's done right. Cut to a high-ranking military officer returning home and checking in, and he's got some secret transmission system in his like giant elaborate mansion of a house. I guess the military must pay really well. That's right. I guess so. When you get to the top, they pay the big bucks all of a sudden, right? He then argues with his wife about his never-ending mission to find and recover the missing barrels that Frank was talking about. So the military is looking for these barrels. So the ineptitude of them losing them and not having any idea of like where they are is just kind of hilarious. But that needs to happen because otherwise you don't have a film. Yep. Right? The punk gang shows up to pick Freddy up from work, but he doesn't get off for another 2 hours. So they decide to kill time by hanging out in the cemetery right across the street from the medical supply warehouse. Yep. Did you catch the name of the cemetery? I didn't know. Yeah. Resurrection Cemetery. On the nose. Right. Little on the nose, yeah. Back inside the supply warehouse, Frank and Freddy are messed up from the gas they inhaled. They go back upstairs and find that some of the medical like things, like, so they have like they had like bisections of like a dog. Things have come to life now. The gas has suddenly reanimated things in the supply warehouse. Yeah, you can imagine that this supply warehouse supplies, dead things to like schools for medical experiments and things like that. For like science classes and shit like that, right? So they find like there's a dissection of a dog and it's like it's now alive. Yeah. And they hear, it's very ominous in the one room that's like sealed off and it's like a meat locker. They hear the cadaver wailing. Yeah. So they're like, oh shit, that's now come back to life. The butterfly board. So they, the butterflies have come back to life. They call in the boss man, Bert, who shows up and yells at them before deciding the only responsible thing to do is to destroy all the evidence so they don't get in trouble. That's how you handle that situation. Right. And we're going to see this is a recurring thing with his character. Bert's character is he's only concerned really about his own business. He's just, the whole film is him trying to dodge responsibility. Right. And it's going to come up again and again. So then they all are stuck with a question, which is, well, how do you kill something that's already dead?
You'll have to kill it.
How do you kill something that's already dead?
Well, how do I know, Fred? I don't know. Let me think. It's not a bad question, Bert. In that movie, they destroyed the brain to kill him. Is that what they did? The brain, right. Yeah.
So they again reference Night of the Living Dead. They're like, well, in Night of the Living Dead, they shot him in the head. That's right. You got to destroy the brain. Yeah. So they hatch this plan that they're going to pin the cadaver down and smash it in the head. So they do this, and Bert grabs like a pickaxe, which for some reason they have like a pickaxe around, sure. And he rams it into the skull of the cadaver, but the body keeps moving. Doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. So then they saw the head off, but that doesn't work either. So this is part of our new lore.
Yeah.
These are not the zombies from the Romero films. The return zombies are very different. We're going to save that discussion, but they function. They have a different set of rules to them. Yeah. Bert then decides that they're going to, because now they're like, okay, what the fuck do we do? We're like, all right, okay, how do we destroy these things? I guess we got to completely destroy them. So it turns out there's like a mortuary, like a mortician, right beside the cemetery, right across the street from the medical supply warehouse.
Conveniently, yeah.
Sure. And they know who it is. It's this like kind of eccentric mortician named Ernie.
Yeah.
So they go across the street to Ernie and they chopped up the cadaver body into like garbage bags, which are all still moving around. And then Bert's idea is like, we'll just use the incinerator. Ernie won't care. And then of course Ernie's asking too many questions, but Bert's able to like, he pleads with him and he's able to convince him like, hey, just don't ask too many questions. All right. Just help us out here. We're in a jam.
What does he say that they're,
it's,
like possums or something?
It's rabid. They're like rabid weasels or something.
That's right.
Yeah, it's like rabid weasels. That's why they're like, oh, it's the body parts flailing around. Yeah, but he says it's like rabid weasels. Like, don't open it. Ernie, no, we'll all get infected with rabies. And he's like, oh, okay, yeah. So Ernie agrees, and they put all the body parts into the incinerator, and problem solved, right? Nope. Because the smoke from the crematorium is released into the sky just as rain starts to fall.
Yep.
And now the toxic rain seeps through the ground into the bodies buried below in the cemetery. Frank and Freddy are also starting to look pretty sick.
They're doing rough. They're not doing so hot.
Yeah, that exposure to that chemical, it's doing something to them. So Ernie calls an ambulance for the two men. Tina then, because now they've been waiting Tina and company have been waiting in the graveyard for a while, and they're like, I think it's about time for Freddy should be done. Tina goes into the medical supply building to get Freddy, where she runs into the zombie that was inside the barrel that Frank and Freddy accidentally opened, referred to by fans in the series as
Tarman.
Yeah. What a cool fucking design that zombie is, eh?
Is it?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Whoa, you don't like how Tarman looks.
Keep going.
Whoa. Hot takes, folks. There's going to be some real big hot takes. So, Tina gets attacked by Tarman, and the bodies in the cemetery begin to reanimate and attack the punks, along with everyone else, including the paramedics that show up to try to help Frank and Freddy. And what follows is a desperate fight for survival as our heroes try to survive this Night of the Living Dead.
Oh. You can see yourself out, sir.
I guess I should have said, as they try to survive this Return of the Living Dead. But it does take place at night, so. And Frank and Freddy die and become zombies.
Yep.
That also happens.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Number 1, right? I don't think you have...
this is my number 1. Yeah.
Okay.
I said it was my number 1.
Okay.
Yeah. Number 2 for you.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay. Before we get into why that is, can I just... I want to explain the Night versus the Returns lore.
Sure.
So, did you look into this at all?
A little bit. Again, like I think I've mentioned before, I try to avoid reading too much about these because I don't want my thoughts and opinions to be influenced by what other people think of these movies, right? You know, we could easily come in here having watched a bunch of YouTube videos and reviews and other rankings, and then your thoughts can tend to align with what other people think, and I don't want that to happen, right? I mean, you don't get to be the man of a million hot takes by thinking the way that everybody else does, right? So I knew that with this movie, there was a bit of a history there with the Romero series. So I wanted to read up a little bit about that, but I avoid going too much into too much detail because I just don't want to know what other people think about it. So right. I know a little bit, but I think you probably know a little bit more than I do at this point.
So really how this happened was Night of the Living Dead. It's filmed from I think it's 68. It's like a 60s film, I think. 60s, maybe even... I should know this, but I don't know.
We'll edit it out if we totally...
the right answer will be right up there with the correction saying how stupid I am. But Night of the Living Dead, the script was actually co-written.
Yep.
So George A. Romero gets all the credit for it. but George A. Romero was actually co-writing with somebody else. He co-wrote it with John Russo.
Yep.
Then the two of them, I guess, they were friends and had like a falling out. And they had a falling out that literally, it ended up in a court battle.
Right.
And the result of the court battle was that Romero and Russo were both allowed to pursue their own sequels to Night of the Living Dead because they had written the story together. The compromise they made was Russo retained the Living Dead name of the titles,
Yep.
and Romero would have to go with the Of the Dead.
Yeah.
That's why after Night of the Living Dead, they're all Of the Dead.
The Dead, yeah.
Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, Diary of the Dead, Land of the Dead.
Yep.
I'm trying to remember all those ones.
It's good. It's impressive.
And then Return of the Living Dead then became Of the Living Dead.
Yep.
Yeah. So then so again, Russo thinks his is the true sequel. And Russo then, following all this, writes a novel called Return of the Living Dead. And it is a pseudo sequel to Night of the Living Dead. The tone is not like this movie,
right,
because he sold the idea, because I guess what happened was like, okay, they had their little court battle, and then Romero goes off, and what does he make? He makes Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah.
Dawn of the Dead, 1978, not an 80s movie, unfortunately. It's just before that. Dawn of the Dead, masterpiece film, like one of the greatest horror films ever made. And it's obviously a huge hit.
Yeah, spoiler, when we do that, it's going to be number one, so just don't even worry about it. Like,
I don't know, it might not be.
yeah.
So then,
yeah.
and we will get to it, guys.
Yep.
We will get to that series. But so then the studios are like, oh, well, we got to, studios, whatever's hot, all the other studios got to they have to try to do that themselves.
Yeah.
So then they're like, we got to make a zombie movie. What do we got? Oh, that Russo guy wrote a novel that's a kind of a sequel. Let's adapt his novel.
Yeah.
So they were going to adapt Russo's original novel he wrote, Return of the Living Dead, but the tone and the story, I guess, was just a little, it didn't quite work to be adapted. So then they bring in a writer. Do you know which writer they brought in? This is very interesting.
Dan O'Bannon?
Dan O'Bannon.
Yeah.
Well done. Dan O'Bannon, responsible for writing two big ones.
Alien?
Alien
Yeah.
and Aliens.
Okay, he did them both?
He did them both.
Yeah.
He also wrote Aliens. And O'Bannon comes in, obviously an amazing writer because he just had written like
his pedigree is good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So high standard of a script writer here.
Yeah.
And he comes in and he's like, well, I'm only doing this if you give me total freedom, creative freedom, and I can rewrite everything. And they're like, fine, fuck it, do it. O'Bannon is responsible for the satirical and comedic tone. All the slapstick stuff, that's all O'Bannon. Russo's original story was much more like serious and grounded.
Yeah.
So the flavor of this franchise, because I think of them as Night of the Living Dead is the classy one, Return of the Living Dead is the party one.
Yeah.
It very much feels like Night of the Living Dead, those all feel like they could be on the Criterion list for the most part, except the last couple.
As they tend to peter out a little bit.
Right, but like all of them are very classy for the most part. These ones are not so much. These are schlocky.
Yeah.
I prefer this franchise, I gotta say.
Okay.
I prefer this tone.
Yeah.
I prefer this tone, not franchise. I don't know though, because I gotta have to watch it. Okay, maybe that's gonna be the question for when we do of the Dead.
Of the Dead.
Yeah. The other major differences, the lore is different. So the Romero zombies are like brainless, slow-moving zombies that die from extensive trauma to the brain.
Yep.
The Return zombies do not function like that. They move faster. They speak. They don't, because like the Romero zombies are always just like, right? The Return zombies don't do that. They actually can speak.
7 Rescue 7, come in. This is dispatch, over. Rescue 7, come in. This is dispatch. Do you copy, over?
Come in, dispatch. Send more paramedics.
They retain a lot of their humanity shortly after death. Right?
Yes, they're much smarter.
Yeah.
So they can actually in the movie, they set traps. So like there's the famous scene where like the cops show up and then they kill the cops. And then one of the zombies grabs the radio. send more cops. Right? Yeah. Like they actually have some intelligence when they're in zombie form.
Paramedics. Yeah. It comes up a few times, right?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah. So they can talk. The other big thing is, and this always gets mixed between the two. The Romero zombies are, I would say their goal is to eat you, but they're not necessarily trying to eat your brains.
Yeah, they do a better job in this franchise of explaining why they are trying to do that.
So in this franchise, they're not just trying to eat you, they're trying to eat your brains.
Yeah.
And it's specifically brains, as multiple zombies say, including Tarman in this franchise, right? And they actually explain it. I like the lore explanation. They change it a little bit in the different sequels, but they at one point they strap down one of the zombies, and because again you can speak to them, right? They're more cognizant,
right?
And they speak to her, and the way it's explained is basically when you're reanimated, you're kind of in like constant pain.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, eating a live person's brain, it makes that pain go away.
Why do you eat people?
Not people. Brains.
Brains only.
Yes.
Why?
The pain.
What about the pain?
The pain of being dead.
Hurts to be dead.
I can feel myself rot.
Eating brains. How does that make you feel?
It makes the pain go away.
It relieves you of that pain. So that's why they're hungry for brains.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like they didn't have to do that. Like they could have just had like, oh, they're trying to eat us. But like, I kind of appreciate there's a little bit more lore there.
Yeah.
You know, it's different. I would say the return zombies are actually more like the Deadites from Evil Dead. You can chop them up, but they're still kind of alive.
Yeah.
Like when Ash chops off his hand's still running around. You know what I mean? So they function more like Deadites than zombies per se.
Yeah, they're goofy as well. Like, Deadites are.
Yeah, that's a good point. They have very similar tone, actually. Evil Dead
Especially
2.
with the third one.
Yeah, I was going to say, they function a lot like Army of Darkness and Evil Dead 2, for sure. Yeah. Which do you prefer?
Between
the Romero zombies and the Russo zombies, which do you like better?
Yeah. So this is it, right? And I think, for anyone wondering like how I could possibly have selected this as my number 2 pick, I can't really get on board with just how goofy this is.
Really?
Yeah. And which is strange.
That's strange because usually you love.
Yeah.
Like, just to. Did you not love Texas Chainsaw Part 2?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I struggle with this, right? Like, because obviously this is the first one I watched when I prepared for the show. And I had seen it before and I kind of knew how I felt about it. Understand that I get the fact that this makes no sense, right? But I think that there's a difference between a movie that is trying its best, turns out to be cheesy, and you love it in spite of the fact that it's trying to be, serious, right? This one is trying to be, gags and jokes. And I guess I can't.
It grates on you a little bit.
The whole horror comedy mashup doesn't work for me. There are some like trauma movies that I like, but same kind of idea, right? Like I find that those are just two genres that don't go together. If you're trying to be a scary movie, you can't also be funny. It's too incongruous for me. They clash too much. I appreciate a lot of what this movie is. All right, it is my number 2 pick. I would say that of this franchise, it is obviously the most well-known. You have to see it, right? I mean,
so that's my question was this in your collection?
No.
Oh,
no. It won't be.
That's shocking to me. So why I find this shocking is there is a horror film that both of us love.
Yep.
And it is this movie.
It isn't though. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about Reanimator. Yeah. This is this movie, dude. Like Reanimator is not trying to be serious. Reanimator is schlocky as shit.
And I knew you'd bring this up.
Of course.
I feel like Reanimator falls just on the right side of the line where it still keeps its focus on what it's ultimately trying to do. And I think this movie always wanted to be a comedy.
So you think it just goes a little too far?
Yeah.
Because we talk about this a lot of like, it's not, I don't like it as much when you're in on the joke.
Yeah.
Like, I'd rather you weren't really in on the joke. You tried to earnestly make a film, but it kind of failed a little bit. But that brought the humor out of it.
That's right.
Like, your failures became humor in a sense.
Right.
You're right. But every once in a while, I think they nail it. I think they nail it in this.
Yeah, there's hard. There's a lot to love about it.
Yeah, like it's hard not to be too cornball when you're trying to be funny.
Yeah.
Like comedy is very subjective too, right?
Yeah.
I think this has a really good balance of, this film is exactly what it is.
Yeah.
I guess balance isn't the right word. I was going to say it's got a good balance of horror and comedy. It does, but it's not very scary per se. It's just more, it just kind of nails what it is.
But then let me ask you, did you find this movie funny?
Yeah, but it's always got a smile on my face.
Yeah, I guess so.
But that's enough.
I mean, if
I don't need to laugh out loud.
I think if I watched it when I was like 12, I might have found it funny. Watching it, even remotely a little bit older than that, it's
okay. So I'm going to compare it to something else. It's not Shaun of the Dead. Shaun of the Dead is very clever and smart, and Shaun of the Dead is like, okay, that's
a good comparison.
Yeah, Shaun of the Dead is like you can just straight up laugh at that movie as a comedy movie. That works.
People who don't like horror movies can go and see that and love it for what it actually is. Yeah.
Yes. This is not a smartly written comedy movie.
No.
So
then it just kind of sits between being not enough of this and not enough of that. And the whole time I was watching it, I was just kind of waiting for a little bit more of one or the other.
So it kind of disappointed you on reviewing, eh? Yeah. On rewatch. You were kind of like, I don't like this as much as I kind of remember it.
It's one of those examples of a movie that I think gets a lot of credit for what it is and not necessarily for the movie itself. Like everyone's going to talk about how The Return of the Living Dead is this classic movie, and I'm not going to argue that. I think you should watch it. I mean, just if only because it's so popular and it's referenced so often. You can't watch any kind of horror movie review or anthology show without Return of the Living Dead being referenced. But I don't know if that's enough to make the movie on its own stand up. If it weren't for this show, like I probably won't go back and watch it again. And I know that's sacrilege to so many people who love this movie and watch it all the time. I get it. This is not a bad movie. Right?
It's a fun 80s movie.
We've reviewed
it's very well made.
It is. Yeah. It didn't land for me. I wish it did.
Interesting.
Because everybody loves this movie, and I wish that I was right there with you. Yeah. It just...
Well, now you get to listen to me gush for the next hour. So,
And I'm not going to disagree with much of what you say.
No, you're probably going to agree. I just think it came up a little short for you. Yeah, it came up a little short. But I think this film is exactly what, like, you look at this poster, Return of the Living Dead, and you see these two punk rock looking zombies in green, and the one zombie spray painting the title of the film on a fucking tombstone. That's the film. The film is in your face, over the top, cocaine fueled zombie like nonsense. It is schlocky fucking shit, and I love it.
This is a movie where I feel like if I could go back and watch a movie in a packed theater with like-minded individuals, I would probably have enjoyed this more. This is definitely the kind of movie where watching it by yourself, you're going to miss out on the experience.
Not as rewarding.
Right?
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. I would say everything you need to know about this film is captured in one shot.
Okay.
The shot where this zombie comes out of the ground and opens its mouth, and that rock song kicks in. It's time to party!
What the fuck was that?
No, Dad!
you need to know about this film
the soundtrack
in a
is
nutshell.
Friggin' killer
so
on this.
Literally, this is a cheesy 80s horror film set to a thumping, fucking awesome rock soundtrack.
Yeah.
That's Return of the Living Dead.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's got some other great positives. I'm going to get into it, but it's just a fun fucking film.
That sort of
it's
backing
fun.
track, the oh, great. It was
keeps
fantastic.
the energy up.
Yep.
Yeah, it keeps the energy up. The soundtrack is great. I love the 80s rock is just so fucking good in it.
Yep.
I think there's some action. For me, the humor works. Like Bert, he's like, no, these are made by the engineers in the army. He just slaps it, just instantly starts leaking. I'm like, that kind of works. I'm like, I guess it's kind of the obvious joke, but it works for me.
Hey, these things don't leak, do they?
Leak? Hell no. These things were made by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
There's some funny dialogue between some of the, like, when we got downtime where the punks are kind of talking to each other. They have some funny exchanges between them because they're just so over the top. Everyone's at like 10 or 11 and they're acting, right? And their performances. All the characters. Like, we have a character called Trash. Yep. Linnea Quigley's character. We have a character called Suicide. Like, the character's called Spider. Like, this is a trauma movie not made by trauma.
Yeah. It's like they don't care about trying to make you like these characters or have any kind of emotional connection, but in doing so, you actually kind of feel for them. Like, you know, they are among the most natural characters maybe that we would have seen, despite the fact that they're all jokes, right? So,
do you ever fantasize about being killed?
Never.
Do you ever wonder about all the different ways of dying, you know, violently? And wonder, like, what would be the most horrible way to die?
Try not to think about dying too much.
One of the other things that I really like about this movie, it is a simple plot done well. I'm a big fan of simple plots, and it's really not that complicated. But it just keeps escalating. Like, I love the way this plays out. So it starts off with such a simple initial trigger, right? Which is just like a kid getting trained at a medical supply warehouse, and then his superior wants to like brag and show off. He's like, "Hey, check these out!" And then the idiot like accidentally he hits it and cracks the seal. So now we got a gas leak, which leads to a reanimated cadaver. So then they have to try to get their boss, Bert, to come and like help them clean up their mess. But then that doesn't work. So then they end up having to go to Ernie, the mortician, to get his help. And they're like, all right, we're just going to burn all the evidence. But then that doesn't work because then the gas turns into rain and goes into the cemetery. And then the cemetery gets reanimated and they just go around killing everyone that shows up, like the paramedics and the cops. And then they build up a small army of zombies. Like they just keep the zombie group just keeps growing as this film proceeds. And then it all culminates and they finally are just like, all right, fine, call the damn number. So Bert's like, all right, I'll take responsibility.
Finally.
He finally does the right thing and he's rewarded by the entire area getting destroyed by a missile strike.
That's right. Yeah.
I love that ending.
Yeah.
It's kind of perfect because it's almost like the world's so cartoony. It's just, it kind of fits.
You have to end it with a Roadrunner Wile E. Coyote solution, right? Which is blowing the whole place up.
And I'm someone that constantly complains about endings. Like I always like, I think you are more open to downer endings. I don't like downer endings. Yeah. I want happy endings. So technically they all die. So it's not actually a good ending.
Sorry, do you like that?
But no, right. So this is
I mean, it resolves the story.
So it's technically a bad ending, and yet I still love it because it fits with the tone of the movie so well.
Yeah.
The movie is almost just so, none of the characters, they're all, caricatures anyways. So it doesn't have like a huge emotional impact per se.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with it. And it's very funny. I like the payoff of Bert doing the right thing is that he blows everyone up. That's how karma, the universe rewards him for that.
Yeah.
Like that's the reward, right?
I am going to push back on you a little bit regarding, you said that this is a fairly simple, I think the plot is simple. I think there are a few things in this movie that make it a little bit more complicated than it needs to be. There are probably one too many groups of people in this movie. and there are a few, maybe one or two extra locations that we didn't need, right? I think we tend to bounce around a little bit too much between, because you've got your punk group, you've got your medical supply group, you've also got like
Mortician's
your
house.
then you go there, you've got the cop group, you've got the sort of the military guy. I mean, it wasn't like you don't understand it, but it was tough because you're almost telling 3 or 4 different stories that don't ever really come together until everybody just gets blown up and dies, right? So I understand like the punk group, you got, the girlfriend for the Thom Mathews character, but they don't ever really kind of interact after that. She goes to be with him, I think, at some point in it, but then, they don't really cross paths too much. I don't just, it felt like you've got these groups and they should have come together sort of in the middle of the movie, and they don't really come together. So you kind of keep them separate the whole time. And it just, I don't know.
I completely disagree.
Yeah.
Well, firstly, they do come together at the halfway point. That's when they all end up at Ernie's mortician house. Because when the zombies get reanimated, I think at about the 40, 45 minute
Right, but
mark,
then they're not there.
No,
right?
they are, though, because then they get chased out of the cemetery and then end up taking refuge in the funeral home. And then that's when the two groups go together.
Right.
And that's when Tina is trying to take care of Freddy, who's dying.
Yeah.
And you got some funny dialogue between like Spider and Burt Gallagher's character. And they're all just trying to survive.
And don't we find like more employees for the medical facility or the medical?
No.
I thought there was like some new characters that came in that I'm like, where have you been? I didn't see. I don't know.
The zombies? Those
No,
characters?
they were.
There was only 3. There's just Freddy, Frank, and Burt.
Right, but then wasn't there like they're trying to run away from Tarman in the basement,
right.
And there's like some other woman that I don't think we'd seen before, and some other some other extra characters, and I'm like, where are you?
So we watched Return of the Living Dead.
That's right.
I don't know what movie you watched.
I don't know. I'll go back and find it.
Yeah, no, I have no idea what. You won't find
Somebody
it because it doesn't
me.
exist.
Yeah.
There's no fourth employee.
I'm like, where did you come from? Do you work for the medical supply company, or do you work for the crematorium, or who are you? Like, you're not cops, but they're hanging around with I don't know.
Are you talking about the
like one's like maybe a secretary or something?
No. I think you're thinking of the paramedics that show up. There's the two guys that show up.
No. These are not characters in like paramedic.
I have
somebody
no
help me
fucking
because
clue
I'm
what you're talking about.
I'm sinking fast here, but
cut to this employee. Yeah, I don't think we cut to anything, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hopefully there was a scene inserted there.
So I love the way that this works. I am such a fan of single location films, and this one's really good because it's a single. It's like
it's not a single location.
No, hear me out. It's a single area. I love how and they make such great. It reminds me of Halloween 2. With the hospital. So the hospital is your anchor point, but you still go around Haddonfield. The finale is at the hospital, but we still are outside.
We get to the hospital through,
But so the anchor point ends up being the funeral home. But like we start off in the medical supply warehouse, and every one of these sets, they use like every fucking area in the set. Right? So like it starts off with the medical supply warehouse. And right off the bat, when they're doing, it's like in the first couple minutes, when Frank is training Freddy, they give you nice like wide shots. They really establish the set.
Right.
And he's walking down the aisles. You get a real feel for the space. You're like, okay, this is the main warehouse. The offices are there. There's the little meat locker. Oh, now we have a basement. Like they're showing you the whole set. They walk through it.
They didn't just sort of dress one wall and try to pass it off as this big warehouse. Like they actually show you the warehouse.
Right.
Like,
and you get to see outside in the parking lot. And then right across the street, we've got the cemetery. And again, they show you the cemetery. The punk kids walk around the area. They show you little different areas that they sit on and around the tombstones. Yeah. And then not far down from that, down the road, we've got the funeral home. And they use every inch of this fucking funeral home. So they've got like the little embalming room where they first see Ernie, right? And then there's the crematorium. And then they've got like the front entrance lobby area, which they end up having to board over. They have the chapel. Ernie and Tina, I think the girlfriend's name was, at the end of the film, they end up in the attic. Like,
right.
They use every inch of all of these spaces, and I fucking love this little contained circle that they're in. The whole movie is in this little area.
Yeah.
I guess for you, it just got a little too jumping around.
Bouncing here and there. I will say, though, and to your point, they do use the spaces they have well. I just thought that there was maybe a bit too much sort of back and forth between all these different. But you know what? I'll give you that one. That's a nitpick.
Very nitpicky.
Yeah, I'm growing. I can admit when.
Yeah. No, I love the single location, the single area that they work with. I think the cast. I think you thought there was a little bit too many people. I think the cast is great. I kind of like everyone.
You do have you have to have enough people to get killed in these things, right?
Yeah, exactly.
If your core cast is only 5 people, you know that only 4 of them at a maximum are going to die because someone's got to live. Well, maybe not, because in this case, nobody lives.
Yeah, nobody ends up living. Yeah. But like Frank and Freddie, they're kind of like so James Karen and Thom Mathews. They're kind of like these bumbling idiots.
Yeah.
And it's all of their scenes are very slapsticky. Yep. And it's like they're both just working guys trying to like cover up their mess. Yep. It's very endearing.
It was also very kind of shocking because I had seen Friday 13th Part 6 first before I had watched this like way, way back, right? So obviously in Friday 13th Part 6, he's very serious.
He's a badass.
Right? He's your hero character, whereas in this one, he's kind of a goofball.
Yes.
So I think when I first saw him,
and he's almost kind of a little whiny.
Yeah. I was expecting, the character that I had come to know from Friday the 13th, and he's not that in this, right?
They're very likable, but and it's surprising they get such horrific deaths.
Yeah.
So, spoiler: Thom Mathews and James Karen, so Freddie and Frank, they both get turned into zombies.
Yep.
So they're fucked. As soon as they got exposed at the beginning, there's no cure, there's no antidote, no one shows up, there's no deus machina of like, oh, I was able to synthesize this no, none of that shit. No, they die. Yep. They die at about the 3/4 mark in the film.
Yep.
And they're like horrifically dying in the chapel, and like they keep to the film's credit, their makeup changes as the film's going. You see them getting sicker and sicker, and then eventually they're just turned into zombies. And it's like they're just horrific looking.
Yeah.
It's pretty brutal for these like fun characters. I'm like, that's it's kind of mean spirited almost, but
and one of them makes a pretty
sacrifice.
Yeah,
you're talking about Frank.
Yeah.
So Frank incinerates himself. Yeah, he incinerates himself
rather than go all the way. Become a full on zombie without any control over himself.
I like Gulager's Bert. He's just constantly trying to dodge responsibility the whole movie.
What are we gonna do, Bert? Well, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be sued by the Darrow Chemical Company. I'm going to be investigated by the government. I might become very famous, Frank. I might even lose my business. I might even go to jail. God damn it, that's what I'm gonna do. On the other hand, if we destroy all this evidence around here, we'll keep our mouths shut. That's it. Let's do that, Bert. We gotta get rid of these things.
Well, why don't you call an animal shelter?
Well, word get out, hurt my business. That's a bad scene, rabies.
What did you guys take?
It was some kind of industrial chemical, I think. Something in a tank.
What tank? Where?
Well, we're not sure, really.
Well, can you find out? I mean, your friends' lives may depend on it.
Yeah, well, I can make some phone calls, but I can't do that before morning. Sorry.
Like even when this is so serious, he's still trying to. He's still working the angles of like, okay, how can I get out of this?
I can get out of this.
There's a way out. There's a way out.
The dead have come back to life. No.
We have reanimated.
This is under control.
Yeah, we've done an abominable thing, but we can still get out of this. And I like by the end of the movie, you're just left with this ragtag group. Because what ends up happening is like some of them get killed off. So you get some killed off from the A group, some get killed off from the B group, like the punk group.
Yeah.
So then now you're just left with the remains. And the remains is like Tina, Ernie, Bert, and Spider. And they now have to work together. And it's a group that normally wouldn't, and it works for me.
But they gotta,
Yeah, and I like, and also, man, any movie where it's like, oh, we got a bunch of people in a single location, they gotta try to get out of this. Like, how do they get out of this, right? And so now they're working together to try to survive, and it works well for me.
You had asked me a question, as we sort of kicked this off, and I don't know if we actually went through it, but preference between this or the of the dead, definitely the Romero. And I think that you are probably on the other side.
Not franchises, type of zombie.
Oh, type of zombies. Okay.
Yeah, I was specifically saying type of zombie. I did answer preference between the two franchises, and I said this, but in retrospect, I'm going to save that answer until we do the the Of the Dead series. Yeah. Anything else? I got one more point. Anything else you want to add, Mark?
I mean, there are a few obvious things that everyone talks about that I don't know if we necessarily need to talk about.
It's always intimidating when you have a movie like this where it's like, what can we say that hasn't been said?
Yeah.
Right? Everything I have said up to this point has been said by 10,000 other jackasses and reviewers. So I don't have a lot of insight to add that hasn't already been put out.
We all know that Trash is naked the whole time. Like,
yeah, do we need to talk about Linnea Quigley's tits?
Right.
They're magnificent.
Yeah. You know.
Linnea Quigley was definitely, it was a prominent, in case you don't know, prominent scream queen from the 80s, known for bearing it all in most of these entries. Boy, does she bear it all in this fucking
There's nothing that we can tell you that is going to change. Just go see it if you want to see it.
Just a perfect set. If you want to see a perfect pair, Linnea Quigley's got you covered. Yeah, her trash character exists basically to have a bunch of tits in the film.
Yep.
Yeah. The only other thing I want to talk about is the effects. I feel like a lot of people think of this one as like the effects aren't that great. I don't know where that comes from. I disagree. I think they're great.
I think they're good for what they're intending to do. I think, though, the problem is you had someone like myself who is expecting this to be a scary, horrifying movie, and it isn't, right? You know, you talked about the dude on your right there, right? When he first comes out, it's like the effect is good for what it is, but it's cheesy, it's lame, so it kind of drags down your impact of what the effects are doing. It's like, no, you're looking at it through the wrong lens, right? You know, it's not meant to be scary. Look at it for what it is, and you'll realize that it's...
So what you're saying is, if you'd used the same effect, but shot with a different lens of a different director, you could have filmed that so it was actually scary.
Right. Yeah. You can see that the people that create these effects obviously know what they're doing.
People don't, I don't know what, that effect always gets shit on, where it's like, oh yeah, you can see the wire in its mouth, and it's like, I don't even think it's that noticeable. To me, that skeleton opening its mouth always looked cool to me.
Like,
what doesn't make sense about it is, why is the skeleton reanimated? It's got no musculature on it. It's just a skeleton.
Yeah.
That makes no sense. Because if you know, like I can buy the tissue is reanimating, but the skeleton has no tissue. Unless some jackass is now going to tell me, well, actually, skeletons are bone tissue. Nerd.
Oh, yeah, they kind of can't really figure out whether, how far along something can or can't be.
I always liked that effect, though. Yeah. I thought it was fun. Apparently, the director didn't like it, though. Because he said, like, it was, the skeleton's very, like, it's like all clean white. Like, it looks maybe a little too clean. It doesn't read zombie-ish. Yeah. It reads a little Halloween, like haunted house-esque.
Well, and everything has its eyes still, which I think is a big, right? It's tough to be horrifying when you've got eyes looking at you.
They're not realistic looking zombies, but I still think it's a cool effect. I think there's a lot of cool effects.
No, I mean, I think they did exactly, the effects accomplish exactly what they set out to do, which is they're not trying to be scary. They're trying to be funny.
A nice little touch. You mentioned this. The butterflies in the case, now that the gas, everything in the warehouse has come to life.
Yeah.
The little butterflies, the pinned butterflies behind, like in the case are like flapping.
Yeah.
They totally didn't have to do that. Like if they had forgotten to do that, I don't think anybody would have ever even noticed it. The fact that they took the time to do that.
And it was those little things. Same with the dog.
That's a nice little touch. The bisected dog.
Right. It's like that was where I'm still thinking, okay, they actually want to make this kind of a scary movie.
There's effort.
Right. Yeah. There's one other thing that I think before we forget, did you want to talk about merchandise?
I'll get to that. Okay, I'll get to that. But I'm still gushing about the effects.
Oh, okay.
So Tarman doesn't work for you.
No.
Why?
He's like looking at me and smiling. He's like, I'm like, oh, come on.
Really? I love that look.
Yeah.
I think the look is so cool. The way he walks is weird. Like he walks like a bag of bones that's like trying to walk.
Right. I think Tarman is a perfect example
of. It's a cool look.
you're either on board with this or you're not.
And I think the animatronics on his face look great.
Yeah.
And I just think I think it's a great designed character.
Yeah.
Love it. Love that design. Yeah. I think it looks cool. It is cool. You're an idiot. I think all those things simultaneously.
Those can be all true. It can be a terrible effect, and I can also be an idiot.
That's right. Yeah. I think he's great. I actually think the standout effect shot in this movie is when they strap that half of a woman, the zombie. They strap her to the table.
Yeah.
Really?
No, it's good.
I thought that was great.
It's good. Then they have her talk, and she's not talking. Like it's but like the voices. I don't know. It's just like if you're gonna do that, then
you gotta perfectly nail it.
Then do it. Like
I thought it was convincing enough.
You know, like when
they AD it is what you're saying. They had somebody to look.
The puppet is just going this. But then they have the voice coming out.
I thought I don't know. It worked for me. I don't know. I thought it worked. I don't think that I don't think the effect was ruined by the vocal performance.
Again, though, with the caveat that I'm still looking at every scene as though this is going to turn into an actual horror movie, and it never does. Right.
But I think they nailed that effect. I like the idea. It's like it was a cool looking effect. I'm sure the way they I think that was a full puppet that they used, like a full animatronic puppet.
I think so.
I like the spinal cord that's like slapping around on the table because it's like half of one. She's like decayed. All of her skin is like sunk into like onto her bones.
Yeah.
It looks so fucking cool.
They definitely put in the effort to.
That's a great. I think
Yeah.
that's the effect standout in the movie. If not Tarman, I would say that. Yeah, but not for you, Mark. No. You just a bitter man that likes things but doesn't like other things, but there's no rhyme or reason.
There's no way to figure it out.
Yeah, you like cocaine Leatherface, but you don't like cocaine zombies. You like Reanimator, but not Reanimator when it's too funny.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I got something to say, you know? What do you think this is all about? You think this is a fucking costume? This is a way of life.
Oh, yes.
Hey, what's wrong with you, man? Show some fucking respect for the dead, will you?
The last thing I want to talk about is, this is kind of random, but now when we shoot this show, if you're watching this on YouTube, you're going to see all this crap that's on the desk, all this merchandise. I do my best to try to decorate the Slash Cinema desk. I try to put some, a little bit of production value in it, right? So I got to try to find merchandise. All of the there's not much. There is some merchandise for Return of the Living Dead. There's no Funko Pops yet.
Really?
No.
That's
otherwise
surprising.
I would have Pops. I even thought about doing zombie Pops, but I was like, just fuck it.
Yeah.
So I was able to get these masks, and I was able to get these 2 action figures. Most of the merchandise for Return of the Living Dead that you're going to see is based on the suicide and trash characters.
Yeah.
But specifically, it's based on how they look on the poster. And I want to point something out, because this is a big misconception. These zombies are not in any of these movies.
This doesn't exist.
No.
The
poster zombies are awesome, but know that they are not in the movie. The trash figure that we've got here, where her hair is all spiked up and she's like got a very like dull looking expression, like this one right here, that isn't in the movie. The trash that's actually in the movie, she looks more like Gozer from Ghostbusters.
That's right.
Yeah,
she's got a good comparison.
Right? She's like bright, spiky red hair, and she's like pale white, and those titties are out. And that's what she actually looks like. But there's no merchandise for that version.
Yeah, it's like they've got a shirt on in the poster. She never wears a shirt after like the first 5 minutes. Like, where's that coming from?
And it's the same thing with that one right there. That's based on suicide, and he's got like the mohawk. There's no mohawk zombie in the movie that I'm aware of. I scrubbed through. I couldn't find it. If it's there, please correct me. That doesn't exist. So I'm just shitting on the merchandise a little bit. I know it seems so random to talk about, but it's weird that all of the merchandise is not based on what's in the movie, but it's based on what what's the word I'm looking for? Like the promotional material.
And it's not uncommon to see movie posters and promotional artwork kind of go a little bit off the deep end and get creative in its own way.
Sure.
Right? But then to have everything reference the offshoot instead of the actual source material is just a strange choice. I mean, I guess in a way, they kind of have to, though.
So there is figures for Tarman. I just couldn't get any.
Yeah.
But Tarman makes sense. That if
Yeah.
you're going to do any merch, Tarman. It's just, I'm kind of like this is an example, right? Like this is the party time skeleton, right? He's got a tongue.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a tongue in that shot.
Yeah.
So they kind of did a little creative liberty.
You know what they're referencing, but it doesn't actually look like.
But it doesn't actually look like that. Yeah. So it's not actually screen accurate. So I know it seems like, why are you even bringing this up? I just think it's an interesting thing to discuss, that the merchandise for this franchise is a little misleading, and it's interesting. It's interesting picks. It's more promotional. It's more like what they want to be in the movie, not what's actually in the movie, you know? So.
But I would say, unlike, some of the other top tier horror franchises that we've done, this is probably would be a challenge to merchandise this, right? Because you don't have a hockey mask like you do for Jason, or you don't have the Freddy glove like you can sell to kids, right? I mean, what are you gonna?
No, the go-to is Tarman and make zombies that look like they could have been in the film, but they weren't. That's the smart move. Yeah. So, can we move along to our second entry?
We can.
All right, moving on to 1988. This is Return of the Living Dead, Part 2. Mark Skews, where is this on your list?
This is number 3 for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought there was a chance this is going to be your number 1 because you came in with that shirt.
You saw the shirt earlier today.
Yeah, when you first showed up, I was like, Mark's wearing a Return of the Living Dead Part 2 shirt. That's a choice.
Yeah.
That is a choice. I did not have a Return of the Living Dead shirt. I tried to wear something that looked zombie-esque.
This is a good example of how the promotional artwork, just like we talked about, doesn't actually reflect the movie for which it is advertising. Because I love this shot. But this is...
I'm glad you actually brought that up. I think that this poster does not get enough credit.
Yep.
Everyone... I love the Return of the Living Dead poster is amazing. The original, right? The 85 one. The Return of the Living Dead 2 poster might actually be even better.
Yeah.
It is a awesome fucking image. I love it. That shot of like the skull-faced, like the cloud, the evil cloud in the sky, and it's that toxic cloud.
Yep.
And then in the foreground, you've got like the army of the dead. And then you can see in the background, they're making their way towards this like unsuspecting neighborhood. The colors on it almost looks like a rainbow. Yeah. I fucking love that poster.
When you're a kid and you go into the movie store as like a 12-year-old, you see this.
Yeah, you're renting that.
Yeah. You know why this doesn't get the credit it deserves, though?
Because it's overshadowed by this.
Well, there's that.
Because this, you see this everywhere. Yeah. You don't see that much merch for that.
This is often referenced as a ripoff of the Fright Night cover, which did it first.
Okay, fair enough. It is slightly, it's similar. I get it, the face in the clouds. Yeah. But Fright Night sucks.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I don't actually think that, folks. That's just a hot take. Okay.
Where do you have this? Sorry, you never gave your number. So I have this as number 3.
Oh, it doesn't matter where I have it. No, I'm just kidding. This is my number 2.
Okay.
Yeah, this is my number 2. Yeah. Now I know what your number 1 is, and that's
everyone should know.
And that's a problem. Yeah. That's interesting.
No.
Mark, what the fuck? Why?
How do you have this better than that, though?
Why?
Yeah.
Why do I keep bringing you on when you just... And it's like every time I go, Man with a Million Hot Takes, and I'm like, we're going to be so similar. And then you're like, yeah, 1 is 2 and 2 is 3. And I go, well, I know what's left. That's interesting.
No way.
Yeah. And let's get into the plot. But this is my number 2.
Okay.
I want to say something. I said this was the weakest franchise to date. I stand by that. After 1, I don't give a fuck about any of those other movies.
Okay.
So 2, 3, and these 2 fucking movies, they don't need to exist as far as I'm concerned. So I don't think any of them add anything. I don't think they create a franchise. I don't think they need to exist at all. This isn't a franchise that should exist.
Yeah, I would be fine with that too, if they had just stopped at number 1.
Yeah, especially because the ending of 1 is kind of perfect. It's just everyone gets blown up. Although they do tease They tease. So after the explosion, what happens? It sends the chemicals back up into the air, and it ends with the shot of it raining into a cemetery again. Yep. So they're kind of teasing a potential sequel.
He comes back up, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think they were just repeating the shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think they filmed any more footage. They're like, we got to use whatever footage we have.
I don't know, throw it in there again.
Exactly, yeah. So part 2 opens on a rainy night with 2 military officers. And I always assumed it was the same night as the ending of part 1. Because it's raining. And I'm like, part 1 ends with that little teaser, that little stinger of like, oh, okay, it's going to happen all over again. But I don't think it was. I think it's just
can't be, right?
No,
with
because
the missile strike and
because what they're doing is they're actually transporting the toxic barrels.
Yeah.
So, see, where are those toxic barrels from?
Yeah.
Because if they military strike the whole area, where did those barrels come from?
So this is just another truck full of them that they're moving. I envision this as just a separate story, like a separate story in a different location that
so then why have it called part 2? And we're gonna get to that, but this really isn't a sequel.
Not at all.
No. It's almost more of a reboot is really what it is.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So it opens and the military is like, they're moving these toxic barrels, and it's rainy, it's stormy, and we got our opening title crawls. Again, kudos to opening title, solid opening credits. We're seeing the actual plot. It doesn't just cut to black with white fucking text. Yep. And I see in the opening credits, we've got James Karen and Thom Mathews first build. I'd never seen this before, so I'm like, huh? Like, what the fuck? I'm like, oh, maybe they just have little cameos or something, but their first build. So that means they're primary cast.
Going to have some screen time.
That's interesting. Yep. Okay. So the military is covertly trying to like move these barrels through like this small town. It's just a transportation mission, right? And one of the drivers is listening to like some slamming like rock music, and he's not paying attention as one of the barrels falls. Actually, I think it's multiple. Some of the barrels, they come loose. They're like strapped in the back of the truck. They come loose and they fall off, and they fall into the local river system. Oh no. Cut to a tiny suburban area, and we're introduced to our child protagonist, Jesse. And I'm assuming this is why you don't like 2.
This is one of the things I don't like about this movie.
I had a feeling. I was like, oh no, child protagonist, Mark's out. I'm like, automatically, you're not going to make Mark's top picks.
One of my notes. There's a kid in this.
Yeah, and he is a protagonist.
Yep.
So Jesse, he's like he's like the new kid to the area. Him and his family just moved to this little suburb, and he befriends some of the other kids in the neighborhood, and they're like, hey man, you got to come check out our clubhouse. And he's kind of like, yeah, maybe later. And they're like, yeah, no, come now. Yeah. Like, come follow us now. And they bully him into following them to a cemetery where they take him to a mausoleum that is their clubhouse.
Right.
And it's clear at this point they're just trying to fuck with like this younger kid. They're clearly just piece of shit bullies.
They also make him give them one of his comic books to be a part of the club that he doesn't want to be a part of to begin with.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, they're also these kids suck.
Yeah.
So then Jesse's like, fuck that. He runs away and he hides in this nearby sewer cauldron, and the bullies instantly find him, but they instead turn their attention to one of the barrels, the toxic barrels from the intro. They pop open the top and see a zombie floating inside. The kids freak out, and then the bullies, in a very strange decision, they trap Jesse in a mausoleum so he won't tell anyone what they saw. Jesus fuck.
I mean, you could die in there.
Right. Like the kid could just die if he can't get out. No one knows he's there. Like, okay. Jesus. We're then introduced to our other protagonists, Frank and Freddie. I mean, Joey and Ed. What the fuck? What is going on here?
Yeah.
Thom Mathews and James Karen return, and they're playing basically the exact same characters from part 1. So in this movie, they're Joey and Ed, and they're grave diggers who They harvest bodies to sell on the black market.
What if somebody wants to know what we're doing here?
Oh, well, you tell them you're a grave digger and you'll be telling them the truth. The only difference is we're the kind that takes them out instead of putting them in, see?
What do you do with them?
Oh, there are all sorts of crazies out there. They want the skulls from interred bodies. That's the key, see? They gotta have been interred. No, siree, nobody wants skulls that haven't already been buried.
Come on, I mean, how are they gonna know the difference?
It'd be dishonest to give them skulls that weren't buried.
But they're essentially doing the exact same thing as part 1. Because in part 1, what are they? Where do they work? They work at a medical supply center. So what are they doing? They're supplying body parts. What are they doing in part 2? The grave robbers, what are they doing? Supplying body parts. So it's like the exact same fucking characters. And even the way this proceeds is like, Joey is, I think, Ed's the Frank character, I believe. Joey's the younger guy, right? Joey's the Thom Mathews.
Thom Mathews is
Yeah,
Joey.
so like Joey, he's like the new recruit. And Ed's showing him the ropes.
Showing him the ropes. Yeah.
It's the exact same as part 1.
I spent far too much time watching this movie thinking it was still the same characters before I realized, they're not.
No, they're completely different characters. They're completely different characters, but they're not. You'd be forgiven for thinking, it's the same characters, but you'd be forgiven. But like, that would almost make no sense. Because like, well, how did they survive the missile strike? Why are they not zombies?
They were, one guy was...
one guy incinerated, Frank incinerates himself. So like, okay, whatever. So they're also accompanied by Joey's girlfriend, Brenda. And they break into the mausoleum that Jesse's in. Jesse then runs away, runs home. We're also introduced to Jesse's older hot sister who's doing like old school aerobics.
Right.
It's like the cheesy like 80s aerobics. Shake it, honey. Right on. Return of the Living Dead Part 2.
Apparently in the 80s, that's the only thing that teenage girls would do. Or
they would wear spandex and do aerobics in front of a television.
That's right.
Yeah. That's the only way they got in shape. Yeah. Or they would join. They would also possibly join a sport. They were also allowed to be cheerleaders.
Yeah,
they were also allowed to be cheerleaders. Right. They were not allowed to go to the gym unless they were going to like see their boyfriend.
Correct.
Like
right.
That gym wasn't for them.
Yep.
No, they have to work out elsewhere. You can work out on a team or in the living room in front of your entire family dancing around in spandex.
You can only wear your hot pink headband at home.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Meanwhile, the bullies return to the barrel they found and open it, releasing the gas, and we get some infanticide. Did I say that word right? Infanticide?
Infanticide?
Yeah, infanticide. I figured you would be very happy about that. Mark was probably like, yeah. Is that what you did, Mark?
Well, I mean, but they don't kill him. Like they don't kill our lead character yet. You know?
No, they don't. Sorry, Mark. They don't kill all the kids.
Yeah.
They just kill those 2 kids.
Yep.
But so the kids get exposed to the gas, and we know where that leads.
Yep.
The gas then acts like a magic fog and spreads throughout the cemetery. And then, by some act of God, it starts raining once again, causing the gas to seep into the ground and into the bodies buried below. Ed and Joey also get exposed to the gas as they're still grave robbing. They're still in that cemetery. We then cut to a military base where they realize some of the barrels are missing. Back at Jesse's house, we're introduced to another protagonist, a young guy who's there to install his cable. So this is also just to reinforce that it's like, oh yeah, they're new to because it's like, where are their parents?
Yeah.
I interpreted it as that their parents were at work or something. And so they were just there during the day and there was no school. So this must take place during the summer or something.
I got a very Goonies feel from this movie, like where adults just are not present.
They don't really exist. Yeah. But it's like, okay, so they're new to the neighborhood. They're new to the area. Mom and dad are out doing whatever the fuck.
Yep.
Cable Boy shows up. Cable Boy's name, Tom Essex, played by, see if you have this note.
I don't.
Played by Dana Ashbrook. Most known for his role as Bobby in Twin Peaks.
I've not seen Twin Peaks, so I've got to
fair enough.
Got to put that on the list.
Shout out to Kevin. That one's for you, buddy.
Yep.
I got any of the Twin Peaks ones I can get. I got a shout out to Kevin, our mutual friend Kevin, who is a massive Twin Peaks fan.
Yep.
Yes, so Bobby's in this. Bobby's a main character. Jesse sneaks over to one of the bullies' homes because he suspects the kid might be infected. He confirms that Billy, the bully, is in fact now sick. exactly like what happened to Freddie and Frank in the first film. Jesse then masks up and returns to the barrel to get the number that Jesse the kid. Jesse saw on the side of the barrel the military number to call for emergencies. So unlike Clue Gallagher's Bert, who's like, we don't need to, we'll handle this in-house. The kid's like, no, I'm going to do the right thing and just call the military.
Right away.
This is obviously serious. So he gets the number and then he runs into the new Tarman. This movie also has a Tarman. This one...
But it's not the same.
No, the design's a little different. I don't like this one as much.
Yeah.
I think this one's a little goofier. His eyes are
kind
of
too big,
buggy. And I didn't really like this one. It's not bad, but it's
kind of bad.
I don't know that it's bad.
Yeah.
Is it kind of bad, Mark?
Yeah.
All these years later, the people that made these effects have to listen to your...
That's right.
Yeah. Your criticism.
You did bad.
You fucked up.
Yeah.
Question your everything. Question all of your life's decisions. Yeah. So then so Jesse runs away and the entire cemetery comes to life. And then Ed, Joey, and his girlfriend are attacked by the zombies before they are able to make a little escape. Jesse returns home and tells his sister what happened, but of course she doesn't believe him because who believes little brothers? They're just making up stories, right? Even though he's clearly like full on deadpan serious and like on, like sweating and on the verge of crying. It's like, nope, shut up, little brother.
To be fair, don't trust kids because kids are stupid.
Right. Fair enough. So, that's the rule always.
That's right.
Yeah, always.
Yeah.
So then his sister like locks him in his room, but like really locks him in his room, like uses rope. It's like, it's a bit over the top. I don't know that you needed to do that. And then Jesse, being Mr. Clever Kid, he lights a fire in his room. So like smoke starts coming out. So then his sister freaks out and then has to open the door. Jesse's able to get out and he immediately calls the military. So unlike the first movie, the military's not called until the right at the end of the first film. This movie, they're called in the first 1/3, and that affects the plot. Now we get to see what would have happened if the military had showed up right at the beginning.
Right.
Not at the end where it's like, oh, fuck, the whole town's
Before they
fucked.
realize the only way out of this is to
just nuke it all, right? So then Ed, Joey, and Brenda, Joey's girlfriend, they steal the cable van and immediately crash it into a telephone pole, which knocks out all the phone lines conveniently. So now Ed, Joey, and Brenda team up with Jesse, his sister, and Thom, the cable boy, and must work together to fend off the living dead invading their town and make it out alive.
Yeah.
That is the basic plot of Return of the Living Dead Part 2. And we mentioned this off camera, but I believe after the first one, they dropped the.
Right.
So originally it's The Return of the Living Dead, probably similar to how it's, is it The Night of the Living Dead? Yeah, The Night of the Living Dead, right? Not just Night of the Living Dead. I think it's The Night of the Living Dead. Yep. I think.
After that, they drop it too, right? Because it.
Yeah, well, they had to do the Of the Dead series. So after Part 1, it's now just Return of the Living Dead Part 2, Return of the Living Dead Return of the Living Dead 3, and so on, right? So. Do you want to kick us off or do you want, I know why you don't like this. I know exactly why. Can I guess?
Yeah.
Okay. Part 1, with all its faults, according to Mark, the humor doesn't quite land for you, right? But it's still a very adult film.
Yep.
We got a lot of titties, very mature, got hard swearing.
Yep. They did what they set out to do. I just didn't. It doesn't resonate with me.
Part 2 is the family-friendly reboot of Part 1.
You got it. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's a big part of this, right? I actually wrote in my notes, I'm like, do you think kids could go and see this? Like,
the answer is yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't think there's any nudity. They don't really swear.
And
we've got,
there's really no sort of shocking scenes. There's nothing about this. I mean, there's a few scenes that I thought were kind of cool, but nothing in here that I would think would scare kids to the point where like I made the comparison to Goonies earlier.
Yeah.
I think it's a very
apt comparison.
Right? It's not, it is by no means a Goonies movie.
Right.
This way! Come on! Do you want to die? Okay, they seem to like brains, so maybe they'll leave you alone. Shut up. Come on!
I'll say this. I had never seen, I'd seen 3, but I'd never seen 2. I know that a lot of people really like 3, but I know that people hate 2.
Yeah.
And because I'd never seen it, and I was like, okay, why is 2 so reviled? I'm not saying I agree, because this is my number 2. I don't think it's a bad movie. It's not great. It does a lot wrong. It doesn't deserve the amount of hate it gets. I don't think that's fair.
Yeah.
But held up to part 1, I can see why people are just like, fuck 2, because this is supposed to be a sequel, and it's not.
It's basically just a rehash of the first.
Yes.
But without any of the risk-taking or the creativity. I have a note here, like the biggest criticism I can launch against this movie is that it's boring and unnecessary, which, we've talked about this before. The worst thing that a movie can do, the worst crime a movie can commit, is just that it's uninteresting and boring. And that's what this movie is. It doesn't add anything to the first.
A little bit. I'll get to it.
Yeah.
I'll get to it. One specific thing.
Like
they changed the lore a little bit.
Sure. But I mean, there's not enough here to make
justify
you wanna,
it. None of these should exist, Mark.
Yeah.
None of them.
No.
They're all bullshit. Yeah. I know what your number one is, and it's bullshit too. They're all fucking bullshit. You just need one, all right? Yeah. But let's break down how they pussify the first film.
Yeah.
Okay? So, the tone. First movie was very slapstick. This cranks that shit right up. This is what I would call zany.
Yeah.
They go for a zany, like Bozo the Clown-esque, like very slapsticky, way more than the first movie. Yeah. That scene with there's like a decapitated head and it's talking and they gave it like a goofy voice and it's like, hey, let go of my head. Get this screwdriver out of me. Ugh. Get that damn screwdriver out of my head. But then there's also like the scene with like the decapitated hand in the car and they're all freaking out, being like, blah, blah. It's so exactly what you're saying. It's like Goonies.
Yeah.
It's so just a bunch of younger kids and they're dealing with this horror thing and it's very childish in a sense. Like it just all feels toned down. It's not aggressive.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the aggression of the first movie. I wrote down, it's much goofier somehow because the first movie's goofy. This is even worse.
But the first one is goofy for adults. Like it's definitely still designed
for edge. It still has the edge.
Yeah, like teenagers and above is the first one. You should not be going to see the first one if you're, a child, right? For this one, I honestly can't tell if they decided to make this for children or not. Like, what's the rating of this? I would not be surprised if it's like PG.
No, I'm pretty sure I don't think this is an R. I don't think they even swear.
Yeah.
There's no nudity. There's no swearing. There's like no gore.
Like it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
If, yeah.
No, so the first film is not high art.
No.
I'm not saying that. And yet somehow that tone, I know it doesn't work as well for you, but it works for me.
I get why people would like it.
Yeah,
I'm not going to criticize
the humor of the first movie works for me. It does not land for me in the second one. It's like they tried to crank it up and they in doing that made it an even goofier. They went too far.
Yep.
Comedy is so subjective and you're riding a fine line between having a good time and having just enough humor and we're going to take it seriously enough to, now you just pushed it over and now this is just a Three Stooges slapstick routine.
Yeah.
And it's not, it's obnoxious in a sense. Like there's some humor that works for me. I don't know, like the scene where the zombies invade the one house and there's like, they get distracted by the workout video, like the hot workout lady on the screen.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know, that's okay.
But like, if you like that, then you probably like the Michael Jackson reference at the end.
I thought that was great.
Yeah. See, I was like, oh God.
You didn't need to do it. I don't know. It's okay. It's worse than the first movie, but again, it's my number 2. It's not, I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah. This is only my number 3 because it still technically counts as a movie.
So wow. What a setup. Yeah. So One of the scenes that I found very funny. Because you were talking about like, it doesn't really have the edge. It's not as dark. I think one of the darkest things that happens, which is like, that's actually pretty fucking dark. There's a scene where like
I know where you're
they
going.
roll up on the pet store.
Yes,
and the zombies are just massacring these poor animals. That's a fucking that lands. That's fucking hilarious. And it's something we hadn't seen.
It's so out of place.
Yes.
In this movie, right?
Yes,
like,
and it's so dark.
Like,
you just hear their like cries for help.
Yeah.
And these zombies are just tearing into these poor animals in the pet store. They just massacre the pet store. And it's something that hadn't a lot of zombies don't or a lot of zombie films don't show you this. They don't show you the zombies eating animals. Right? Because it's not a common thing that you would even like.
Yeah.
How does that even happen? Right?
It's almost like people have more sympathy for animals than they do for people.
Right.
Right.
So it's very jarring.
Yeah.
It's a very dark joke. So that to me feels more in line with the first movie.
Yeah.
That's more of an adult.
It's almost like they filmed the movie and somebody was like, "Hey, we got to have something in here that amps it up a little bit. Can you go back and include like another scene?" And they're like, "Hey, we got just the thing." And then they go and dial it right up. Yeah, that scene was quite intense.
So I think the absolute worst element, one of the worst elements in this movie is the goofy doctor sidekick character, who just shouldn't be in this movie.
Yeah.
He serves zero purpose. So like when the group is trying to escape from the neighborhood, they end up like trying to steal one of the neighbor's cars, and it's this like eccentric doctor character.
Yeah.
And they steal like his vintage car and like that's what they use to escape the neighborhood. I don't get his character. He's supposed to be like, the way I interpret it, like his performance is kind of all over the place. So he's trying to be kind of nutty and wacky, but serious at the same time. So he's kind of doing like a deadpan thing, but then he gives you weird reactions to things. I don't know. Do you even know the character I'm talking about?
I do.
Like he sucks. Every scene this guy is in fucking sucks. I hated this character.
Oh, it's you. Why aren't you out playing in the traffic? How'd you get in here? What seems to be the problem?
Where are the keys to your car?
Why, are we going somewhere? Ah, yes.
What?
When did you two have your last bowel movement?
He just didn't.
Yeah, but the movie sucks. So
I don't know that it doesn't suck. It's
it
just
sucks.
No, he's trash. Yeah. All the scenes with him are just crap. He doesn't really click with anyone else. He's got no chemistry with any of the other actors too. So yeah, no, that character I think should have just been removed altogether. Speaking of characters, let's talk about Jesse. Let's talk about Why does he suck, Mark? Why does he suck? Because I don't think you can do a lot worse for child performers.
Sure.
He's not annoying.
And this is not like we often see with this, right? It's not a comment on the actor playing the character, right? I think that the child actor does the best with what he's got. He would go on to be in other horror movies too, I think, as a child.
I didn't know.
I can't remember what he was in, but there was something else that he did. He's fine.
He was in Ghoulies 3. Ghoulies Go to College.
yeah, great. It's just the fact that he's included at all, right? Because nothing is going to happen to him, right? Like, I know that they have kids at the beginning, the bully kids.
Well, they die. So I was like, I don't know that you know that. You don't know it until the end.
I think one of the things they did was they made those bullies a little older to try to sort of justify that they're not kids, right? So I get that. I imagine that our what's his name, Jesse, he's like maybe 11 or 12. These kids are like 15, 16, to get sort of just put them over the hump so that, okay, we can kill these kids. And he's a real piece of shit kid, so everyone's going to love that he gets killed. Right?
Unlike you, I don't mind a child protagonist when it's done well.
Yeah.
I think Jesse's fine. He's not annoying. He's the smartest one out of the group, which I think is hilarious.
But he's no Danielle Harris, right? Like there's a right way and a wrong way to include kids in these movies, and I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter.
That's a hard comparison, though. I mean, I don't even know how you would how do you fix the Jesse character to be like Danielle Harris?
Well,
they're serving the same basic.
I guess
role.
What I would say
they're smarter than the people around them, right?
Right.
Like Jesse, he immediately when he sees the writing on the barrels, he's like, oh, this is a military thing. He's like, this is serious. Yeah. So he treats it seriously. He goes and checks on the bullet. And he's like, oh, he's infected? Okay, I have to contact the military. He's proactive. He's smarter than the adults around him.
I guess what I detest the most about his inclusion is that as soon as you see him come into the movie, you know what the movie's going to be, right? At least with the first one. Any one of those characters was up for grabs.
And they all died.
Right? Yeah. Like you right until the very end, you don't know, okay, who's going to survive? Are any of them going to survive? But as soon as little Jesse comes strolling up with his Masterman comic, you're like, okay, well, obviously you're going to live. And obviously this is what the tone of this movie is going to be. It's just going to be...
It's a little bit more lighthearted.
Yeah. And I guess I was just hoping, especially after the first one, that maybe we would get a sequel that took itself a little bit more seriously. No, they went the opposite direction. They went a little bit more slapstick, but still not funny.
They went PG.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, it's the worst parts of the first one, even worse than the first one.
My problem with Jesse is I felt he only existed for the kids watching the movie.
Sure,
it's like because they kind of make him the hero character.
Yeah,
like they because I think he like ends up saving the day at the end, right? And he's the smartest one of the group. And it's like the character only exists so that if kids watch this, they're going to see themselves in that protagonist.
Yeah.
Otherwise, again, I don't. So if you redid this film, the way to retool this would have been he's not the main protagonist. His sister and the Cable Boy are the main people, or even Ed and Joey could have been the main people.
Yeah.
But then they get the little local kid, and he's kind of quirky. And he has a few scenes, and they don't overuse him. Then he would have been better, right? But when you make him the star, and it's a horror film, it's exactly like you're saying. You're turning it into a PG version of the first movie.
Halloween did this well. They included kids, they saved the kids, but then they quickly shuffled them off, right? To, get rid of them.
Well, Danielle Harris, you follow her a lot, but the way they shoot her scenes is always from the perspective of...
Sure, yeah, in that one. But like in the original, you've got little Tommy.
Oh, they get like no scenes. Yeah. Well, they're not their protagonists.
Yeah,
right.
No, exactly. Right.
So
don't put the whole movie on their shoulders.
Where's the emergency room? No, we gotta go to the police station. They'll know what to do. You shut up. God.
Mark, do you want to go with your next point? I have a lot to say.
I mean, I
have a lot to say. I have a lot to say about this one.
How can you have much to say
because,
about this?
Okay, so I remember I said only the first one really needs to exist.
Yeah.
So it's my number 2. It doesn't mean I like the film. I think it's okay. I don't think it deserves the hate it gets. This is my biggest fucking gripe with this movie.
Yeah.
There was so much potential for this idea. Hear me out. So the first movie, where are we? We're basically in a cemetery and a help me out, funeral home.
Yep.
Right?
In Kentucky.
Right.
Yeah.
Second movie, we move the setting. It's right there on your fucking shirt. Move the setting to a neighborhood.
Yep.
The plot, the concept of a zombie invasion in a neighborhood could have worked so fucking well.
You have the opportunity to expand it from a small group of people to,
and they just don't use this concept at all. So literally, what it could have been and what it should have been is it should have been like them running from house to house. So it should have been like zombies have invaded the neighborhood. They got to try to figure a way. I think the whole movie should have just been in this neighborhood. Yeah. I don't think they should have ever left the neighborhood. They could have kept going and further, and the zombies should have been building up as they get into other houses. And it should have been this group going from house to house and like meeting other eccentric people in the neighborhood and like forming this little ragtag group of survivors. And like, they all try to come up with little plans to work and to escape. And some of them work, some of them don't. And then maybe the culmination is they're like, all right, fuck it. We were able to contact the outside world. Now we got to bunker down. So they end up making like this stronghold. And that should have been the climax of the movie is like the zombies are storming in on this house. But no. Fuck all that, because at the 45-minute mark, they just steal the stupid doctor's vintage car and just speed out.
Right.
They completely wasted the concept. Like the opportunity was just squandered. And this is when the film gets boring. Because you said like most of the film is boring. As soon as they leave that neighborhood setting, they drive to the hospital, and the doctor, the annoying doctor character, is just like, oh yeah, Ed and Joey, he like to run some tests. He's like, yeah, they're fucked. He's like, I can't do anything. And then like Brenda is like, well, I don't accept that. And then she takes Ed and Joey out and steals the car to get help.
Right.
Help from who exactly? Like, who are you getting help from? Where are you going? You're in a hospital. You're going to go to the super hospital?
The better hospital?
Like, okay, so that plot only exists to pad out the runtime, because now we're going to have to follow Brenda, Ed, and Joey's attempt to escape, right?
Yeah.
And then she runs into a military blockade, because it turns out after Jesse had contacted the military, they blockaded off, they quarantined the town, which makes total sense, right? Again, that could have been cool too, except, oh, no, they evacuated the town, so the town is basically empty. So we're not running into any other characters other than this small little group we have.
Right.
So we at no point did they run into like, oh, hey, it's Mr. Johnson who works at the bank. Looks like he's held up in like he's holding none of that shit. None of those fun none of those fun interactions that could have happened.
Yeah. But in order to do that, they would have had to make the movie more serious.
Nope.
No. you could still make it slapstick and just go
both
around.
Things can exist. Yep. So then what you're left with, like the second half of this movie, is just characters running around a mostly empty town from one set piece to the next, doing random shit to fill up the runtime.
Yeah.
And that is the biggest sin of this movie, is that that second half just drags, man. It drags so fucking hard. Do you want to talk about the ending?
At the power plant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they introduced a little bit of new lore.
Yeah.
Electricity kills the zombies.
So yeah.
I have mixed feelings about this.
I feel like they only did that because they needed a simple solution that would kill them all, not because they wrote that intentionally as being like world building.
Well, because literally what it is the group, including Jesse the kid, they're now trapped inside the quarantined town, and basically the military, I think, is just going to blow it up again. I think they're just going to do a military strike. And for some reason, they won't let them out. They evacuated the town, but they won't let them out, even though they could just let them out and then quarantine them and test them. But no, the military is shooting at them and won't let them leave. So they're like, no, fuck you guys. You're staying. You're necessary sacrifice. What is it called when you necessary sacrifice? Is that when you have to choose the lesser sacrifice in battle? Is that triage? What's that called? what's the
it'll come to me. Insert it right here.
Did I get it right? Was it triage?
No.
Well, then what's triage, Mark?
Acceptable losses, I think, is what you're going for.
Yes, acceptable losses. Yeah. So it's like the military basically just like, now you guys are acceptable, and like so then they have to figure a way to get out. They end up they hit a zombie with a car, and then it rams it into a sign, and then the zombie gets electrocuted, and then that kills it. So then they're like, oh,
let's do that.
Now, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So then they devise this plan where they get like meat, specifically brains, from like the local meat packing plant, the convenient meat packing plant. Every town has a meat packing plant, Mark.
Right where you need it.
Right when you need it. So then they get the meat pack, they get all the meat, the brains, and they lure all the zombies to the power station, and then they just trap them there, and then they zap them all at once.
Yeah.
And then that's the way they kill them all. And this is the difference between these films, is this next shot. Because what happens right after this? So all the zombies are killed, the military then shows up, and they're like, oh, you killed them all. What happens, Mark? Do you remember?
I don't.
Jesse, his sister, Thom, and the doctor all survive and just walk off into the sunset.
Okay. Yeah. So literally nothing happens. Like that.
They just walk off, and it's so funny that there's no missile strike, there's no downer ending. They just walk off into the sunset, and wouldn't the military, at the very least, this is a very incompetent military, right? Wouldn't the military at least quarantine them?
Yeah.
Because okay, they're like, look, we killed all the zombies for you. Now you can just let us go. And the military's like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, that checks.
I guess that's how that works.
We have no questions for you whatsoever.
Yeah, right.
We're not going to check to make sure you've been bitten. Or
right.
like
Meanwhile, 10 minutes, literally 20 minutes ago, the military was like, come any closer, we'll fucking blow your heads off, right? Why aren't you checking them for bite marks and things, right? No. You know why? Because they had to have a nice PG happy ending.
Because the movie sucks. I did like Jesse jamming the screwdriver into the bully's mouth, though.
There was a couple.
Right.
There's a couple okay, like little effects. You know, some little things. What do I have written down? When they punch the zombie in the face, that was awesome, and its face caves in. It's I think it's Ed and Joey when they're fighting the one in. I think it's when they fight the one in the mausoleum. Yeah, yeah. So that was a really cool effect. There's the half zombie it's in the hospital. Okay. They have to like fight up the half zombie. Yeah. There's some okay effects.
There's potential here.
I'll say the practical effects in this one aren't terrible. They're pretty good, but they're definitely weaker than the first film. Yeah. Not terrible.
They're not as moist.
Yeah. Yeah. And speaking of weaker, the music this time around.
Oh yeah.
The soundtrack sucks. Yeah, the soundtrack. So there's a few good rock songs, like a couple. Yeah. But most of the soundtrack is kind of the generic escalation soundtrack that you've heard in a million other horror films of just like dun 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 tension's building.
Yeah.
Be concerned for our protagonists. Mark doesn't like our movie.
One of the movies in this franchise, there was a rights issue. So the original soundtrack that was released in the theaters was either the initial release, they had to completely change the soundtrack, or the home media release. And I can't remember if it's this one or not, but one of the movies had to completely change their soundtrack. And I'm thinking it might be this one. So that could be an explanation as to why the soundtrack is so terrible.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. We'll never know.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's no way to know these
no way
things,
to
right?
know that.
Yeah.
There's no we don't have the technology to
check
to
stuff.
find out the answers to that. Yeah. There doesn't exist any kind of device that can do that.
You jackass.
Any other points you want to make, Mark? I have one more point. Yes, please.
Suzanne Snyder. I don't know if she was the girlfriend from you would have seen her in Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Oh, that's that actress. Okay,
Weird
cool.
Science. She was also in episodes of Seinfeld.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who was she in Seinfeld? Do you remember?
If I remember correctly.
This reference I'll get.
I think, and I could be wrong on this, so don't quote me on this.
I'm going to quote you.
Yeah. There's the episode where Elaine and Jerry get in the limo with the
she might be like one of the Russian spies or whatever the hell they were.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that was her. I think, but maybe I'm completely wrong.
Yeah, I'll confirm that.
But her, so nice little cameo or nice inclusion of her in this. But she kind of just gives herself up. What did you think of that? She was like, she's the girlfriend, and eventually she's just like, okay, and she just lets him eat the. I don't know.
Okay.
Do you remember this scene? She spends the whole movie trying to get away from Thom Mathews' character until eventually she's just like, okay, I give up. And then she basically just like gives him her head. And then she's like, ow. I'm like, oh, come on.
Every guy wants head, buddy.
Yeah. So, yeah. And then she just lets herself get eaten.
So, tying into that point, why do those characters need to exist? Literally, no. Thom Mathews, James Karen, and what was it? Suzanne, what was her name?
Just Suzanne Snyder.
Okay.
Yeah.
Their characters just shouldn't exist in this movie.
Yeah.
They don't need to exist in this movie. So let's get into the Thom Mathews and James Karen thing first, and then I'm going to also tie into the girlfriend here. So they return. Why?
I don't know.
What was the point of this? They're playing the exact same fucking characters as part one.
But they're not the same.
It's so infuriating. It reminds me of Silent Night, Deadly Night when they kept bringing back Ricky, but it's not Ricky.
It's completely different Ricky.
Right. So you got like two Rickies that aren't Ricky.
I would have found it less offensive if they had actually just brought them back as the same characters, even if they didn't bother to explain how they survived the first ones. But having them in the sequel as different characters, but essentially the same people is just so confusing and doesn't make any sense.
Right. Like, so they basically have the same job, supplying body parts. They have the same dynamic of like the new recruit and like the veteran, right? And they both have the exact same fucking story. Their plot goes, they get exposed while on the job, and then you just slowly watch them die over the course of the film. And like, this is what infuriated me. Like, you talk about like the second half drags. It's like they have scenes of like the doctor examining them. Why? We already know what's going to happen to them.
Yeah.
Their fate isn't a mystery. And I kept thinking in my head, I'm like, oh, there's going to be a twist. What I thought was going to happen is they were going to get cured. Right. I thought when the girlfriend took them and went to the military guys, I was like, oh, the reason they did that was so the military guys are then going to be like, actually, we've been working on this experimental antidote or something like that.
Yep.
No, they just all turn into zombies and then they all die. So their characters serve zero purpose other than padding out the runtime.
And it's not exactly, no offense to the two actors, but it's not exactly like there's name recognition with them to bring them back.
Well, and it's also one of those things where it's like, okay, so you couldn't hire other actors for those roles? Why? Why are you're only bringing them back to just be like, remember these guys from the first one? Sure, but they're not those guys from the first one. So, but you're making them play and then, man, so egregious. Thom Mathews breaks the fourth wall. Do you remember this line?
Oh, what does he say?
He says he's freaking out in the car, and at this point they're driving off in the car, and like him and Ed are like infected, and they're like starting to feel sick, and Thom Mathews he's freaking out, and he's like, "It's like we've been here before."
I just got this feeling.
Yeah, me too.
No, it's like we've been here before. It's like a dream, this whole thing. You, me, them.
Yeah, staring right down the camera.
Fuck off with that fourth wall breaking bullshit. Yeah. So fucking pointless. Though their group doesn't need to exist in this movie. So we've got literally two sets of the exact same protagonists, okay? We've got Jesse, his sister, and the cable boy, two boys and a girl. And we've got Ed, Joey, and Joey's girlfriend. Two guys and a girl. You basically have two sets of the same protagonists. Right. It's too much. They should have just, the way to do it would have been have it as they were always one group and it could have been like 5 people and then maybe kill 2 of them off. Or have it as like they just find 1 or 2 of these other characters. Like, don't just have 2 groups that are the same and try to like, it's so redundant. Yeah.
It's a bad movie.
I had to collect my thoughts for a second because I don't think it's awful, but I have a lot of bad things to say about it. It's not great, but it's not.
I would not recommend anyone go see this. Like,
I would over another one of these movies.
Yeah,
which we're about to get to in a second. One last point I'll make. Do you have another thing you'd like to throw in?
No, not really.
I have one last thing. And this goes into, is this a sequel? Is this not a sequel? Okay, so it is a sequel, right? Like canonically, it's a sequel. Very simple question. Why are the military using guns on the zombies? They know they don't work.
They already know that it's not going to do anything.
They already know that's not really effective unless you're using like a chain gun that's going to like fucking cut them in half.
Shred them, yeah.
Right, you'd have to be using like an M60 to like fucking, but no, they're using like standard rifles. For what? To slow them down?
Yeah.
It's like, so the military didn't come up with a contingency at all. They didn't think, they're not using flamethrowers or they couldn't think of anything else.
Or they just sent them out there, ill-equipped to deal with it. They're just.
But like, even the military is aware that this is a sequel because there's a line at one point when they're like, oh, we're missing some of the barrels. One of the officers is like, not again.
Jesus Christ, not again.
What the fuck?
I don't know.
Yeah. It's misguided.
Yeah.
It's just, it's a, They tried to make the series PG and it fails. It tries to just be the first movie and it fails. If you wanted to just remake the first movie, remake it. If you wanted to make a sequel, make a sequel. It's not a good sequel. It's not a good remake. It's kind of nothing. Right. That being said, I don't like the other shit in this franchise. So let's move on, shall we? We're jumping ahead in time. We're jumping ahead 5 years. We're going from 1988 all the way to the distant future of 1993 with our next entry, Return of the Living Dead 3. I don't like this movie, but I know someone that does.
Yep. You know where I have it. Yeah, this is number 1.
You're out of your mind. That is, this is my number 3.
How is this? Okay, like I can understand you.
Because it's
I knew we would debate.
Fucking mess, Mark.
Compared to number 2,
fucking mess.
No, it isn't.
2 is more structured. 2 is much more.
It's structured garbage.
No, but it's boring.
Yeah.
2 is boring.
Right.
2 is 100% boring.
Yeah.
3 is just a fucking mess. I'm shocked you have this more than the of all. I knew you weren't gonna like 2, and I thought 3. I'm like, Mark's gonna like 3 more than 2 just because 2 is more of a PG movie. But I'm shocked you have that more than 1. I don't get this at all.
I don't have any sentimentality for Return of the Living Dead, so I can just watch these as which one did I like the best.
Sure.
And honestly, like this one's got some good stuff to it.
Does it?
Yeah. Does it?
Does it? Because I feel like what this is like, I feel like you watched Silent Night, Deadly Night 4, the one with the witches, and went, I kind of liked that one better than the original. It's more fun, it's kind of wild. It's got some good stuff.
No one would do that.
And yet, here we are. Yeah, no one would do that.
No, this one's like a horror movie. Remember that? Remember what this was all about?
Is it a horror movie? Because I feel like it's an action sci-fi movie. I don't feel it's a horror movie.
I think there's a different mashup here.
Sci-fi.
But we'll talk about that.
No, I don't want to talk about it. The podcast is over. I don't
stop.
End recording. I don't want to give the plot. All right? No. All right. Okay. Let's get into it. So, directed by. Who's it directed by?
Brian Yuzna. Already a good start.
That is a good start. Yep. I agree. It's directed by Brian Yuzna. He wrote the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids films, as well as Silent Night, Deadly Night 5, one of the best Silent Night films. Yeah. He also famously directed Bride and Beyond Reanimator, Society, as well as the Dentist series. You've heard of those horror films? We'll get to them. Yeah. But Brian Yuzna, super famous among horror fans, super famous, specifically amongst 80s horror fans.
Right.
Yeah.
Big on the body horror.
Yes. Very big on body horror. And that theme is in this movie.
Obvious.
So it opens at a military research center. Where else? We're introduced to Colonel John Reynolds, who meets the female Colonel Sinclair. And they're discussing different strategies of using the military's new bioweapons program and how they should use the bioweapons. What bioweapons are they referring to, Mark? We're going to find out. Cut to the beach where a bunch of cool young people are hanging out, and we meet Julie, played by
Melinda Clarke.
Melinda Clarke, famous to me for her role on the OC.
I've got a line in here. I'm like, stars Melinda Clarke, who I know from CSI and Firefly. Justin will know her from the OC because he's a loser.
I know her. Yeah. I know her as Julie Cooper Nichols from the OC. That's what I know her most from. Is that? Right. And this is a young Melinda Clarke. Yeah. This is like one of her very early roles. And so it's Julie and her boyfriend Curtis. Curtis is the son of the Army colonel we saw at the beginning of the film.
Yep.
And he has swiped his dad's key card to get into the secret military facility. Julie gets all excited because she wants to see like the messed up experiments that the military's running.
Yeah, she's a little wild.
She's a little wild.
She's got interesting tastes.
They set this up very early in the film. Yep. Back to the lab, we see the test they're running involves the 2,4,5 trioxin barrels from the first 2 films. And Julie and Curtis sneak in just as the testing begins, and they get a front row seat. They like hide in the ceiling above. Like, I feel like a military base wouldn't have flaws like that where James Bond can just, infiltrate through the ceiling, but it's a movie.
Yep.
This is a movie military base. Mark, as the resident military expert, can you comment on this? Do you guys deliberately leave pathways within the facility so that someone can get in and out undetected?
Yep.
And also, is it true that you build your ventilation systems 5 times the normal standard so a grown man can crawl through them comfortably?
You have to be able to stand up inside of the, yes. And they have to have slats that are strong enough to hide you, but you can see through them completely. Right? Yeah.
So they watch the test that's about to unfold, and there's like a corpse that's like strapped in a standing position, and they expose it to the trioxin gas, which of course reanimates it in a matter of seconds, exactly what we saw in the first 2 films. They then shoot the zombie with a new experimental bullet. And this is cool lore. Similar to like the electricity, they introduce a new little tweak, because the whole thing is like, how do you stop a zombie that you shoot in the head doesn't kill it?
Right.
And it's like, and all of its body parts are animated. How do you stop that other than fully incinerating it, right? So they use these nitrogen rounds. They're like basically like freezing bullets is the way to think of them. And it seemingly renders the zombie immobile. And we then get like the one guy is like all excited, like the one of the military guys, because it's like all these big wigs in the military, and they're observing the experiment. And the one guy's like, "This is great. We can use these bioweapons," because the military now wants to. It's not about containment.
No.
Now we're going to the next step, which is weaponizing zombies. So the military the plan is like, he's like, we'll send the zombies out against our target. They'll wreak havoc, and then we just swoop in, freeze them all.
Ping them with these bullets.
Yeah, freeze, and then put them on ice until we're going to deploy them again.
Yeah.
Not a bad plan.
Yeah.
It's actually not that bad.
There's actually like a plot here.
It's not that stupid. Yeah, there's a plot, and then it goes off the fucking rails. But yeah, there's a plot. But then something goes horribly wrong because the paralysis didn't hold.
Doesn't work.
And the zombie comes back to life and massacres one of the poor lab techs. They then pump another freeze round into him and strap him down. But look out, because the lab tech is now a zombie, he starts attacking the other lab techs. So they're showing you like the chaos that will eventually happen, which is it spreads so quick where if you get bit, you instantly turn, and then you can. Now, that one guy that got bit did turn a little too quick, personally.
Sure, but you have to say that for the first time in the franchise, there's actually a little bit of tension. Like that little experimental room becomes a death jar for the people that are in it pretty quick, right?
Fascinating.
Yeah.
So then we cut back to Julie and Curtis having sex.
Love it.
And Melinda Clarke goes topless in a shot that 14-year-old me would have gone insane over had I known it existed at the time.
Yep.
That blew my fucking mind because I had a crush on fucking Julie Cooper from the OC. Julie Cooper was like one of the first, like, I don't want to be too crude, but I'll say older women. I won't use the colloquial term that most people like to use, but one of the more older women that I had a bit of a crush on. So had I known that this topless scene existed, that would have blown my fucking mind.
Right.
So kudos to, you know what? Maybe I'm warming up on Return. Yeah, maybe I'm warming up
for that only.
Yeah. Curtis's dad, the colonel, then returns home, and he has like a heart-to-heart with his son. And he's like, due to the failure of my project, it didn't work out the way the military intended. I'm now being reassigned. And because of that, we're going to be relocated.
Yeah.
So he's going to be sent to some other base, some other project. This is common.
This happens. It seems like it happens a lot to him and to them.
Yeah. The interpretation I got was like, what is it called? Military brat.
Yeah.
Basically, you're just like, you're constantly being moved, shuffled. You're forced to shuffle your family around, right? But Curtis stands up to his dad and he tells him he's not going to go as he's finally made real friends. And of course, he's in love with his girlfriend, Julie. Aww. His father protests and they have an argument before Curtis and Julie storm out and run away together. How romantic. The two lovebirds take off on Curtis's motorcycle, and Julie gets all excited and begins trying to fool around with Curtis, causing him to lose control and crash, which sends Julie flying off and into a telephone pole, instantly killing her. Yeah. So it's like, which is a little, I feel like that happened a little too quick, but sure. It's like, fuck you, Dad. We're gonna run away from home. We're in love, man. Like, let's get on our motorcycle. Oh no, I lost control. Oh no, Julie's dead. It happens so quick.
They should have killed her the next day when they're on their motorcycle.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
They needed a little. There needed to be a scene of just something of them getting away. There needed to be a little bit. You know the episode Black Tickets from Freddy's Nightmares with Brad Pitt, where they're trying to get away, and they give us those scenes of dialogue where the two are just. They needed.
Yes. Okay.
Black Tickets had better pacing.
Okay, Black Tickets did it right. Yeah, that's what Justin is saying right now.
I don't know. I felt that was a little cheap. It just happens a little too quick. It's like when you introduce a character and they just instantly die, right?
Right, but I mean, they got to get her to this quickly, right? I mean, it's the story is not about her being. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's still well. They could have done it differently. It didn't have to be the scene of her just dying on a motorcycle. It could have been here's a better way of doing it, Mark. Okay. Curtis runs off. Julie's not with him. He goes to Julie only to find out she's been killed tragically in some other thing that happened.
Sure, but
that's
then
a better way of
then
playing
you don't get to
out.
see the two lovers like riding off together, right? Like,
I can't believe you did it, Kurt. I cannot believe it. We're actually free. This is great. I bet it'll be at least a week before my mother even notices I'm gone.
Send her a postcard. Whoa, Julie, take it easy.
Take it easy? Hey, I've never taken it easy on you.
Yeah, fuck your stupid, ride off into the sunset moment, all right? I want my pacing.
I want my movies to have no plot points.
No, I
don't want there to be anything driving the characters.
It needed to be better pacing. I don't want instant fucking shit happening, okay? So, heartbroken, Curtis gets an idea because he finds his dad's key card, military key card, sitting on the ground. Yep. So he's like, oh, I know what I'll do. I saw what that gas did to that corpse. I'll reanimate my girlfriend. And I think he specifically uses that word. He's like, I'm going to reanimator her. Yeah. Well, because reanimator had already happened at this point.
Yes.
Yeah. This film borrows a lot from one of Yuzna's other movies, and we'll get to that, but do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
No? Really?
Maybe.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So Curtis takes Julie's body to the facility. Not only is he able to get in once, he gets in twice, let alone with a corpse, but he gets in, and he exposes her to the gas, and Julie comes back to life. And she's all terrified to learn that she died and she's now a reanimated corpse because, of course, that would freak you out. Just then, the zombie that was in the barrel, though, pops up and begins to attack them. They escape before the zombie attacks and kills this poor officer that's like just doing his security rounds. Right. I was like, that poor guy.
Wrong place, wrong time, bud.
Right. Don't get in the way of true love, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. Yes.
Who are you to try to get in the way of Curtis and Julie?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what's up. Curtis and Julie then do the only responsible thing to do, which is get the fuck out of there and run away. Yeah. Just taking a note from Bert from part 1, they just hightail it out of there. The Colonel then learns about the situation after reviewing the security footage. Colonel Sinclair, the female colonel, reveals that the general is on his way, and they're raising the stakes a little bit because she has now been put in charge of the operation, or it's something where it's like, as soon as the general gets there, she is going to be in charge. Yeah. So there's like now a bit of there's a bit of
power struggle going on.
Yeah. But there's also like a bit of a timer now that we're put on too. That like Curtis's dad now has to try to get his son back before the military can get to him while he's still in charge. And
yeah, it's the line they say is there's no discrimination during containment, meaning that as soon as Lieutenant Colonel Sinclair arrives and is put in command,
we know how she's going to handle the situation.
Authorization to kill anything that moves.
Right, exactly.
Including the son. Yeah.
We then get this goofy scene that starts with these stereotypical Latin gangbangers playing an arcade machine in a convenience store. And they do what all fucking movies do, which is they use like stock video game music, and they're clearly not playing the game that like the sound effects belong to.
Right.
Do you remember which game they were playing?
They're supposed to be playing Street Fighter 2.
Street Fighter 2, right.
Yeah.
It's a Street Fighter 2 cabinet, okay? And immediately also ruining this, ruining the illusion that they're actually playing the fucking game is the girls like starts complaining. She starts being like, "Are we gonna be here all day? Like, come on, I want to go." And then one guy's like, "If we left when you wanted to, we would have never got to level 7.
Yeah, die, motherfuckers!
Come on, Santos. Woo! Out of here.
Just a few more minutes, Issa.
Said that an hour ago.
If we would have left when you wanted to, he never would have made it to level 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're playing Street Fighter 2.
Right.
There's no levels.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It's a fighting game. It's not a level-based game. So I mean, technically, you could say the 7th fighter, but even then,
Nobody would refer to that as levels. Yeah.
No, and even then, I don't even know that there's 7 opponents you have to beat. I mean, I guess Street Fighter 2.
8 World Warriors. Yeah.
So it's
still,
wrong.
yeah.
No, it's just wrong. It's just bad.
Especially for a game that is so well known, right?
Why wouldn't they have just had somebody run on set and be like, "Oh, actually, dipshit, don't say that."
Yeah.
Like, why couldn't no one was there to just be like, it's a fighting game.
Or
Just,
put like random Galaga or something in there. Like I know
no,
it's
but why
the 90s,
wouldn't you
but,
just say like it would have taken 2 seconds to just be like, if we would have left when you wanted to, we would have never got to the final boss.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
yeah.
Bison's a final boss.
Right.
There you go. No. So then Curtis and Julie show up at the convenience store because Julie is now like ravenous and hungry, and she goes nuts and starts tearing into snacks because she's starving. And the punks are just kind of like, "Yo, what's wrong with her, man? Like, what's going on here?" And Curtis starts like getting all defensive and aggressive, being like, "Back the fuck off. Like, don't worry about us, man. Just mind your business." And then like the gangbangers and him have like this little standoff, and the convenience store owner then gets involved, and he like, I can't remember who takes out the gun, but somehow the convenience store owner gets shot, and the gangbangers take off, but not before Julie bites one of their arms on the way out.
Yep.
And she realizes she likes the taste.
Yeah.
Because remember, she is now she's a zombie effectively at this point, right? Curtis and Julie then jump into the van they jump into a van outside that belongs to the store owner, and the store owner's like, "Please take me to a hospital." And the cops show up and just immediately start firing at everybody.
Yeah.
Like they just start shooting at everybody. They don't try to get any information or understand the situation. They don't need any of that shit. They just show a kill squad.
The store owner gets shot in the back of the van.
Yes.
Like,
So literally, they're like speeding off, and the poor store owner is like bleeding out in the back of the van.
Right.
And he's like, "Oh, just get me to a hospital. I need medical assistance." He opens the back of the door of the van while they're driving, and he like tries to wave down the cops, and the cops just shoot and kill him. And it's a really like bad shot of like. When he gets shot, it like cuts to a dummy, and it doesn't look anything like him. It's just such a bad looking dummy. But like, who are these fucking cops?
Hey, who's the army in these?
Are
movies?
these 2025 cops?
Yeah.
Oh,
topical reference.
Anyways, so then the headshot to the store owner exposes his brain to Julie, and then she just starts devouring it. Again, giving into like her urges, right? Her cravings. She's blood, human body, brains. Remember, she's a zombie, right?
Yep.
So she's she's very cognizant, but yet is still succumbing to these urges. They then ditch the van and head into the sewers where the lovebirds have a little fight and go their separate ways temporarily. We randomly cut back to the head of the gangbangers. Do you remember his name?
No.
Santos, the head of the Latin gangbangers. And the one gangbanger that got like bit by Julie is now like dying. And Santos is like, "Oh man, this can't stand. We're gonna go get that bitch." Why? What do you care?
Yeah.
What? Like, you don't even know who the fuck they were.
Yeah.
I'm getting so animated. I'm hitting the props on the set. Like,
you've been wronged somehow. Like, come on, just let it go.
You don't know who they. Okay, how are you gonna even find them?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. So then, Curtis also runs into like this eccentric vagrant who starts following him around also for no reason.
Riverman?
Sure.
That's what they...
It's like was he... I don't even care.
Yeah.
Curtis then finds Julie, who's all messed up. The gang shows up, and they're like, "You're dead meat, SA." And the vagrant's like, "Follow me, new people I just met, and I'm going to help for absolutely no reason." And they run off into the sewer system, and the vagrant has like this secret little hideout, kind of like the Ninja Turtles.
Right.
Sure.
And Ninja Turtles are cool. So
Sure, Mark. Sure. We're stretching now. Colonel Sinclair is then granted authority. So she's now the ranking officer on this mission or whatever. Yep. And the father, John, is like, "Fuck that. I'm going to go save my son." The vagrant guy, I already skipped ahead. The vagrant guy takes them to the secret hideout, and it's like in a pump room in the sewers. I do like these little hideout sets in movies, but I always find it funny where it's like, man, someone's not doing their job when you're not discovering little hideouts inside your sewer system. When's the last time that pump room was serviced?
It's like the city isn't sending somebody in to like check on these
places. They
places.
Don't service these rooms ever. Santos and his gang are just like, fuck it, let's go get them. We're going to go into the sewers after them. Like, they really are not letting this go, this little snub against their gang for whatever reason. Meanwhile, Julie has a realization that pain is the only thing that subsides her hunger and proceeds to completely mutilate and augment her body with chains, nails, hooks, glass, and basically whatever the fuck whatever rough object she finds lying around her. Santos's gang then finds the sewer hideout, and Curtis tries to fight them off, and the kind of new and improved Julie reveals herself, and she...
Uber Julie?
Yeah, like, she looks like some monstrosity, and then Santos is like, "Ooh, kinky, you look like my kind of girl," and he tries to, like, assault her. What are you seeing, Santos, that I'm not seeing? Because she looks just like a fucking monster. Like, she doesn't look like a hot goth girl or anything. She literally looks like a mutilated monster.
Yeah.
Just how horny Mark, as the resident hornball on this, on this podcast,
right.
How horny do you have to be to try to fuck that?
Oh, you don't have to. Not at all.
No,
I mean,
no.
It's
Not when it's Melinda Clarke.
No, I mean, like she did have her breasts out the whole time.
Well, they're not really her breasts. They're like prosthetic breasts. But no, they're not her real tits. Yeah, those are not. Sorry to disappoint you, Mark.
Okay, but in movie.
Yeah, but not really. Yeah. Are we going to get into a tit debate here about like the proper way to do it? I am getting tired of this. Is a new trend now where it's like, rather than show the actors' actual parts, they just CG over it now.
Yeah.
So like, but back in the day, they would often do shit where it's like, okay, let's say someone didn't want to show their butt or something. They would actually get like a model or something for the cutaway of their butt for a specific shot.
Yeah.
But now instead of doing that, they just CG or they're actually using prosthetics.
I mean, that was Return of the Living Dead 1. They put
on her cooch
down below.
Yeah, on Linnea Quigley. Linnea Quigley, that's her actual tits, but they didn't show her vag because apparently
that was too much.
Yeah, I don't want to get too technical, but apparently, let's just say the bits she had working with downtown were a little too aggressive. She did not have a very neat downtown, shall we say? So they had to use prosthetics. Did you know that?
I thought it was just because it's like, okay, we'll let you away with the top, but you're not getting away with the bottom.
No, she was totally willing to show everything. It's that she had...
Oh, yeah, she was.
Yeah.
But like
it was because the filmmakers were like, we are going to get an X rating if we should.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, but I think it's because of her particular bits, I think, stood out a little too much.
Oh, fair enough.
You know how some women have a little bit more... You see these things hanging behind us here right now? Some women have more of these things, and some women have less of these things.
This is all going to get cut out, right? Fair enough. Okay.
I think that was the actual reason. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah. Santos wants to fuck a monster. So he tries fucking Julie, and that works out as well as you expect, and she like kills him 2 seconds later.
Yep.
And then Santos comes back to life as this strange zombie that's like, it's it's like his body, but his head has been pulled up. It almost looks like he survived a Mortal Kombat fatality, and now his spinal cord is like extended out of his neck stump, and his head is kind of swiveling on his spinal cord.
On this like little tower of his body. His
Yeah,
neck,
it's kind of cool, but kind of stupid. Yeah. I had mixed feelings on it. It looks okay. Then the rest of Santos's gang gets killed and turned into zombies as well. The military shows up, captures Curtis and Julie, and they're taken back to the facility where Julie is imprisoned. When Curtis finds out, he freaks out, of course, and tries to free her. And this sets off a chain reaction of events that causes utter chaos to break out in the facility as the zombies get loose once again, while Julie and Curtis attempt to escape.
Yeah.
That is the plot of Return of the Living Dead 3. And it is a mess. And it is not deserving of any first place position given. But Mark, please tell us why.
So, unlike Justin's assessment, I thought this was actually a decent movie. First and foremost, I think the mashup that we get here with the horror and sort of love story works much better than the horror mashup with comedy. I think horror and comedy are just polar opposites, and you can't have both together, not intentionally anyway. Whereas this one, I felt like maybe it wasn't like the best love story in the world, but you kind of start to feel for our two protagonists, right? They're going through something, and it helps to reinforce the horror of the story that these terrible things are happening to her and ultimately to them, but they're still very much in love with each other. And you feel like, you start to feel something for these characters, maybe not as much as other movies, but certainly more than the first two movies.
What's going to happen to us? You want to know what's going to happen to us? We're going to move to Seattle. We're going to get a nice place on the water. I'm gonna get a gig in a band, and you can hang out all night and party and watch me play. Do you really think we'll make it?
So let's talk about the love story.
Yeah.
This film was directed by Brian Usna.
Yeah. He
directed another little film called Bride of Reanimator. It came out in 1990, 3 years before this one. It's the same damn concept. He obviously really liked that idea of like, what about these lovers? And the guy is forced to try to reanimate his girlfriend, and she comes back as a monster, and it's very Bride of Frankenstein-esque.
Sure. Okay.
It is. It very much
But
so
I mean,
is.
this isn't the first time we've seen this. Bride of Reanimator wasn't the first time to do this.
It's the first time ever since Bride of Frankenstein, Bride of Reanimator. It was never done.
This is massive gap.
There was a 50-year gap in cinema.
Yeah, sure.
But he obviously liked the idea, and he wanted more out of it. And some of it works for me, some of it doesn't. So the Julie stuff works. She's basically just a Bride of Frankenstein character. Yeah. She didn't ask to be resurrected, but now that she is, she's a monster, and she has to deal with that reality. And you do kind of feel for her character, like that's a sucky situation to be in, but it's also being caught. It's like, well, what did you prefer? Just you were dead? Like, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like it's a rock and a hard place, right? Yeah. But her coming to grips with that reality of now I'm a monster, but like that creates tension between her and Curtis, because Curtis is almost like he's almost the Frankenstein character in that, like Dr. Frankenstein, not the fucking monster, but he's basically like the Dr. Frankenstein character in that he's responsible for reanimating her. Maybe that wasn't something she would have wished for, but now she's stuck, and that creates tension between the two of them. Like she has like a line which is like, you made me this way. You should have just left me for dead.
What are you doing? Stop it! Don't touch me! Stay away from me. Just leave me alone. How could you eat that man? It's your fault. Me?
You made me this way. You brought me back. You should have just left me dead.
It's a very, I guess tragic is the right word. It's a very like tragic love story in that like it's not really what she wanted, and
this cannot end well.
No,
like,
it's not going to end well, right? They're almost like doomed lovers, right? And it's all because of Curtis, because Curtis just can't accept it. He can't let her go. Yeah. Like his father's like, let her go, son. Like she's now a monster. She's dead. Like and Curtis is just not willing to let that go. It's like a Romeo and Juliet thing. They're just kind of doomed from the beginning. So let's talk about Julie's character for a bit here, because she's the monster that's been brought back. I like things about her. So exactly what you said, it's characterization. You feel for Julie. We feel bad, right? That's a shitty situation to be in. They set up early in the movie that she's kind of a freak, though.
Sure.
They set this up that she's a bit of a freak, right? Yeah. Like her introduction, she's very there's going to be some triggering terms that we're going to talk about, because this is actually a big theme in this movie. Yeah. Self-harm is a big thing in this movie, right? Her intro shot. Do you remember what she's doing?
No, I don't.
She's using a lighter and burning her hand.
Oh, yes, yeah.
First shot you get with her, she's burning her hand.
Yeah. But I would argue that like a lot of teenagers do dumb shit like that.
Usually teenagers do some self-destructive, self-harm behavior, right? But they're showing you that was already inside her.
Not necessarily as a response to trauma, though. Like sometimes kids are just lazy and they're sitting around. They just.
But I think she's a bit of a freak.
Sure, she is.
Because they set up. She's like, she's got a couple lines early on where you're just kind of like, oh, there's something. Something's a little creepy with you.
Gulager, that was incredible, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. That was great.
I wonder if you could feel anything. What? When that bullet smashed into his skull, that dead guy, I wonder if you could feel anything.
Julie,
And that scream, you remember that horrible scream?
I'm trying not to.
And then they later use the self-harm bit. They use the self-mutilization aspect, where the way her zombification works is like, rather than so she has the hunger for eating brains, just like all the Return of the Living Dead zombies do. But in order to subside that, she realizes that pain is able to make her hunger temporarily vanish. Yeah. So she starts using pain as a way to deal with her cravings.
To satiate that craving in the short term, right?
Right. And this is, again, if you're triggered by self-harm shit, they don't pull back on a lot of this shit. They show you the shit. So like you see her, she stabs her hand. There's a brutal shot where she like takes like an old spring coil she finds on the ground, and she like coils it through her skin. That's a pretty disgusting shot. She stabs glass into her hand, and like there's a whole sequence where she just mutilates her whole body, where she eventually turns into what you see on the poster, which is a very striking image. I think it's a bit of a mess.
I mean, I would agree that I think they kind of went backwards with it. They knew what they wanted. Brian Usna had the image of what he wanted her to get to, so he wrote the explanation afterwards, right? Like he's like, ooh, I want to have my character have glass sticking out and spikes.
I want like a super zombie.
Right. What can I do to explain why that would happen? So that's where he kind of got to that. Yeah, it feels a little bit bolted on, but I do like the image. I thought it worked for me.
I think it is a mess.
I think the makeup effects look really good.
I think it's very messy, and I don't think it's a good looking design. I think she looks like a fucking mess. I think they needed to retool it, and it could have been really cool. Yeah. I think it's just very messy.
Sure.
And I just think it comes. I don't think it's a clean design. Yeah. I think they could have. I think it just needed a little bit more time in the oven, and they would have got a better design.
But I don't think that the makeup effects look bad. Like it doesn't look like they just stuck it on there. Yeah.
Yeah, of her. The other zombie I think that looked really good in the movie was the skull zombie. Do you remember that one where it's like head gets split?
Yes.
That one
in
looked,
the facility.
Yes. Yeah. That one looked excellent.
Yeah.
The effects aren't terrible in this one. They're pretty good. They're
compared to the first two where a lot of money was spent on the effects. These ones maybe weren't as valuable, but they were definitely more realistic, right? Like they were going for shock and horror, which was a nice change from the first two movies, which were just special effects to be goofy, right?
So they tweaked the lore a little bit. So now we've got so this is the first time a zombie was as cognizant as it was.
Yeah, there's a few changes here.
So in the first movie, when Thom Mathews' character, Freddy, when Freddy turns, he just goes insane and tries to kill his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Like he's just full zombie mode. Julie doesn't do that. She's aware of what's going on. She does succumb to her urges from time to time, but she's trying to fight it. She has awareness of it. And then later in the movie, the vagrant guy gets turned into a zombie by the military. He gets turned into a zombie, and then the military are trying to weaponize him.
With the exoskeleton on him.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
And Curtis is able to reason with him.
Yeah, you don't lose your cognizance initially.
In this.
It's a progression to sort of losing
full
yourself.
zombification.
Yeah, and I thought one of the more interesting things, I don't know if you caught this, there's one of the zombies they show comes back with a pulse. So in this movie, the zombies actually come back to life. They're not just reanimated, but they actually return to life, right? Like,
no, dude, they're reanimatored.
yeah, right. I mean, I think it all lends itself though to when you hit them with the trioxin though, you do get the person back, but not in the way that you're expecting, right? So you get that sort of monkey's paw element that it's if they came back immediately as just raving zombies, then you wouldn't have the thing that drives the plot of the story, right? That she comes back to life, and I actually do kind of get to be with her, right? When Riverman,
which is, but it's inconsistent though, right? Because why does the one lab tech at the beginning just instantly turn into a mad zombie?
Don't worry about
see, that's the thing. It's like, it's still clunky. I
Yeah.
get what you're saying. It's like they tweak the lore for plot important characters. Right. Everybody else just turns into a raving zombie.
Otherwise, we wouldn't feel bad for Riverman at the end if we knew that he was just completely
He has
gone.
to have some humanity.
That's right.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk about. So some of that works for me, some of it doesn't. I think her design's a bit of a mess. I think it's a clunky movie. I think the third act kind of is whatever. Actually, I think the second and third act both suck. I don't like the whole Santos gang can fuck right
unnecessary.
Off.
Yeah.
But it's to pad out the runtime. That's the only reason they're there.
You gotta have some things happen.
Right. That's exactly it.
Yeah.
Some things have to happen, but those things it's just lame.
Sure.
I don't like
they
it.
Could have done better.
The whole Riverman sub guy. I think he kind of sucks as a character.
I said it. Pretty lengthy scene of Kurt walking through a storm drain with some guy called Riverman.
Oh, it goes on so long.
Could have cut those to get down below the 90 minutes.
This should have been a 70-minute film.
yeah, there you go. Yeah.
But so there's a lot of padding runtime shit. There's a lot of run around the lab shit too at the end. It's clunky. What does work for me is the newest element we get, which is the military weaponizing zombies.
Right.
They're not containing, they're not destroying. Now they're trying to weaponize them, turning them into bioweapons. Yeah. That's kind of cool. Right.
It makes you wonder, was this the plan all along?
Yeah, because what was the whole thing with the because you never really know. They're just like, oh yeah, some guy fucked up and they accidentally exposed the chemical to a morgue and then all hell broke loose. But it's like, well then why were you making that chemical?
Was it created as a byproduct of something else they were doing that accidentally had the impact of bringing things back to life? Or was that the purpose all along, was to reanimate the dead for military purposes?
I like Curtis's dad's idea, which is leave them as zombies and then deploy them and then just use the freeze rounds.
Yeah.
I was like, that's cool. Yeah. I like the freeze round concept. The other, whatever her name is, the female colonel, her idea is really stupid. The exoskeletons. How did you feel about this?
I thought it was, all of these, come on. Nothing you're going to get in any of these movies is going to be,
it's something. I don't know.
The idea of, how can we control these things for our own purposes? Well, if his freeze ray isn't going to work, let's try my metal exo suit, right? I think the execution was kind of poor, but it did give us probably one of the most impactful scenes in the movie, right? At the end with Riverman.
The military's idea is to graft metal exoskeletons to the bodies of the zombies to what was the point of that? To make them robots, basically? The one guy explains it because he's like, the one lab tech guy, he's like, they're the future of, this is the future of warfare. They're biomechanical weapons driven by meat batteries.
Yeah.
That one in there's a prototype. This one's going next.
You mean Julie?
That's right. They're all gonna end up like that. Biomechanical weapons driven by meat batteries. Never have to be fed or recharged. They just keep going.
But I think they can control the suit.
The idea
so when
is
they're done with it,
so that they can just go boo, and then they can't move because they're locked in these suits.
That's kind of what I got from it. Yeah.
My interpretation was they were giving them the metal suits so that it would strengthen, because like human flesh is weak, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking of as they were armoring them. They were basically turning them into like armored
but
zombies.
They still have to have some element of maintaining control over them,
I guess.
Yeah. Otherwise, like then you get what you've already had. Right.
I mean, the whole process, this is the big thing, is like exactly what you're alluding to. The process is kind of inhumane.
Very, yeah.
So even though they're zombies and they're dead, technically they should have no rights. They're basically corpses. You get that scene. It's like there's a whole scene where they're showing the process of turning Riverman into one of these weapons. And they're like drilling in his brain. He's screaming in pain.
Nailing nails into his skull and stuff like this as they essentially bolt this thing onto his body.
The way they are interpreting this, and I didn't get this interpretation in the first movie. I don't think they really have it in the second movie either. The zombies in those entries don't really feel pain.
Right. They don't have awareness.
No.
Yeah.
In this one, they feel pain.
Yeah.
They can, because Julie's using that to satiate herself, to stave off her hunger, right?
Otherwise, she's going to have to start attacking her boyfriend, right?
Right.
You know?
So like the whole thing where like when they're I guess mutilating Riverman in a different way, with augmenting him with like machinery. It's kind of horrific.
Yeah, they're basically like, we don't care that you feel every inch of this happening to you. And
because you're not a thing. You're a weapon. You're you're not a person, you're a thing.
So this is one of the things about this movie that I really liked. It's serious. I mean, okay. And in as much as anything can be serious in a Return of the Living Dead Part 3 movie, but you get some moments where, had they taken the level of let's take this seriously and applied it to like the first one, I think you would have had an incredible movie, right? But
So you like this? So explain again. Why does this get the edge of the first one? Just because it's more serious, or at least it tries to be.
It to me it feels like an actual horror movie. When I watched this, I was like, okay, all right, we're back on board here. Right?
See, to me, it feels more like a science fiction film.
Sure,
it doesn't. Those lines get blurred very often, but like to me, this feels more actiony sci-fi. It doesn't read horror as much. Body horror, yes, for sure, body horror. I'll give you that, but. I don't know. I just don't really like the sci-fi part to it.
Yeah. I mean, this is not the hill that I'm going to die on as far as the franchise.
Well, you put it as your number one, so you kind of have to die on this hill.
No.
And I'm not reanimating you, buddy.
Like, I understand why someone might like the first one. It didn't work for me. Right. Whereas, so from that point on, it's kind of open season. Which one of these movies am I going to
with you the most?
That's right.
Yeah. I think so. Just so you know, what the consensus generally, most people would say the first one's the best.
Yeah.
I'm in the minority saying the second one is the second best. A lot of people like the third one. So I think a lot of people are going to agree with you. The third one's pretty solid, but I don't think
not better than the first.
That's it. I think that's really the hot take. So. Another problem I have with 3 is like I just don't give a fuck about any of the characters. Curtis is kind of nothing. Dad's kind of nothing. All the military guys suck. There is no other characters other than the gang. They all suck. Yeah. Riverman, he's acting too weird.
What the hell do you want?
I saw a river swallow 3 men one time back in New Orleans. It was a night just like this, pitch black.
Sure, but I did feel for him at the end. Like I'm like, oh, this isn't good.
No, he's street trash, dude. That's what you.
They deserve to have metal skeletons.
That's the one thing that I was like, oh well, if they just rounded up all the homeless and turned them into biomechanical weapons, not against that idea.
There's that awesome Justin coming back.
Yeah, they serve some function.
We've always got to have the like socially acceptable Justin moment.
I'm cleaning up the streets, buddy.
Yeah, I love it.
I'm giving you
know
real
what? I'm
practical.
Sold. I'm sold.
Hey, at least you're gonna see results.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The minute the result.
You should run for mayor,
dude. We're not gonna. You don't worry. You're not gonna be in the room when we drill into the zombies' heads. Okay.
If you ran for mayor, I would definitely vote for you on a campaign built around. Hey, we're going to take the vagrants of society.
We're going to turn them into
weaponize them against our
bioweapons.
enemies. I'd be like,
and the other thing is nobody wants to fight in wars either, right? So,
yeah.
Although, anyways, what other points do I have? Yeah, the characters just don't really resonate with me. I didn't like any of the characters. They all kind of just were meh.
Yeah.
What did you feel with the ending?
I kind of liked it. I know it's I don't know if I'd say it's a little cliche. It's very kind of Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, it's very doomed lovers. Yeah.
But, again, because they took it seriously,
it's like Greek tragedy.
You kind of feel it, right? Like,
so what happens at the end is as they're trying to escape, Curtis, all hell's breaking loose. The zombies all break loose, start attacking, including the bioweapon.
Yeah, because
zombies.
Julie and Kurt realize we can't even if we escape, we can't escape knowing that we're leaving the rest of these people
to be subjected to this.
Right, so we got to let them all go.
So then all hell's breaking loose. Everybody's getting torn apart. Curtis ends up getting bit during all this, so now he's fucked. And then in a move mirroring Frank in Return Part 1, they decide to put themselves into the incinerator and burn up together. And it's kind of abrupt. Like they're just like, well, that's it. We need to die together. Okay, sure. And then they put themselves in the incinerator. Boom! Instantly cuts to credits.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of would have liked to have seen that, have the opportunity to breathe a little bit longer, so that you understand that is the. They do that when they come to the realization that there's no other option for them, but you need a little bit more to kind of support that idea. I understand how they get there. I just would have liked to have seen them spend a little bit less time in the aqueduct, the sewers, and a little bit more time sort of developing this is hopeless.
And I would have liked to see them have more time on the road, where I would have got interested in them. I needed a little bit more. I needed a little bit more of a road trip with them. I just wanted a little bit more. I didn't care enough about them. The film didn't make me care enough about them yet.
Yeah.
So then when Julie gets turned, I'm just kind of like, yeah, but I also don't care about Curtis, and so like, yeah. Any other points you want to bring up?
No, I don't think so.
I have one other thing to bring up, and this is not just this film, but I just happened to catch it, and I was like, this is a trope that they need to stop doing.
Yep.
The fake fighting off zombie acting in these movies. So there's a scene in the sewers when like Santos's gang is like trying to break into Sewerman's little hideout, and they're trying to like board it up. And they start like, so the zombies, the actors, right, are putting their arms through, going like, trying to grab at them. And like Santos has like, or not Santos, like Riverman and Curtis, they both have like pipes or something. And they so clearly can't hit the actors, right? So they're doing like these, like,
they're pulling their punches each time.
And they're trying to make it look like they're, hitting as hard as they can, but they're so clearly not. And they're so clearly deliberately missing the actors' arms and hands.
Yeah.
Which I totally get why you have to do this, but maybe just don't do that shot.
Then film it a different way.
Because part 1, part 2, they all do this shot. They all do the actors trying to break in and the fake fighting off. But you're so clearly pulling your punches, and it just comes across. It takes me out of it.
Yeah.
It breaks the illusion. I can't suspend my disbelief because I can clearly see the actor trying actively not to hurt his fellow co-stars.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I know it's not 3's fault. It's just a thing they all do. So, like the first movie's guilty of it too. Like they're all like going like, like
it's a side effect of low budget movies where they just don't have the opportunity to film this in multiple ways and cut it in a certain way to make it look as real as possible. So
okay, another crazy idea. Have vagrants do those rolls and then actually hit them as they're trying to get through the fucking window. Then you can just crank those fucking guys, right?
Like bum fights.
Pay them after the fact. But you never thought that was going to come up on cinema.
Justin, folks.
Are we ready to move on?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'll ask you one last question. So would you recommend this to somebody? Like, should somebody go and watch
Bum
this?
fights or Return of the Living Dead?
Yeah. So, okay. After Return of the Living Dead, the first one,
right?
Between the second and third one, which one would you recommend somebody go and watch?
Neither.
Yeah.
Because they don't need to exist.
Yeah, I mean,
you kind
of said that about the rest of the franchise.
None of them add anything. I know what you're trying to do, which is say like, okay, 3 serves more of a purpose than 2. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
3 has more of a sequel feel to it. 3 is an actual sequel.
Yeah. I also feel like it stands on its own.
2 is not a sequel. 2 is 100% not a sequel. Yeah. Do either one of them need to exist? No. I ultimately think that. 2 gets the edge because I think between the 2, it's less of a mess. I think it's a more competent film personally than 3 is. I think I just neither of them are particularly good. I had more fun with 2 because 2, I like the idea of like the small town getting invaded by, it feels more like a traditional zombie film.
Yeah.
3 is not really a zombie movie. It's like a sci-fi action movie where the girl's being slowly turned into a monster and she has to, like, I guess the closest you get to a zombie film is the end 20 minutes when the outbreak at the lab, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't really feel like a traditional zombie movie. 2 still has the bones of zombies invading a small town.
Sure.
And there's fun to be had in that, right? But I wouldn't recommend either of them as a follow-up to the first one. If you watch this, just watch it on its own. You don't need any of the rest of them. Nothing here justifies a sequel, in my opinion.
Return of the Living Dead, the original part, would you say top 10 for you?
Of horror films of all time?
Yeah.
I don't know if it would crack top 10.
Yeah.
It'd be probably in top 20.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'd put it in there.
Yeah, probably top 20.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, it's
definitely not top 10.
It's no Friday the 13th part 7.
Or part 5.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yep.
This podcast is sponsored by the fine folks at Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys. Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys is your one-stop shop for everything cool and collectible. We are located in the heart of downtown Oshawa. That is Oshawa, Ontario, Canada. If you're looking for movies, video games, and toys, check us out. We are worth the drive. And we're back. We just satiated ourselves with some fantastic brains.
Yep.
They were delectable. Really, really subsided the pain of being alive.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm able to relate more to our zombie brethren.
Yeah.
Because of that.
Right.
Yeah. Moving on to our next entry, we are jumping ahead quite a bit. We're jumping ahead 12 years into the future. It's 93 is the previous century. We're jumping ahead to 2005 with 2 back-to-back sequels.
Right. Both filmed in 2005.
Both filmed the same time and shot back to back. We're going to do one after the other, but it's just kind of strange that we have such a large gap. Maybe we'll get to why, like we're going to talk about why we think that might have been.
Right.
I have a thought on why there was such a large gap between the 2 entries. But let's start with the first of the 2 later sequels. This is from 2005, Return of the Living Dead, Necropolis. This is my number 6.
Number 6?
Did I say 6?
Yeah.
This is my number 5.
Number 5. I'm like, it's so bad. I mean, it should be
it's
number
funny,
6.
Is I have 6 written, so I think subconsciously I was like, okay, so it's worse than the worst.
No, I like that. That's your number 6 pick.
It's my 5. I think this is the worst in the series.
I went 4.
Okay, so you think Rave to the grave.
That's
okay,
right.
all right,
Yeah.
interesting. Okay.
I'm
kind of
I'm fine with it.
It really makes no difference. So there's a huge gap. You go from like 93 into 2005, right? The question is why? Why bring this back?
Yeah.
And I know the answer. Some producer thought they could milk whatever juice was still flowing from the original one. They thought, there's still a little bit of milk in this cow.
There's some name recognition, definitely, right?
Yeah, we can crank out a couple of shit straight to video fucking things, and Return of the Living Dead will be on the cover. jackasses will fucking buy this.
Yep.
And that's it. It's just shameless.
Yeah.
These are shit. They're just so... I'm going to get in the plot. I'm going to do like... Don't worry, guys. I'm not just going to not do our job. We're going to thoroughly go through them.
But we could be justified in not doing our job on these ones.
These are... the closest comparison I have would be when we did Hellraiser. And you got Hellraiser Revelations. Yeah. A film that was shot in a weekend at some fucking producer's mansion. And it's like, well, this isn't a Hellraiser movie.
Right.
But you did it because you had to retain the rights.
Like an ashcan version. Yeah.
So it's the same situation of like, I don't know that it was to retain rights. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But it's just like somebody was trying to milk this dead cow.
Right.
And these are borderline not really even films. They're both fucking messes. So it goes Necropolis and Rave to the Grave is the second one. We're going to discuss Necropolis first. Rave to the Grave is supposed to be the sequel of Necropolis, but even that's very clunky and messy. Yep. And they were filmed simultaneously, which I like. Normally when you do that, the reason is because it's such a big production, like Lord of the Rings, The Matrix, that it's more cost effective to shoot them at the same time because you can reuse a lot of the same sets. People are still in costumes. Like it takes time to restart up a production, right? So when I read like, oh, they were filmed back to back, I'm like, these productions must have been so big. They needed to do it that way, Mark. That's how big they were.
No.
What makes you say that? I don't understand.
Big surprise that was not the motivation. And actually, it makes them worse, right? Because knowing that they tried to not only milk you for one, but milk you for two, out of essentially less than what you would get from one movie. Oh, this is unforgivable.
These are ambitious, big budget feature length films, Mark.
These are terrible, trash-ridden pieces of garbage.
Is Mark right? Am I right? Let's find out. Let's get into the plot of Necropolis. So it opens with a promotional video for a new company in the franchise called Hybritech. It's like some mega corporation that handles everything from military weapons to toxic waste cleanup to frozen TV dinners.
Yeah. I did kind of think that was a little bit funny.
That was kind of clever.
It reminded me of RoboCop, like the ads in the RoboCop movie.
Yeah, very satirical. I was like, okay, I see you, Necropolis. I'm like, this is an okay start, right? And apparently they cleaned up the zombie outbreak from one of the previous entries. They don't specify. It's a promotional video, but then they talk about like, Hybritech worked tirelessly to clean up the terrible tragedy that befell whatever. They leave it kind of vague.
Ambiguous as to what they did, yeah.
But this is a canonical sequel, is the point I'm making. It's not a reboot. It's not a remake. It is in the timeline. It could take place, I guess, after any one of these entries.
Yeah.
But let's just say it was after 3.
Sure.
Why not? We then get a title card that looks like something that I did in high school. I'm not kidding when I say that. It's like very low standard font, pre-packaged video editing software. It looks cheap.
Yep.
Looks bad. That's not a good sign. We're off to a bad start. We then are shown our location. We are in Chernobyl, Russia. Oh no, I'm getting some major Hellraiser Deader vibes. These are foreign productions. Yeah.
Just set it somewhere in like Eastern Europe or
Eastern Blocker where you can film for nothing.
Right.
Lawless lands, just
everything's gray. Yeah.
It's all dour.
Yeah.
You don't even need to put people in zombie makeup. Just film the locals, buddy.
Film the people.
Just film the people.
I'm sure they're all wonderful people.
We of course kid. And we're following some dude in a car with like these 3 Russian gangsters. At least I think that's what they are. And they take him to supposedly the actual Chernobyl site. And the guy's like, Chernobyl? And then one of them's like, don't worry, the radiation here is nothing now.
Don't worry. The Geiger counter is a precaution. The level of radiation is like you're getting your teeth x-rayed. The bullshit you hear about this place is just to get more money from you Americans.
Sure. Okay. If you say so. They then lead the guy to this facility where they show him the last of the Trioxin 5 canisters. Did you catch this?
Yep.
It's no longer Trioxin 245.
245.
It's Trioxin 5.
Now, do you think it's different, or is this just a slick way of just calling it?
I'm glad you bring that up.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
So I had that thought and was like, oh, maybe this is like the Russian knockoff version of what the U.S. was working on. And I started thinking about it, and then I went,
wait a second.
I don't give a shit.
Why do I?
This movie fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, I don't care. And then, so then one of the mobsters goes to move one of the barrels and immediately gets contaminated by like ooze seeping out of one of them. And he turns into a zombie in like 2 seconds.
Yep.
Remember in the first, like basically the first 3 films, but like more so the first 2, when you got exposed, it took a long time for you to turn into a zombie.
Yeah. You got sick.
If you get bit, you get turned immediately. But if you get exposed, no, it took a while for you. It's like it slowly kills you and then it kind of reanimates you. Yeah, no, not in this lore. No, you just instantly turn. So he gets turned into a zombie in like 2 seconds. And then it awkwardly cuts. And now it's like a dream sequence. And there's like a car crash. And then some kid wakes up. So I guess it was his dream. Like we don't, it feels like they cut away from that first action scene. They don't really resolve it right. And then we're just, now it's like, okay, no, that happened. All right, now go to this.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, that's not how you resolve. You got to finish the scene, not cut halfway through the scene. But
high quality picture we have here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So then we're introduced to our new protagonist, Julian, played by John Keefe, who I know best from Return of the Living Dead Necropolis.
I was thinking to myself as you started this, like, oh, this is going to be rich. He actually knows this person from something? No.
Julian lives with his pyromaniac little brother and Uncle Charlie, who's like, Uncle Charlie.
Uncle Charles is one of the guys that we've seen already. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He was the shady guy that was with the Russian guys at the beginning. So I guess he survived that scene.
And he's trying to buy the stuff, right?
He was trying to buy the trioxin barrels from these Russian shady gangsters, not gangsters, military, not military. I don't know. It's
black
all vague.
Market guys.
It's never explained. Yeah, these black market dealers. He's trying to buy the trioxin, and it's revealed that like Charlie works for Hybritech. So seemingly he brokered a deal to buy the trioxin barrels for under the orders of Hybritech.
Yeah, that's what I got.
And Hybritech makes they're a weapons manufacturer.
Well, again,
this isn't military. They're not military. They're operating outside the military.
I got kind of like an umbrella corporation feel about Hybritech.
Hold that thought.
Yeah.
Hold that thought.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. Yeah, we'll get to that. I have another question. Why do the Russians have these trioxin barrels?
I don't know.
Why are they there?
I don't know.
You know why they're there? Because they had to shoot the movie there because it was cheap. So they're just like, yeah, they're there now.
Might as well use Chernobyl. I mean, everyone's heard of it, and
we're then introduced to Julian, some of Julian's other friends. There's Becky, who's kind of like she's kind of like the cute klutzy girl next door. She's played by Amy Lynn Chadwick, who I also best know for her role in Return of the Living Dead Necropolis.
I'm sensing a theme here,
a running theme.
Yeah.
Julian and Becky head to school, where we're introduced to the rest of Julian's friend group, whose names I didn't bother to write down because who cares?
Who cares?
And they're just like, it's like a couple hot chicks, a black guy, and some jock guy.
Yep.
It's like, all right, as stereotypical as possible, like as it can get. While in science class, Julian gets triggered leaving the room, and this random guy delivers some exposition with a pretty bad line reading.
A very unfortunate part of the scientific process is failure. In simple terms, you cannot make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. Hey, where are you going? Get back to your seat, please. What's going on here?
Julian's parents were two of the volunteers that died last year at Hybridtech. They were in a car wreck.
Yes, sorry, madam. Charlie has these horrible memories of his parents dying in an accident. Do you remember that? It's like he delivers the fucking exposition, and so it turns out the dream that we saw of the two people in the car accident, that was Charlie's parents.
Right.
Yeah, that was just to explain that. So it's also revealed that one of the girls in his friend group that I think is supposed to be Julian's love interest, I don't know, who cares? She works at Hybridtech in like security.
Yep.
Because, this high-tech place would hire a
17-year-old.
A little high school girl to be security.
Right.
That's how that works. Yeah. Mark, does the military hire like high school girls?
Sure.
To do military, or like to do security, like on bases?
Oh, you got it.
Absolutely, right?
Yeah, only, exclusively.
Exclusively, right.
Yeah.
And is that because they're so, I don't want to say defenseless, but they're so like vulnerable that if someone was to invade and try to break in, they would almost feel bad for them.
They feel bad and then just turn around and go home.
They just turn around, yeah. And you know what I mean? They'd be jerks, right? Yeah. Do you think maybe the girls just like take out their cell phones, like try it and you're going to be canceled? Do you think that's what happens?
A la Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh yeah, that worked well for those people.
Yeah, right
try
before
it, try it, bro. You're going to be totally canceled.
So it didn't take much for us to start talking about a better movie that we enjoyed more.
We got like 15 minutes in. We're already switching. Okay. So then at Hybridtech, we see Uncle Charlie and like he's in like some lab and he has like the trioxin barrels in there and he's conducting some like creepy experiments. So he's obviously evil and so is this company, right? Yeah. Later, while trying to show off, Julian's jock friend wipes out hard on his dirt bike. He's knocked out and taken to the hospital. But then later, when Julian goes to the hospital, they're like, yeah, he's dead.
Yep.
He died.
Yeah.
And Julian's like, what?
Yeah.
It's like from like getting knocked unconscious, like he died from that? Like, huh? That's suspicious. But Katie, apparently I did write her name down. Katie, who works at Hybridtech in security, she happens to see, because she works in the security room, so conveniently she's looking at one of the security cameras and she sees them bring in the jock guy, Zeke.
Yeah.
Sees them bring Zeke's body in the facility and she's like, huh?
I thought he was dead. Yeah.
But also, why would Hybridtech be taking in dead bodies?
Yeah.
Like, that's so strange, right? Like, what's going on here? What a mystery. Julian's black friend is conveniently also a hacker and hacks into the Hybridtech website where they find information about a secret project known as Necropolis. So the kids suit up and prepare to break into the shady facility in a fucking hilarious scene that is literally something out of Little Rascals. Their like suit up scene, we're like, we gotta break into this shady corporation headquarters. And like they're suiting up with like things they think they're going to need, which is like they get like walkie-talkies and like headlamps. And I think they also get like rope and other bullshit. And it's like, when is this going to come in handy?
Hey, be prepared.
Like, what is this?
Yeah.
But like, I find it so funny. It's like, we got walkie-talkies. It's 2005.
Pull your cell phone out.
Pull your Nokia cell phones out, people. Nokia cell phones are a thing. Why are they not using walkie-talkies? Yeah, it's so like, it's just so Little Rascals. But it's so out of place because they're all like high schoolers, but they look like they're dressing up like children. Like what children think you would need to break into a facility.
For something like this.
And I think they like pad up and are wearing like elbow pads and shit too. I don't quite remember. Oh yeah, one of them also has like nunchucks.
They all have to make like fake IDs to get in. Apparently this is just no thing. Like it's no big deal.
Oh, you just print that shit
They just
off
make their own fake IDs and walk in?
Yeah. How do you think? You think the military is a better system? I bet I could do that right now. No problem. I mean, especially with the high school girls that you have working your security teams. Yeah. Now that we know this.
Yeah.
Is that a thing that the entire world military employs?
That's standard practice.
That's standard practice, yeah. It's probably since...
I mean, the foundation of the military is built on that.
About teenage girls?
Right. Put your youngest up front.
That goes all the way back.
That's right.
Like to biblical era.
True.
Yeah, like
True.
all the way back.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Alexander the Great and a 14-year-old girl.
And like 14. Wow. Yeah. Maybe at that time they would have been.
That's a different story.
They might not have been security. That might not have been their only role for Alexander. So they break into the basement level of the facility, which looks like some abandoned warehouse, and they immediately encounter zombies. Luckily for one of them, Julian's friend brought a fucking gun.
Yeah.
That's weird. Yeah. Like, Mark, if you were ever out with your high school friends and you guys went on this adventure and like, you know, your friend Ryan just like out of nowhere is like, dude, don't worry.
I'm packing.
I got my dad's gun. That would
I'd be like, dude, put that fucking away.
That would be scary, right? Yeah, right. Yeah. So, but no, he brought a gun. How he got the gun? I mean, this guy must have shitty parents. I have no idea, but he was able to get a gun, sure. Yeah. And the only reason they had to give him a gun so that they could do the next thing, which is he shoots and kills the zombies, and he uses the gun to easily shoot and kill the zombies. What?
Yep.
That's not how Return of the Living Dead zombies work.
Yep. These zombies are different now.
I mean, I guess that's that knockoff trioxin, right?
Yeah.
That's that Russian-made trioxin.
It's only trioxin 5, right?
Yeah, it's not. You're missing the 2-4.
Yeah.
The 5.
I mean, that was the bare minimum.
The 5's the bare minimum of reanimation. Yeah. The 2 and 4. Yeah. What do those stand for? You think it's a chemical formula, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I think trioxin is an actual.
The 2 is the part that gives you the ability to love, right?
Well, wouldn't that be 3? But notice 3 isn't in 2, 4, 5. Yeah. You're thinking of the 3, Mark.
That's right.
Yeah, they kept that shit off.
Trioxin 3 was that's where they perfected it.
They only used that barrel in that fucking barrelless shit film. That was the first and the last time the military used that particular formula. Yeah. 2. Don't be messing with my 2.
I got the wrong one.
So then the group walks around some industrial building they were allowed to film in for like 5 minutes before jumping into some movie-sized ventilation shafts. Because, of course...
More of these.
Yeah. I mean, every film has this, right? That's how they design buildings. They run into crazy Uncle Charlie and hold him at gunpoint and are like, show us to our friend. And I guess Charlie is like the only employee around. There's like, this is vacant. It's Hybritech, cutting edge. We can only afford like 3 people on staff.
Uncle Charles and a couple security guards.
One of which is their friend.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. Where is everybody else? There's like nobody. So then they find Zeke and they free him. Zeke was like the jock kid who apparently was dead, but he wasn't. He was just being held prisoner.
Yep.
And Julian's like, why are you guys doing this? And Uncle Charlie's like, what else? World domination, of course.
You people are gonna burn in hell for this.
Now that's where you're wrong. I think what we're doing is quite humane. Eventually, we're gonna phase out our human subjects and replace them with this cloning program. It'll be Hybritech's finest moment.
What is all this for?
Isn't it obvious? World domination. What's everything ultimately for?
Yep.
I hate this. This is so lame. And then for literally no reason, it's like, world domination. Yep. Okay. Sure. Yeah. That dude makes perfect sense.
Right.
I mean, now that he says it, I'm like, yeah, okay, that's why you're doing this, right? Hybritech's obviously trying to conquer the world.
What other motivation is there?
There is nothing else. No, you know what that is? That was some jackass screenwriter thinking he was being clever. He was like, what if I made the villain say the most obvious motivation? That would be hilarious, right? Yeah. But it's not clever. It wasn't clever, okay? It's not clever. It's not good. So then, for literally no reason, they're like, because remember, they have Charlie at gunpoint, like crazy Uncle Charlie, like evil Charlie, right? The kids are like now holding him captive, and they're like, tell us what really happened to Julian's parents.
Ask him what really happened to your folks, Jules. I bet he knows the truth.
I've already explained it. There was an accident.
Accident, my ass! He's lying, just like he lied about Zeke.
Do you know what happened, Uncle Charlie?
I've already told you, Jewel. Your parents were in a car.
Bullshit! Tell him the truth.
What? What made you think to ask that question?
Was it suggested earlier in the movie that there
was anything mysterious?
Death might have been related to hybrid tech?
No. There, at no point did they set this up. That there was at no point was there ever someone that was like, yeah, they never found the bodies of my parents, even though they were in a car accident. There's nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing to suggest this. At no point was someone like, don't you find that whole accident with your parents kind of odd?
Right. They both used to work at Hybrid Tech or something. No, there wasn't anything like
nothing.
that.
There's literally nothing. Isn't it strange your dad got into a car accident when he was an ex-race car driver?
Right.
Isn't it weird that your mom, ex-stunt woman, lost control of the car? Yeah, no, there's never any setup for that. So for no reason, they're like, what happened to Julian's parents, motherfucker? And then Charlie's like, oh, well, we also used your parents in research. Why?
Yeah.
Why? And isn't that it's uncle. So seemingly that's Charlie's brother or sister.
Yep.
That he's using their bodies. Sure. And then Uncle Charlie then locks them in a room. He's like, all right, time to make my escape. And he pushes a button and it locks them in a room. Oh, but that's no big deal because the kid with the gun just shoots the lock panel, the key panel, and the door opens. Can we stop with that trope? Please, 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 for the love of God. Can we end in order to defeat a keypad system, all you do is shoot it with a gun.
Yep.
That would do nothing.
Shooting locks and jump-starting cars.
Well, okay, locks, it's possible. If it was actually a lock, you could blow out the actual, the pin cylinder, right? But with a keypad, you're not doing anything. All you'd
just wreck it.
You would actually just be trapping yourself. Right. They would actually have trouble getting you out of there. And he does this twice. He literally did it 5 minutes ago on another panel.
Yep.
They do this twice in the same fucking movie. What are we doing here, Mark? What are we doing here? Okay, so then all the zombies in the facility get loose when Katie screws up and she tries. So Katie's like the man on the computer, right? Like the dude on the computer while she's trying to navigate them all.
Yep.
And she tries to get them out of there, but then she accidentally unlocks all the facility locks and all the zombies get out.
Of course.
So now all the zombies are running around Hybrid Tech. And what follows is a clusterfuck of zombies wreaking havoc in a mostly empty facility, the kids trying to escape, all leading to a final confrontation with Julian's parents, which are now super zombies.
Yep.
That is the plot of Return of the Living Dead Necropolis.
This movie is just trash. It looks bad. The only reason why I put it slightly higher is that it does appear to kind of have a plot, but it's pretty bad.
I'm gonna save why Rave to the Grave was above was above Necropolis for me, but I think I might be able to convert you.
Okay.
Once we get to Rave to the Grave,
it won't take much.
Yeah, I might be able to convince you. It might, for the first time on Slash Cinema, I might be able to get one of us might actually change their ranking mid-episode.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's garbage.
I'm not held to either one of these. So, what I would say is the challenge is give me a reason to like either one of these, and I will be.
I got nothing. I have really no pros for either one of them. But we have to do our job.
Yep.
We gotta go. We have to thoroughly review them.
I think the biggest criticism I can, or the funniest thing I can level against both of these, is that you can go onto YouTube right now and find the full versions of these
free,
and no one has taken it down, right? Nobody cares.
I have that in my notes. Both films, you can watch the full movie on YouTube right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't.
Please don't.
Yeah, for the love of God, don't. Yeah. So when you picked, I off camera, when we went to go get lunch, I asked you, I said, why did you pick Return of the Living Dead to tackle as a franchise before of the Dead, before the Romero franchise. And you said, your answer was?
Oh, there's a couple different reasons, right? We wanted something that was a little smaller.
Yep.
Right. We knew that
5 entries.
We know the Romero series got considerably more.
Oh, this is actually our smallest franchise to date.
5 is the smallest we had. We knew we were coming up against some busy months ourselves, right? But also, there's the potential for these things when we don't know a lot about the depth of them, right? I'd seen the first one, right? I knew that I wasn't a huge fan of the first one, but it was a big enough name that I figured maybe they can recover something with this. They didn't.
So what you unfortunately didn't know is what I knew, which is I knew that these piece of shit films existed.
Oh, I did not.
So I knew when you picked Return, I mean, eventually we would have had to do it, but when you picked Return, I just went,
oh.
Because I already didn't like 3. Because remember, I had seen 3. I didn't know about 2, but I know fans don't like it. And I knew these, I'd never seen them, but I know they were going to be piles of shit.
Yep.
And so I was like, okay, cool. So I get to rewatch Return of the Living Dead, and maybe 2 is something. And that's kind of what I had in my head, because I knew the rest of the series was just going to be painful for me. But
well, now I feel a little bit better knowing that I tortured you with these. At least I went in not knowing what I was walking into. But
I knew I was about to walk into a fucking death trap.
Yeah.
You didn't know the fire pit that was ahead of you.
Right.
I had to see it off in the distance and then still begrudgingly keep taking steps towards it. So let's get into it. You touched on this already. It's straight to video shit.
It doesn't even look good enough to be straight to video, though.
Yes. So it's immediately right off the bat. It's bad. The font they use like this cheap stock font that looks like something out of like a 90s sitcom.
Yep.
It's like as cheap a font as you can get. It's the most basic shit you're gonna get in editing software. The footage they use right off the bat. They use like drive-by footage of like an actual military graveyard. Did you catch this?
Yeah.
And it's like you're clearly they did it for production value, right? It's cheap production value. It's like, oh wow, look at this elaborate set we built. It's like, no, you just drove by in a car and filmed a field of decommissioned military vehicles.
Right.
That's not your set.
And you probably didn't have permission to film there either.
To use that footage. Oh no, definitely not. And almost the entire movie is filmed in like industrial areas and abandoned warehouses. These cutting edge hybrid-tech facilities. Right. Yeah, this is top of the line. As soon as they went into the facility, because I was at first, I'm like, because I'm always like, give it the I was an independent filmmaker. I guess technically still am. And like, I've made a lot of short films and like, high school things and productions and those sort of things. And like, we had no money and you film where you can film and it is what it is. So I always want to give these guys the benefit of the doubt, right? I'm always for the scrappy, what can you do with nothing, right? You get a Hellraiser Judgment. That guy had a vision and he is able to pull off some shit.
He used what he had and he cared.
Yes.
Right? Enough to.
You get a Hellraiser Revelation. It's just nothing, right?
Yep.
So in somebody else's hands, it's just shit. These are both just shit, unfortunately. They weren't capable of doing it. The whole movie looks cheap. It's very digital looking. It doesn't look like it looks like they use like the same lenses for every camera because every shot just has a flat digital look to it. I don't know if you noticed this. The colors all seem wonky.
Just washed out as well.
They're like the contrast is way off in like every shot. So it's ugly looking.
Yeah.
I don't want to just keep fucking, but it's ugly looking. It's low quality looking. It doesn't look like it's even up to direct to video standards. It looks like a high quality fan film.
Yeah.
That's what I would compare it to. This looks like something I shot in high school.
I got this. This is mine.
Rave.
But fan films at least would be fun, right? Like you could tell that the people in a fan film like have true love for the passion for the thing that they're trying to, right? That's why they're doing it, right? So at least you could give them that kind of credit. This doesn't even have that, right? The people who are in the movie don't look like they're enjoying the experience. So it's just terrible.
The producers of this movie were the deepest, biggest fans of Return of the Living Dead that have ever existed.
Did this have producers?
Yeah. Somebody had to give some money.
Did this get produced?
Brian Usna directed these.
So
this is a Stuart Gordon, Brian Usna team.
Yeah.
This is what I would call a runaround film. Hear me out. So a runaround film it's when you have no money and you don't really have much of a script, but you got to fill that runtime somehow. So what you do is you get characters, and we've seen a lot of shit movies like this.
Yep.
You get characters in an area, and then you just have them running around doing random shit that doesn't move or advance the plot. You don't give them any real dialogue. You don't give anything of substance, but it pads out that runtime, and you get lines like, "Come on, let's go, hurry up."
Let's go! Come on! Let's go! Now!
Let's go! Let's go! Come on, this way! Come on, let's go! What are we gonna do, man? It's over! Do something! Head for the roof! Come on! I got the cables!
Like, you get that kind of dialogue.
I have a note in here. My God, they spend so much screen time just moving through the Hybrid-Tech building with nothing really going on.
With nothing to do.
I guess the producers had a hard enough time filling the meager 88 minutes of runtime that they had. So yeah, you're exactly right.
It's just a runaround.
Right.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, runaround. I like that.
Runaround movie.
Runaround movie.
Well, there's a lot of runaround movies, right? I mean, it's similar to the Forest films that were big in like the 80s, right? With like, no money, shoot in a forest.
Yep.
Instant production value, right? That's your set, the woods. That was a big thing, Forest films. Yep. So yeah, runaround films. Runaround movies are just kind of like, they're movies where it's exactly as I said. You had no money, but you got to fill that runtime to try to make it feature length. So you have a set, you have actors, but you have nothing for them to do. So I don't know. Just run to that door. Now try to get through that door. Now run down this hallway. Now there's no dialogue. It's just characters yelling at each other to hurry up or be careful, like just one line.
Hurry up to get to nowhere.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Mark, what do you got? Give us a point here.
Oh, there's what
do you got?
At a certain point I started just capturing notes about ridiculous things that I saw in the movie.
Please, yes. I would love this.
What was the point of having the one girl slam her bicycle into the car for no reason?
Oh, you're talking about Becky, her intro thing. That was to show that she was quirky.
Okay. Is that what it means to be quirky?
Yeah, like she was kind of a klutz.
Yeah, and that this isn't the first time she's done this. Like she just okay. All right.
Well,
is that characterization?
Well, it comes up later in the movie because when there's the super zombies, she runs her bicycle and rams it into the final zombie, and that's what causes him to blow up.
Okay. All right.
But you didn't know that.
There's a classroom scene. The teacher is talking to Katie. And I'm hoping you can include a clip of this. I have no idea what they're talking about, but in between them, in the background, is a character with like the massivest unibrow I've ever seen. And I the only thing I could think of is the whole purpose of the scene was to have this showing off because like he's front and center and he's just like between the two characters that are talking. And I mean, this is very early in the movie and I've already checked out.
This is how you know you had zero interest in the movie is you're just looking for weird shit.
I'm noticing stuff
in the frame.
Yep.
This is you know what this is? This is your nerdy black guy from Elm Street 1 that I caught. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I was like, why was that nerdy black guy? Although Elm Street 1 I was invested in. But for whatever reason, he just caught my attention.
You just start looking past the movie. Like you're just looking for stuff, right? I'm like, something has to keep me awake, and this is what it's going to be.
There's a unibrow guy. So are you criticizing the unibrow guy?
Not necessarily.
Like, is it a cool unibrow?
Not really. But it's not so much like that the guy has a unibrow. Like, okay, people have, eyebrows that grow across, whatever. But it's more so like you've got to see the scene. You've got the two characters that are talking, but then he's like in the middle, and it's almost like they focused on him. But he's not a part of the scene. He's not saying anything. He's not doing anything. He's just like,
yeah. But Mark, did you watch the extended version of this?
I don't know. I watched whichever one you gave me.
There is an extended deleted scene with him. Him and Katie have a sex scene in this film, right?
Yeah? Okay.
Mark, there is an entire graphic sex scene between between that poor girl.
That might have made the movie better. That's all I'm saying.
She strokes that unibrow.
The teenagers after the motorcycle accident they obviously have never taken first aid, because you know that if you suspect someone has a neck, head, or spinal cord,
you immediately start moving their head
start
around.
shaking them around and banging them around. Yep.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
What do you do, Mark?
He was probably going to live. They killed him instead.
Well, he didn't actually die, though. Remember, the hospital. Yeah, that's
died enough.
Yeah. Well, he does eventually get turned into a zombie, but it had nothing to do with that. Are you saying those children turned Zeke into a zombie?
That would add something to
Would it? Yeah.
The writing in this movie, the dialogue was some of the best I've ever heard. There is a what's her name? Katie's the one the security guard.
Yeah.
There's another security guard that works with her.
Oh no, I know.
And these two are having a conversation.
Where you're getting when she leaves the room.
Well, there's that one.
Yeah,
Before that, while they're talking, he's like, "So, why are you working tonight?" And she's like, "Oh, make a little bit of extra money for Christmas." And then he turns around and goes, "Oh, Christmas is cool."
So, why are you working tonight?
I'm just trying to rack up a little OT. Saving for Christmas.
Oh, Christmas is cool.
Christmas is cool.
Christmas is cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then, of course,
look at Ricky and Billy.
Yep.
They thought so.
And then, of course, she leaves the security office.
Don't even say it. Let's just cut to it. It's Shakespearean.
I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back in 20.
Okay. Oh, bring me a chocolate milk.
Mm-hmm.
Nice pooper.
Nice pooper.
Yep. I'm like, as soon as I saw that, I'm like, okay. I already was checked out, but as soon as I saw that.
It's Rob Zombie level of like shit dialogue. Yeah. All right, back to me.
Yeah.
Because Mark's like fizzling out
I
here.
gotta take a moment here.
Okay. They fuck up the lore. Like, this is a canon sequel. You go out of your way to have, like, we're hybrid-tech, and we cleaned up the last disaster, which was canonically one of these ones. Which one? I don't know. They fuck up all the lore. So it's not Trioxin 245, it's Trioxin 5. We mentioned that. They tweak the infection rate. So now it's just, you're instantly zombified. Instantly.
Yeah, you mentioned that there's no delay.
There's no delay anymore.
No progress.
There's no, it's just instantly, you got exposed to the gas or the goo or the ooze or whatever the fuck, boom, you're a zombie.
Yeah.
Just instant now. They ruin, but this is the biggest sin of this film, and both films do this. They ruin the one thing that made the Return of the Living Dead zombies unique. The whole fucking thing in the first movie and the second and the third that makes them interesting is every part of them is animated.
Yeah.
You can't just, if you shoot them in the head, that doesn't kill them. You cut off their head, the body is still moving, it's still alive, it's still animated.
No.
That's gone in this. In this movie, okay, you shoot them in the head, they're dead. So yeah, a couple times we get just, they shoot the zombies in the head and they just die. But you don't even have to just do that. You can also just later on, one of them, there's like somebody has like a machine gun and just like does like a spray of bullets and it shoots like hits the zombie in like the midsection. That kills it.
That's enough. Yep.
So now in this version, as long as you just shoot a couple rounds and the zombies, they die. So they're just people.
Right. Just moving people now.
So like, you know what I mean? Like, so what is hybrid tech even using them for? Like what makes them even special? Like in 3, the military thing made more sense because they were kind of unkillable meat machines.
Yeah.
But here, they're actually worse than people because they're also like kind of dumb.
Yeah.
Also, they go back. So now they're not cognizant anymore. Now they're just brain dead zombies.
Although they can kind of talk sometimes, but only when it's convenient.
Oh, sorry. No, only certain characters because Zeke is able to talk and like is taunting. Yeah. He has like a showdown with, what was the main guy's name? Curtis? Who cares?
Yeah.
No, Curtis is from
Julian.
Julian.
Yeah.
He has like a showdown with Julian, and he's like taunting him. He's like, rah, 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 rah. I'm better as a zombie, you fucking asshole. Like, I don't know, but like he's able to talk.
Yeah.
So some of them can, but most of them can't. You know, they fuck the lore up. That's like they just ruin it. And they establish this early on because like as soon as the first zombie encounter, right? Immediately, what do the kids do? It's like shoot it in the head.
Shoot him in the head!
And then he does it, and then he just kills the zombie. And you're like, am I watching the same franchise? Like as soon as I saw that scene happen, I was like, huh?
Right.
I'm like, that's not how that goes. Like, trash. Yeah. Sorry, Mark, did you have a point?
Just more nitpicks.
Yeah,
just more
please,
things
please. That's what this is about.
There is a scene at the end where they're driving around in the yellow Jeep, and the yellow Jeep explodes, but you can tell they don't have the budget to blow up a Jeep. So they have this like explosion superimposed over top of the Jeep that sort of just drives through it because they couldn't afford to actually blow up the Jeep. So I'm hoping you could insert the clip, because it just looks absolutely terrible. Like
it is cutting edge filmmaking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of the budget, I know the reason they didn't go with the whole like, oh, if you chop its arm off, its arm still animates and moves around. The reason they didn't do it, they didn't have the money to do it.
Yeah.
They didn't have the effects budget to pull that off convincingly. So the easier solution is just, they're just back to kind of regular zombies, and when you shoot them, they die.
Yeah.
And then it also makes the ending very easy, because what happens at the ending? The military shows up, and do they have to call in a missile strike? No. They just mow down all the zombies with machine guns. Oh, well, that was an easy cleanup.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes for a very anticlimactic like moment, but yeah, the whole, they have no money to work with, so then you can't. But like that's kind of not an excuse at the same time, because it's like if you didn't have the money to do the franchise, then just don't do it.
Right.
Like this franchise is unique for the way its zombies are. If you can't replicate that in some form, don't do it.
And this franchise has some of the worst looking zombies in the or like this
entries.
movie.
Yeah. Specifically 5 or 4 and 5. Yeah. So Mark, you touched on this. Let's get into this. This entire film is just a ripoff of Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Legit a ripoff of Resident Evil. Hybra is clearly the Umbrella Corporation from Resident Evil. They're like this shady corporation that's trying to push like a friendly image.
On the surface, they are one thing, but literally underground or behind the scenes, they are something very different.
Yeah, and they're making like secret biological weapons, right?
Which could have been cool, except they did not use that idea effectively. They just, they couldn't afford to do the movie that should have been this, right?
And they're trying to make like super zombies exactly like the Tyrant and Nemesis from like Resident Evil 1 and 3. We get Julian's parents, the big reveal. They get turned into the super zombies. And they're just so dorky looking.
I said they're kind of Borg-like, but they also reminded me of the Cenobites from Hellraiser 3.
Yes, both those things.
Yeah.
Kind of like if the Borg and Camera Head from Cenobite 3 like fucked and like
CD.
Yeah, and CD fucked and they made these monstrosities. Yeah. The father has like chain gun
got, like,
arms.
Vulcan cannons for arms.
Yeah, but they're like chain guns. That's his arms. And then the mother has like one arm is like a buzzsaw, and then the other arm is just like a blade. And like even they suck.
But then they don't do anything.
I know,
with
they do nothing. Because even they suck, because then like the mother cuts into this is cutting edge tech, Mark.
Right.
These are super weapons. They're gonna be able to take out entire squadrons. Okay? That's how good they are. No, they couldn't even take out a group of teenagers. Yep. The mother like attacks them, and then she like cuts into a power cable and just gets electrocuted, and then that's it. She's defeated. And then like the big one, the father is just like firing machine gun fire like blindly, because that's effective. That's how you kill people. And then like Becky just is like and like throws a grenade, and then the grenade lands beside him and that just blows him up. Yeah. Yeah, that's cutting edge tech. Yeah. That is. Yeah.
We talked a little bit about this when we were doing our last one at Hellraiser, right? Like that if you are a huge fan of this franchise, you must feel ripped off with these entries, right? That this is what you get. Because like, for example, I'm a big Friday fan, you're a big Nightmare fan. You know, towards the end, some of those entries, obviously don't hold up compared to some of the originals, but at least you get enough of them early on that you're like, okay, fair enough.
Oh yeah, right? I still really like 5. Like 4 and 5. Right. I love 4 and I still really like 5 and even 6.
You only have 5 entries in this. I mean, there could be future ones. I think there's a new one coming this year.
What?
Yeah, I think there's a trailer for it, I think.
For fuck's sakes. Yeah. This video is already out of date.
Yep,
cool. Hasn't even come out. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
God damn it. So, hopefully this is yet to happen.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say this now. Because it was inevitable that some franchise we tackle is a new entry is going to come out.
Right.
If and when that happens, and if you're right, and this is going to happen, apparently they're working on a new Silent Night, Deadly Night 2.
Yeah.
I suggest we do a separate video that is just a singular review of that entry, and then we slot it, and then at the end of that, we decide, okay, had it been in our original ranking video, where would it end up?
How does it change our original ranking?
Yes, that's how we're gonna handle it.
Nope, we got to do 7 hours again. No, I'm with you. Right? Because obviously
it doesn't count. We have to rewatch all of these and the new one.
Start again.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Declare a mistrial. Got to do the whole thing all over again.
That's true. New evidence has come to light.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
you're getting ripped off.
Yeah. If there's only 5 of these, this is the only media that you get for this franchise that you love, and 2 of them are these. Oh man, I feel bad for you.
Well, I think you're getting ripped off from 3 because 3 to me is not really even a zombie movie.
I mean, 3 is excellent. So it actually it starts at a decent rate, but then it kind of goes up. Then it comes right back down.
Does it? Is that how that works? Right. Yeah. That's the shape of that franchise.
I mean, it's like they give you the greatest gift before they just take it all away.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
yeah, that's how that is. Yeah. See, these are zombie movies, and that is about a military, some sort of creature thing.
I want to know what love is. I want you to show me.
I want Melinda Clarke to show me. Yeah.
I don't really have anything else.
I have one more point.
Yep.
I found this so funny. So like Julian's parents, right? Like imagine you're Julian for a second, okay? You're young. You probably haven't felt this in years.
Right. Correct.
I want you to really try to remember. Yeah. So imagine you're Julian. You grew up, we don't know when his parents died, but let's say they died when he was maybe a little bit younger.
Yep.
But he's got no parents. The only person in his life is Uncle Charlie. That's his only real father figure, familial person. I mean, he's got his weird little brother, but he gets no screen time, right? So his family structure is just that. You find out that your uncle is actually crazy and has turned your parents into some sort of super zombie bioweapons for some project.
Yes.
What is your reaction?
I mean, Uncle Charles is a detestable individual anyway, right?
So right, but if you were Julian, you'd probably react a little.
Yeah.
They look like machines. What are they doing to them? They're making uber soldiers in here. What better man to fight a war than a man whose only mission is to destroy all he sees? Man, we better get the hell out of here, man. Let's go.
Julian is completely unfazed by all of this. There's not a single moment of Julian being like, oh my God,
wait a second.
Dealing with the weight of this. If imagine if your parents were dead and then you found out they got resurrected by the military and turned into super zombies.
Right.
Wouldn't you have a bit of a moment of shock and maybe sadness? Wouldn't that impact you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Julian has like no reaction to this. He's like completely unfazed by the fact he's now like fighting his mom that has like a buzzsaw for an arm, and his dad has like chain guns for arms. Like he has no reaction, no response to this.
I mean, to be fair, if you come across that and find out how awesome your parents have become, like those two,
they're upgrades.
Yeah, you'd be like, okay, that's pretty sweet.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. That's going to make cutting the turkey at dinner at Christmas very, very
I mean,
convenient.
7-year-old Julian would have dreamed for exactly that.
Super zombie parents.
He just gets exactly what he asked for. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah. My final point, does this film do anything right? No.
Nope. I wouldn't recommend you watch it. Like it's just how do you compare this to Texas Chainsaw Massacre Next Generation, like on the list of holy shit, I can't believe this exists.
That's hard. So Next Generation is filmed like an actual film. This is digital crap and it looks like shit. But they're both just messes.
I still think Next Generation falls lower because it came down from such a high peak, right? That's the only thing.
That's a hard, that's hard because it's like what? Because Next Gen is still kind of close to the era. Like it wasn't that far away from the other ones, but in a way it was because part 2, the last good entry, like in that series before, because 3 was kind of weaker, but that was like 90s. Next Gen, I don't even remember when it was. I think it's late 90s. So like the previous one, Texas Chainsaw 2, I think is like 86, 87. I don't know, it's 80s. So it's like, I don't know. It's hard to compare those.
I mean, obviously, if you haven't watched our Texas Chainsaw Massacre video, please go ahead, because every once in a while, you'll come across a movie that is just absolutely horrible. And this franchise has one. This franchise has two.
Let's move on to the second one. That's enough time for Necropolis. Let's get to our next entry from also 2005. This is Return of the Living Dead, Rave to the Grave. This is my number 2.
Get out. You're such a loser.
This is my number 4. It edges out Necropolis for me, literally because of 2 things.
It's number 5 for me, but
you didn't care.
Yeah.
Well, allow me to try to convince you.
Okay.
Mark. Allow me to try to convince you. So let's get through the plot here. So at the end of Necropolis, when the shit has hit the fan, Uncle Charlie, like the facility has been overrun with zombies. The military shows up. He manages to like slither out with the barrels somehow. Yeah. He like gets a truck and he like throws the barrels in the truck and then he like gets away. And that's at the end of Necropolis. So that's our stinger to set up the sequel, right? Rave to the Grave. So it opens with a title card that, again, similar to the previous one, it looks exactly like a preset from like a video editing program. Like it doesn't look like anybody made. It's just like looks like one of those preset title intros you would get in like one of the Adobe suites, right? Very cheap looking, shall we say? And then we follow up on that stinger of Charlie getting away, and he's now trying to like sell the trioxin barrels,
right?
Which is like, what are you doing with your life?
What?
I don't get your character. First, you were like, I'm a company man. I'm making secret bioweapons for Hybritech. We also never really get, who is Hybritech? Like, Hybritech is just seemingly Charlie.
I mean, he's the only one you see, but
right.
Maybe it's a group of shadowy figures that we never get to meet.
Yeah, but they don't follow that up. Yeah. They don't follow who Hybritech is. Like, we never get like now that Charlie's out of the picture, we never get the actual like CEO of Hybritech being like, you remember in Child's Play 2?
Yeah.
When the what?
With the toy scene at the beginning in the condo?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Is that what you were hoping for?
Sorry. That's Child's Play 3.
Child's Play.
Both do it. So in Child's Play 2, remember the one guy shows up and then his like little underling guy is like, yeah, the mother, or we think we can bury the story, and we're rebuilding the original doll right now, right? Yeah. That's 2. But then in 3, they have the board meeting, and then you get to see that shadowy CEO guy is like, people have forgotten about Andy Barclay. It's time to make the good guy doll for the future.
Yeah.
Right. We don't get that character. So Hypertech basically is pointless.
I guess they're done now.
Yeah. They're absolutely pointless. Yeah. So Charlie is now just a black market dealer. Why is he trying to sell this shit?
Yeah.
Like what?
Who would buy this?
Yeah.
I guess other governments maybe. I don't know.
But so he meets with like these shady foreign gangster guys, and they're like, he's like, this is the last of the trioxin barrels. So this is exactly what you want. And the gangster guys are like, we no believe you show us it work. How do we know this is the real thing? Sorry for the offensive accent that I'm doing. But I mean, they're putting on really.
I kept referring to them as Pulp Fiction because they look like the 2 gangsters from Pulp Fiction.
I think they're meant to look like that. I think they want them to look cool, but they're not.
They are not cool.
They're not
at
cool.
all.
No.
Yeah.
So then Charlie's like, all right, fine. And then they conveniently, I guess they met at like a morgue. So then they go into the morgue, and then Charlie uses the gas on one of the corpses, but it doesn't work. Or at least it doesn't work for a couple seconds, and then it does work.
All of a sudden, yeah.
And like, why are they surprised by this? Everyone in the room's like, oh, it works. And it's like, why are you surprised?
You were hoping it worked.
Right.
The reason you're buying it is
right.
because it does
your
the
reaction
thing.
is not right. You wouldn't be surprised. You would actually be elated.
Yeah.
But like, they're all like, oh my God, like, what do we do? Like, there's a zombie now. It's like, well, what did you think was going to happen?
Yeah.
That's what you wanted to happen, right? So then the mortician kills the zombie who comes to life, and we get a really lame line. Did you catch what the mortician says?
No.
Help! Sorry, Mr. Houston!
Oh, okay. No.
You didn't have the right to do that. You don't get to do
you
that.
You can't touch the...
Fuck right off.
Yep.
In the chaos that then ensues, like all the bodies start coming to life in the morgue, Uncle Charlie is killed, and then the gangsters shoot some fat zombie while trying to look all cool. I think they even like shoot him like turning their guns sideways.
The whole movie they do that.
And then they just walk out of the room. Cut to a high school or college campus, I wasn't sure at first, where we see cheerleaders and a boys soccer team warming up. We get reintroduced to Julian, quirky Becky, and we meet a new girl, Julian's love interest, Jenny. Julian gets word that his uncle is dead, and this bums him out. Why?
Again, remember this.
Why are you sad about this?
He may or may not have been directly involved with your parents' deaths, but he was certainly involved with the
super zombie process.
Right. Using their corpses for weaponry. Yeah.
Yeah. The uncle that turned your parents into super zombie bioweapons and was also an ecological terrorist. Shed a tear, man.
Yep.
Shed a tear.
Yep.
Yeah. Moment of silence, please.
Yep.
Yeah. But like literally, it's like the one guy comes up to me, he's like, oh, I'm really sorry, man. And then like it shows Julian, he's like,
you should be partying at this point.
Yeah, right. It's like, what do you care? He should have just been like, he was a piece of shit anyways. Back at his home, Charlie finds a hidden room in the attic. Jenny then shows up, and I guess she just lets herself in. I mean, this is like a movie, TV show trope where people just, rather than film the dick around of like ding dong and like, oh, hey, come on in. It's like, it's more convenient just have characters walk into frame.
It's the same reason why you never hear anyone say goodbye on a phone and then hang it up. They just hang up on people.
Right. Makes sense.
Because it takes too much time.
We don't have time for this shit, Mark. We got to get to that 88
minutes.
88
for
minutes.
This one.
All right,
I
that's
think
good.
No, actually. It was 88 minutes on the last one.
Ooh,
this one is 95 minutes.
Oh.
95 minutes for this.
It doesn't earn those.
It does
those
not
6
earn
minutes.
those extra minutes. Yeah.
It's supposed to be 89. It has to be a minute under 90. So back at the house in the attic, Charlie, like him and Jenny, they find like this hidden room. And so I guess Charlie was all in the hidden room. It's like Uncle Charlie's like secret little stash of more trioxin barrels.
For such a limited thing, everyone seems to have a ton of this stuff around.
Right, but it's like, so I guess he was lying to the gangster guys he was trying to make a deal with, where he's like, oh, this is the last of the barrels, except the other 5 at my house.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. So then Julian and Jenny speculate on what the barrels could be because which I also found this a little strange where I'm like, okay, this is a sequel to Necropolis. Was there not a shot where they saw what the barrels did?
I would think that he would know 100% what this stuff does.
But I guess maybe there wasn't a scene in Necropolis where he saw the actual barrels. Maybe he didn't. It's possible.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't care enough.
I don't know. No. I do. This is
yeah. You find out, you let me know.
All right, we'll do. And then they're like, what do we do with this? And they're like, Julian's like, I know. Let's show this to our nerdy friend Cody, who I think was the hacker, the black guy from Necropolis. It's the same guy.
He carries over, yeah.
Okay. So part of the thing that they're like, well, what do we do with this? They see the barrels, and you remember on all the barrels, there's always the military number. Call this number in case of emergency. But the numbers are like scratched off, right? What would you do, Mark, if you found something that you knew probably was dangerous and it had a number, but the number was scratched off? Who could you call?
You can't call anybody at that point. I mean, there's nobody you can call.
Absolutely,
if the number has been scratched off.
Yeah.
No civil authority.
That's right.
Is going to be able to help.
They can't. They absolutely can't. So the best thing to do would be take it to your friend, your nerdy friend. Yeah. He's going to know best what to do.
He's got first year chemistry.
That's enough.
University experience. So yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you just call the cops?
Yeah. Like anybody.
Literally just call the police and eventually it would get to the proper channel.
Right.
Like, get the fuck out of here. So then so then we cut to a party where they confirm this is college because they reference frats and sororities. So I was like, oh, okay. So, because I wasn't sure at first, because I think in the first movie, they're just high school kids. I think we've time skipped a little bit.
Yeah, but I will also say, just as an aside, it's tough to tell. I can understand why you would be mistaken because some of the characters look like they're in their 20s. Some of them look like they're in their 40s, like the two stoners. They look like they're my age.
Yeah, but I mean, it's college, right? So some people just some people just drift.
Yeah, I guess
some
so.
People just drift.
Yeah,
some people. Haven't you seen Van Wilder? It explains everything.
Some people just stay forever.
They just stay there forever.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. College students for life.
Yep.
So then Julian and Jenny find Cody, take him to the trioxin barrels, and they're like, "Take this back to the chemical lab and check it out." Meanwhile, I guess the gangsters must have suspected that Charlie was full of shit because they're headed to Julian's house to look for more barrels. And the scenes with these two are just fucking unbearable.
Yep.
They're doing the whole like funny accent, goofy gangster trope. I've seen this done in other things. It's not endearing. It's not funny. It's much like you bitched about how 1 and 2, you don't really like that they're in on the joke and they're trying to make it like, comedic.
Yep.
That tone worked for me. This is too far. You're trying so hard to be funny and it just sucks shit.
Once we go home heroes, there's nothing more than pussy discotheque, caviar, and a swimming pool with a big slide.
Yeah.
I got the sense that, you've seen Lord of the Rings, right? Lord of the Rings kind of takes itself pretty seriously, but you have Gimli who's there as kind of like the comedic
relief.
Right.
Yeah.
So, you'll have a serious scene, but then Gimli will say like a funny line and kind of bring the tension down a little bit. I got the sense that they were trying to do that with these characters, but the movie sucks. So, and they're not funny. So
and they don't work.
All of it
Gimli
just fails.
is endearing.
Yeah.
They're not. And also Gimli can be serious. These guys can't.
Yeah.
They're just goofballs the whole movie. So then Cody makes progress with the barrel and he tests the chemicals inside, which wouldn't that expose him?
Yeah. Like he's pretty much putting his face right in the thing.
Like the whole thing is like, oh, if you breathe this in, if the rain from the sky touches you, you're now a zombie. But he's somehow able to extract these chemicals safely. Yep. And he's not wearing it. I don't think it ever shows him wearing a mask or anything, but he's able to work with these chemicals. Don't worry about it. Anyways, Cody's testings. I actually wrote anyways, which is
anyways.
I literally was. I guess I paused in my own notes while writing it. I put anyways.
Wait a second. I'm putting too much thought into this.
Cody, his testing reveals the chemicals in the barrel have similar properties to that of ecstasy. Their stoner friend Jeremy is like, "Fuck yeah, man, let's try some." And so he does that, and they monitor him, and he trips out hard, but he doesn't change into a zombie.
Right.
Ooh, what's going on here? This is interesting. Cody and Jeremy want to get rich by selling this new drug, but Julian protests. They're like, don't worry, Julian. Just go home and relax. We'll pack all this up. We'll make sure we'll clean everything up.
You've convinced us not to do the greatest idea we've ever had. We're definitely not going to do it now.
And literally the second Julian and Jenny leave, Cody, Becky, and Jeremy start manufacturing this new drug, which they call Z. They then make a deal with the campus drug dealer. And I love that there's just a campus drug dealer, and it's so like on the nose. It's like this shady guy in all black, and he's got like a long trench coat. He opens the trench coat, and it's just all these different types of drugs stitched into the liner of his coat somehow. That's how drug dealers. That's what real drug dealers.
I'm sure, like
professionals.
The downtown area we go walking, we're going to see a bunch of people wearing trench coats that just ready to go.
All the different. Yep. Yeah, it's just like a full selection.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then another guy opens it up, and his is all watches, right? Because that's how all shady criminals.
And there's another guy that's just all knives.
Right. Yeah.
And somehow the knives don't cut him while he's walking. Yeah. That works somehow. Yeah. So they make a deal with the campus drug dealer, and we get this little montage of the drug dealer doing what drug dealers do best, distributing the product all across campus. And he sells some to some frat boys who take too many, and it turns them into zombies. Jenny also takes a sample from the barrel, somehow not getting zombified herself. I don't know how that works, but she takes a sample and brings it to one of the science labs and she like tests it on the rats for some reason. Or she's like, let's see what happens when we test it on rats. Sure. The gangsters then make contact with Julian posing as Interpol agents, which goes nowhere. Then party boy Jeremy shows up and is like, help me set up for the big party tonight, man. We're gonna rave to the grave.
Hey, Julian, we're coming up to the rave site. We're starting our setup for tonight, and I could really use a hand, bro.
Go ahead. I'll call you if anything develops.
Hell yeah. We're gonna rave to the grave. Yeah.
Which, we've talked about this before off camera. All the best movies say the name of the movie in the movie.
I mean, it's not even a legitimate movie if you don't.
Yeah.
Right?
Like let's go through it. Like Titanic says it. Jurassic Park. Welcome to Jurassic Park. Terminator. What is it? Oh, it's a Terminator. RoboCop. We're making a RoboCop. All the Alien. What is that thing? Some sort of alien. All the best fucking movies say the name of the movie. Lethal Weapon. We'll have to register you as some kind of lethal weapon. All the best movies say their title in the film.
I'm pretty certain they said like it's a mad world.
Absolutely. Yeah. Star Wars does.
Yeah. These are the Star Wars.
These are the Star Wars that we're fighting. Yeah. We're off to the stars to fight wars.
The War of the Stars.
Yeah. All the best movies do this. Yeah. Jaws.
And this is just another one in a long line of
cinema greats.
Yeah. Classic movies that
We then get a montage of them setting up for a huge Halloween rager. Becky and her boyfriend showed up, now zombified, and they tie them up, and they get like a couple of random stoners taken to the hospital.
Yep.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
They're clearly zombies. Like, okay, it's Julian and Cody, and they're like, hey, can you just take these to the hospital? We got a party to get a part of. Okay. Remember that Necropolis outbreak that just happened? Remember that? Remember that whole thing? Remember that giant outbreak that you just saw? You can clearly tell they're zombies, right? Why are you not taking this seriously? Why are you just like, oh, have these stoners take them to the hospital? What? Makes no sense. It's almost like this isn't a tightly written script. I know. I know.
I don't know, man.
I know. I'm being nitpicky. Yep. I really am. Jenny's nerdy lab assistant gets bit by the rat Mr. Stinky, which that's just clever, and is, of course, infected. He also somehow unlocks the trioxin barrel by punching in random numbers in the keypad, and that just works. I don't know if you caught that. He's like trying to figure out how to open the barrel, and he like punches in some random digits, and then he like goes to treat his hand where it got bit, and then the barrel's just like beep, and then it opens.
Yeah, he should have shot it like you are supposed to.
And then that thing would have opened. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Well, when in doubt, just punch in random digits, and the odds
you're
are
bound to get it
eventually. Yeah, the odds are it won't take that long.
There's only 3 different combinations it could be.
Right.
So just go through
in
them
a 9-digit.
Right. You'll get it. Like, come on.
In a super cringy scene, zombie Becky and her boyfriend attack and kill the 2 stoner guys who have zero reaction to the fact that they're clearly zombies.
Right.
They're just like, hey man, what you guys doing, man? Like, you guys like, what are you far out, man? It's so stupid.
We have another pair of comedic duo here. Like, why? Why do we need these guys too? Why do we need the Cheech and Chong along with our...
so bad. And they get attacked, and the one guy's just like, hey, that's totally gay, man.
Wanna cut loose and go crazy? Dude, that's totally gay, man.
And then the Russian gangsters show up and just blow them all up with a rocket launcher.
They do, but they don't. Because if you notice, that rocket launcher is completely empty. It's just a cylinder.
No, the rocket's at the back of the cylinder.
Because you could see all the way through it.
No, I don't think so. I'm pretty certain that the filmmakers took the care.
Yeah.
And because in reality, when you load, let me educate you a little bit on weaponry.
Yes, please do.
So when you load a rocket launcher, traditionally the thought is to push the rocket to the front of the barrel. But that actually makes no sense.
Okay.
The rocket is meant to be hidden. You want it hidden at the back. You want it as far back to the back of that cylinder as possible. Because then when it fires, the combustion chamber, it's launching it, right? Think of it like, you know, in Mario Kart, like there's those like speed arrows, and the more you hit, the faster you go, right?
Right.
Well, rocket launchers are pretty much the exact same.
Yeah.
So the longer travel time they have in the canister, the faster and harder they shoot.
See, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Because I thought what they did was just go down to their local Home Depot, buy like a pipe, and then just paint it black, and then not even put anything in it, and just pretend. But I obviously missed it.
Mark, if that's what they did, why was there a fire?
Why was there a fire, Mark?
Explain that. What made that fire? They obviously fired something.
Right.
Yeah.
Why were the 2 gangsters following them, by the way?
Following the
stoners who were driving the, like, what were they?
Because they needed to have a scene.
Yeah, but where were they going? And then why
they were going to fire the rocket at them?
Like if they were following them because they thought they were going to lead them somewhere, and then they just get out and bazooka them to death, then what was the point of following them in the first place?
Well, they were following them so they could rocket launcher them.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That's why they were doing that. Well, then why else were they there, Mark?
I don't know.
They were there to rocket them. Yeah, they were following them because they were like, first we rocket launcher these 2.
Like they made it to the rave where the everything is going to come together.
Right.
But
then
this car drives off. Okay.
Well, so my interpretation
here we go.
Of that scene is that the Russians they're there because they're trying to monitor the situation, right?
Okay.
They don't know if the outbreak has actually happened yet. Remember, they haven't seen any evidence yet. So the first evidence they get is they clearly see Becky and her boyfriend are infected. So the Russians are like, okay, containment is priority number 1. So they're like, we have to follow, as much as what you're saying is true, it's like everybody's grouped here, but they don't know that who's infected, who's not yet. But they can confirm those 2 are infected. So the smart play is to contain that, much like the first film, with a missile strike from a rocket.
Yeah, I think you give this movie too much credit.
Sound reasoning, but sound reasoning. Okay, back to the plot.
Yep.
I only have one more thing. What follows is zombies running around rampant on campus. Julian and his friends trying to stop another major outbreak by teaming up with the Russian gangsters who arm them with guns for some reason, culminating in a giant Halloween rave where all hell breaks loose. That is the plot of Return of the Living Dead, Rave to the Grave. Okay, let me try to convince you. Here's why it's better.
Okay.
2 reasons.
Yeah.
Necropolis is soulless shit. Firstly, it's called Necropolis, which Necropolis is like an underground city of the dead. There's no underground city of the dead. It's like underground empty warehouses and like a stupid lab facility. And most of the movie takes place above ground. It's nothing. Rave to the Grave does actually deliver what's in the title. You do get a rave, and it is to the grave.
Okay. Yeah.
No, valid.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't like anything about the movie, but I'm saying elements that I like that if somebody else made a film using these elements, it could be good. So to be clear, I'm not saying they're good in this movie, but I like the Halloween party theme.
Yeah.
Is way more interesting than Necropolis because Necropolis is just boring.
Yeah. And I will give you that once you realize that I was trying to give Necropolis credit in thinking that it still was trying to be a scary movie when I realized it was just going to be a piece of shit. I should have just given up on it anyway.
Right.
Rave to the Grave never pretends to be. Yeah. And
it delivers exactly what it says it is.
It's like we're going to end this with a big party and we'll just set the scene there
and just do dumb shit.
And you know what? It's unique. I'll give it that. We don't see that too often. Like,
right.
You always see like co-ed college parties in these things, but not to this extent. Like, where they're making zombies out of the party goers. Sure.
I like the Halloween party is a cool final set. The big set piece is actually, it's kind of cool. It's like some sort of historic site they find, and then they like convert it into a rave set. But to their credit, they actually did do it.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any power out there, but they seem
somehow they're able to rig that up. Yeah, I don't know where that power comes from, but they somehow get that power.
You can plug Stonehenge in.
But they set up like a huge stage. There's lighting, speakers, decorations. Like it's quite the setup.
Yeah, there's quite a
montage
like a rager for the setup.
Yeah, you get a whole montage of this setup. It's like, okay, that's kind of cool. The rave crowd. Hear me out. As a professional background actor myself.
I love that you're saying this right now.
I do have background acting credits to my name.
Oh no, that's fine. That's
legit.
Not
that's not made up.
Yeah, go ahead.
But as a professional background actor myself, I would say that I've done a lot of different type of background acting work, and most of it is boring, just walk in the background. I bet you this rave crowd had a lot of fun filming this.
I got a note. Watch the extras in the rave scenes. They either look so bored or they're hamming it up for the camera trying to be famous.
Right.
Or they're hamming it up having no idea what they're doing.
Right.
One girl is laughing her ass off for no reason. One of the rare unintentional highlights of the movie. If you watch the people in the background, they are playing it up for the camera.
There's a whole other show going on.
It is incredible.
But to their credit, they pack that set.
Yep.
That's a lot of extras for a nothing budget movie. I think as an extra, I would have had fun in that scene.
It's something to do.
It's something to do and just pretend. And you know what? I bet you, as much as that montage showed some people that would have been bored, I bet you it showed so many people that were just going nuts with the camera.
Just having the time of their
lives.
Right,
exactly. Yeah. I bet you that scene was a blast to film, right? And I also want to point out all big parties do this. This is a very trope in media. Once you got a big party, there's always the hot chicks dancing on platforms and or cages.
Right.
Who hired them?
Have you ever seen that?
No.
Yeah.
How do you get them there?
Yeah.
Like who hires these hot chicks?
Yeah.
Is it just a thing that if you put a cage and suspend it above the dance floor, eventually some hot chick
someone will find it?
She makes her way into that cage and then
or are you
stays
hired
there the
for
whole
that?
night?
Like is that
right?
Yeah.
So that's my question: is who is hiring? All movies and TV shows do this. Every time it's an elaborate dance party, there's always the dancers. Now, do clubs hire professional dancers for like background type, ambiance type things? Sure, for sure.
Yep.
Are they on platforms and in cages and balls and elaborate things? Like they always do this shot.
I mean, maybe that's a common thing and we just don't know it because we spend our time here doing this shit.
So we need to go to the rave to the grave.
Right.
We need to go to more rave to the grave.
Get beyond these red curtains here and do something.
Well, that's one of the few elements in the movie that works for me. I think the rave is a fun set. I like the idea that because it's a Halloween rager, the zombies blend in.
Yeah.
So people can't
You
tell.
can't really tell.
They think it's people in costume. They're like, great costume, man.
Yep.
That's kind of fun.
I have a question for you. Do you think they came up with the name of the movie and then created the movie, backwards from there?
Oh, absolutely.
Like they're like, hey, Rave to the Grave sounds cool and it rhymes. So can we build how about we create a movie where the zombies are at a rave? Like, yeah.
Yo, yo, yo! F your money, grab your honey. If you're single, then you mingle. Tonight's the night, it's Halloween. And this is the place where it's hip to be seen. You gotta say fuck it and misbehave. So, take a smile on your face from the rave to the grave!
Like, because that's the way to do it, right? That's how you make a movie. You start with the title, and then you build the whole production around, what is it, 4 words? Rave to the grave.
And the is a periodical, so it's that's debatable. Right. That's even a word,
yeah.
But
yeah, the whole movie is based on that.
Well, how do you think Spielberg came up with Jurassic Park? He obviously was like, Jurassic Park. What a cool fucking name. Yeah. Like, I'm gonna make a movie about dinosaurs.
Or he took the Michael Crichton book and just
the book that came out after the movie.
It was a novel.
You mean the adaptation of Jurassic Park, the movie?
An adaptation, you dink.
It is. Crichton?
No, he wrote the book.
No, that's the official. He's adapting what you saw on screen, Mark.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Back when I had you going for a second. Yeah. What do you think of the drug idea, Z?
I mean, if it's gonna be set at a rave, then it has to be based on drugs. Right?
I don't mind that though. I don't know. It's fine. It's stupid. It's fine.
It was a unique, creative way of getting it out.
Yeah.
In a way that was different from what they've done.
And I kind of like the idea that's like, okay, if you take it ultimately, no matter what, you're fucked. It's going to turn you into a zombie.
Yep.
But the more hits you take, the faster that process is. So Jeremy only takes like 1 or 2 hits. He takes like the whole movie to eventually turn into a zombie.
Yep.
The frat boys immediately just down them, get turned into zombies instantly, right?
See,
it's kind of a fun idea.
The sad thing about this movie is that the cheesy element of this worked better for me than the original. It's just that this movie is so bad that they don't get any credit for that. If they had actually made a good movie, this might have actually been an incredible movie to watch, right?
I think it's similar to part 2. I think a big missed opportunity was like, man, keep that shit on campus.
Yeah.
I mean, the rave is a cool final set piece. We don't get enough time on campus. I wanted more shenanigans of like, I want to see the zombies spread out on campus. They get some okay shots, There's a few cringy shit though, like similar to the, oh, sorry, Mr. Usna. Do you remember the coach's name?
Get out of here!
Hey, Coach Savini, where are you going?
Coach Savini.
That's right. Yeah. You don't have license to do that either.
Please don't do that.
Yeah.
Please stop doing that. It's not clever. Yeah.
I have a question for you. Do we get to add DJ Jerry J to the Turk the Jerk, JP Monroe Hall of Fame? The DJ?
I don't remember him being particularly.
Oh,
memorable.
he was pretty scummy.
Yo, check it. This is DJ Jeremy J, keeping this wax spinning and giving a shout out to the lovely ladies from Delta Kappa for keeping them high beams on. Oh, very nice. Very nice. That's what I'm talking about. Your mama should be so proud.
So
not Jeremy.
So
the other guy.
So
I don't remember the other guy.
The DJ, his name I believe is Jeremy, but when he's announcing himself on the stage, he calls himself
so it is
DJ
Jeremy.
Jerry J.
What did he do that was scuzzy?
So I think the first time we meet him, he's being like an all-around, just absolute detestable
He's
individual.
just being like a boy.
Yeah. So
how dare he?
Yeah.
He's being a cool dude.
The first thing I thought of was, oh, Justin's gonna love this guy. Like,
I don't love anyone in any of these movies except maybe I don't love anyone in any of these movies.
I don't love anyone.
Yeah, like the first one's got some fun characters, but not in the later ones. Okay, so I'm trying to win Mark over here. I have one more point, and I think I'm going to get you. Okay. So we've got campus setting, way more interesting than Necropolis.
Yep.
And by the way, I think I'm right. I think in Necropolis they're in high school because I'm certain they go to a high school setting. He's sitting in a high school class. Second one, they're on college campus. College is way better than high school. Agreed?
Yep.
Way more interesting setting. We've got a big rave. That's a way better final set piece than whatever the fuck warehouse they shot this in. The drug motif is more interesting than Necropolis just is nothing. It's just like the barrel exposure.
Yep.
The drug is a unique element.
Yep.
But the final piece
okay.
that I think will win you over, nudity returns, buddy.
Yes, I made a note.
Lots of nudity, not a little bit, a lot of nudity.
Yep.
We get like at the beginning, there's the party chicks at the frat party, like they're flashing their boobies. We get the raver girls who get their costumes stolen. They have to show their tits because the film requires it. There must be nudity. They had a certain amount of boobs that they needed on screen. There was a quota to hit, and God bless them, they hit it.
And gosh darn it, they got there. There's even some like
even like the cute cheerleaders too.
Yeah, one gets bitten on the butt.
On the butt,
right by
That's where my zombie mouth would go. No, the nudity returns.
Yeah.
It's a welcome return. We got it in 1, we got it in 3, we didn't get it in 2. Necropolis didn't have it. We got a lot of it. We got it in Rave to the Grave.
You got it back in spades in the final. All right, you know what? I'm sold. All right, so I'll swap 5 for 4 for 5.
Whoa! First time ever.
And honestly,
conversion.
If I had to watch one of these two again, it would be Rave to the Grave.
It's so much more entertaining, and it's not good.
No,
it's terrible.
Don't watch either.
No,
but
this is just so boring.
Yeah.
And at least this has something. This is like every 30 minutes you get a pair of tits just to wake you up again.
And there's enough goofiness in it that you're just like, okay, obviously this movie is just trash. Let's just enjoy it for what it is. Yep. All right, I will change. I will change my numbers.
We won Mark over.
Yep.
There it is, folks. You just witnessed Slash Cinema history, the very first conversion ever. First time any of us ever changed a pick.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, folks. Well, that's it for me.
I only have one more thing I want to talk about. Unless, Mark, do you have a point you want to get into? Or do you have some funny little things you just happen to catch?
I mean, a lot of this takes place during the day, which, if you've seen any of our previous episodes, you know that horror movies during the day just don't work. But again, it's Rave to the Grave. So
it's more of a comedy movie.
Who cares? Yep. Yeah. Tarman again at the end.
What did you think of the Tarman? Yeah, I was actually going to bring this up. Yeah, what did you think of the new Tarman? I actually thought among the 3,
it's probably the best one.
Right.
Yeah.
Isn't that fucking weird? Yeah. He's the most horrific looking. The other 2, you're right, have the big
Yeah. I thought this was the most...
They have like the big goofy weird smile and bug eyes. This one, he's got like whited out eyes and it's pretty horrific looking.
Yeah. I mean, I guess
they do this with him, but...
Right. He's just basically standing at the side of the road trying to hitchhike to the Rave the whole time.
And he also gets shot and killed instantly. Yeah. But then I guess he's not dead.
Yeah. So, I don't know. If this is the kind of inside reference that Return of the Living Dead fans love to see, then I guess you would have enjoyed that. I don't have any strong attachment to this franchise, so seeing him come up yet again for no reason and do nothing was just, I mean, you could have taken that out and gotten your 95-minute runtime down to less than 90 minutes.
Yeah.
But I guess you gotta have that Tarman.
Last thing I want to talk about is those fucking Russian doofuses.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm saying Russian, and I'm sorry if that's offensive. I don't know that they're Russian. I don't know. I don't know because this previous one, it was Chernobyl.
Yeah.
So, seemingly they're
Russian
putting on
gangsters. Really thick, fake, heavy accents.
But it's like Eastern Blocker.
Yeah.
It's nebulous, right? So these characters suck shit. They are awful. All of their dialogue is awful. All of their scenes, all of their comedic relief scenes are just terrible.
What do you think?
What do I think? I think this boy knows exactly what it is we are looking for. And we are gonna follow his every move. But first, we go get Krispy Kreme.
Searching for these canisters is like searching for needle in flapjack.
It's haystack, Gino. Searching for a needle in haystack.
Yeah, well.
Last year, Mikael and Sergey found 5 T5 canisters, and the agency gave them a case of Cristal and a trip to Euro Disney.
The filmmakers obviously really thought they were funny because they just keep putting them in scenes. And it doesn't work.
There's one scene at the Rave where they end up dressed up
as Vikings.
The Viking women.
Yes.
I'm like, why? What are you doing?
Yeah, so they're like, we need to blend in with all of these young cool kids. Let's go get costumes. So they steal those hot girls' costumes that are like Viking outfits. And for some reason that, even though they're like these tiny little women, like those perfectly fit them somehow. So now they're dressed as Vikings.
Yeah.
It's so dumb.
Pulp Fiction steal the Viking women costumes to fit in at the rave. More forced comedy that is meant to be funny, but it just isn't. Maybe if you're 8 years old, you might find that amusing.
That's what it's like, that level of humor. It's like G-rated humor. I don't know if you caught this. Did you catch that? So what did you think they were?
Like who they are?
Yeah, who they actually are.
I mean, they're gangsters, right? They're trying to...
Okay, so you didn't catch this. So I had to go back because I was like, what? They're actually Interpol agents.
Oh, they for real?
They were for real Interpol agents.
So then why are they trying to buy this stuff in the first place?
So the way I interpret it was they're trying to get it off. Like they're basically just,
it's like a sting operation?
Yes. Yeah. They were trying to clean it up for Interpol. So it was an Interpol operation. So when they showed up at Julian's door and they're like, we are Interpol. And Julian's like, yeah, okay, whatever. No, they actually were. They actually were. And the only reason I know this is because at the end of the movie, they're able to contact the military directly. It's the only thing that reveals this. But okay, if they were actual Interpol agents, I don't know that actual Interpol agents would arm children with guns.
Right. Just start handing them out
and recruit them. So they arm the college kids with guns to help them on their mission, and they're not like so like if they were Interpol, they would obviously have access to like actual professional weaponry, right? Yep. But no, they arm them with like assorted street hardware.
Yeah.
It looks like the type of, they're just like, they go into like the back of a grab bag of just like random guns.
Here's some old revolver. Here you go. Take this.
Yeah. I don't know that Interpol agents would do that. And like, case in point, Cody like shoots and kills one of the party goers and he's like, oops.
Somebody get down!
Oops. I hope he was a zombie.
Hopefully they were a zombie.
Hope that guy was a zombie. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's what would happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was kind of funny.
Yeah.
It's just whatever.
Very quick warning. If you do happen to be watching this and you are epileptic, do not watch the last like couple minutes because there's a massive strobe light scene that goes off at the end of the movie.
Cut to that right now.
Yeah, please be careful. Like it's pretty intense too. Like it goes on for quite a while. So if you are triggered by flashing lights,
I don't think epilepsy is actually real. I think that's just like myth. I think that's more of a movie myth kind of thing.
Our resident scientist,
Mark, is it really so hard just to go like this? Is that really so
I'm
difficult?
telling our viewers, right?
Right.
You know, Team Mark,
right.
Looking out for the viewers. Close your eyes. As you get towards
Do you know how you get over things? Exposure.
Oh,
Exposure therapy, Mark.
Right.
They should actually be going like this.
Watch more flashing lights then, yeah.
They should be overexposing themselves. And eventually it doesn't impact you as much as it did.
Yeah.
It lessens. Kind of like how they now, to get over peanut allergies, they slowly micro-expose you to peanuts. Yeah. Right. Are you allergic to anything?
No.
Other than like good films?
Oh yeah, I was just going to say your opinions. I'm allergic to that.
Like we both tried to go at the other person. Other than like quality films.
Just everything you are.
Right.
I'm allergic to
everything
that.
I choose to be. Yeah. I don't care. I got nothing else.
Yep.
It ends in another military strike.
Yep.
It's a missile strike. It ends with the two actual Interpol agents, apparently. They're just like, destroy the area. And then they just like blow up the area. Yep. And conveniently they live.
They are there?
No, but they live. It like kills everyone but them and the main kids, I think. Who cares?
Yeah.
It is a nothing movie with nothing characters, nothing dialogue, all set in a plain nothing plot, running around doing nothing.
I struggled to get over the finish line with these two.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it's now your number 4, buddy. You're right there. Hey, we matched on one, buddy. We matched on one.
I'll take
it.
Yep.
Every Slash Cinema, I think we've had one crossover. Yep. I don't think we've ever had an episode where we didn't match on one.
We didn't match on something.
Yeah. I think. I could be wrong. Yep. Fact checked us. Go back and rewatch all 30 hours.
We're not going to do it.
Yeah, no. I'm not going to do it. Yeah. Okay. Let's do a rundown of our rankings, and then we'll get to our question. So, from worst to best, here is my ranking for the Return of the Living Dead franchise. Number 5, Return of the Living Dead, Necropolis. Number 4, Return of the Living Dead, Rave to the Grave. Number 3, Return of the Living Dead Part 3. Number 2, Return of the Living Dead Part 2. And my number 1 Return of the Living Dead film of all time, Return of the Living Dead, 1985.
Well, I'll give you my original unconvinced or
No,
unchanged.
do the new one.
You want the new one?
Swap
No?
it. No, you changed it.
Okay.
You changed it. It's locked in.
Okay. So then at number 5, I have the 2005 Return of the Living Dead Rave to the Grave. No, sorry, Necropolis at number 5 now.
Yeah.
And then also 2005 at number 4, Return of the Living Dead Rave to the Grave is now my number 4 pick.
Yep.
Number 3, Return of the Living Dead Part 2 from 1988. Number 2, Return of the Living Dead, the original from 1985. And then rounding out the top, my favorite pick, number 1, Return of the Living Dead 3 from 1993.
The weakest franchise to date that we've done on this show. This is a good example of one quality film and a bunch of shit that just tried to milk off this. And I know you prefer 3. I don't think any of these have a real reason to exist other than the first one.
Yeah.
There's not enough there. How would you make a sequel to this?
Yeah. I was just going to say, this is a perfect example of, you always tend to kick off the show by saying, we watch and rank these horror movies so that you don't have to. We've done this so that you don't have to. Right?
Yeah,
so
you
that,
don't need to watch these. Yeah. Like with the exception of, if you have morbid curiosity for what Mark saw in 3, try 3, because 3 really can stand on its own. I mean, technically so can 2, but 2 is just a watered down version of 1. So there's no advantage to watching 2 unless you want unless you want to show your kids something. So I guess show them 2. They're just it's a really weak franchise. Yeah, it's a franchise I don't think needs to exist. I don't think most people would ever think of this as a franchise. I think most people think of this as a standalone entry, and I think it should stay that way.
Yep.
And I don't think they should make another one. And I think you and I should try to stop the production so we don't have to shoot a subsequent video. I think we need to make it to that set. But before we can do that, Mark, we need to answer a question which I posed at the beginning.
Yes.
Mark Skews, what is your favorite zombie in the entire Return of the Living Dead franchise?
Yeah, you kind of referenced it, and I pulled back. I didn't want to comment too much.
I think I know what it is.
Return of the Living Dead 3, I call it the melting zombie, the one that you talked about where he actually pulls his head apart.
Yeah, how cool was that?
Yeah. And also, the effect is incredible, but also the fact that it indicated that this movie was going to take this very seriously in a way that the previous 2 did not. It was
that's not like, it wasn't like a Mohawk zombie or a it's time to party.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a rockin' zombie. That was just like a horrific
Yeah, I mean the original image was good enough, but then the thing actually starts pulling its own flesh off,
and you see the skull, and that was a very cool design. Yeah, I like that effect. That's a good pick.
Yeah. Yourself?
My pick's gonna surprise you.
Okay.
My favorite zombie, and it's kind of a group of zombies, my favorite zombie in the entire franchise does not come from 1, does not come from 3, comes from 2.
Okay.
This is kind of a quick little, blink and you'll miss it moment. I should have got into this when we were talking about 2, and I didn't. I kind of regret that I didn't bring this up, but part of why I like 2 is there's a video game that I absolutely love called Zombies Ate My Neighbors.
Okay.
You familiar with it?
I am. Yeah.
Super Nintendo game, Sega Genesis game. Phenomenal, simple horror action-y game, right? From that early 90s era. This reminds me of a Zombies Ate My Neighbors movie adaptation, or at least it could have been.
Okay.
It could have been, right? You've got these zombies that are invading this neighborhood, and it could have been so fun and tongue-in-cheek. And unfortunately, they puss out and make it kind of a PG romp. And they did it, but it kind of has the feel of what could have been. So that makes me like it a little bit more. And actually, some trivia for you. In one of the, I can't remember which fucking entry it was. It was Necropolis. Two of the characters, I believe, are references to Zombies Ate My Neighbors.
Oh,
because
okay.
the kid that gets killed, the bully kid is named Zeke, and there's another character named Julie. And Julie and Zeke are the two main characters of Zombies Ate My Neighbors.
Okay. I never played it, but I do know.
I
that,
think that was a reference. I don't know 100%, but I think that was a reference.
It would make sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, Return of the Living Dead 2, the zombies that stick out to me, and they don't do this in any of the other entries, the retro zombies that come out of the ground in the opening graveyard scene. So, in the opening shot where they're coming out of the graveyard, you get these, you got this woman that's wearing like, I think they're called like hoop skirts, those super long skirts. And she's got like old style hair and she puts on these old timey glasses.
Okay. I know what you're talking about now.
I love that. I love that. And I'll tell you why. None of the other films acknowledge the fact that this is a graveyard. Why would they all look the exact same? Shouldn't some of them be wearing like different period outfits? That to me is more fun. And
That's
she's not the only one. So you only see her for a couple seconds, but there's a couple other shots of like other people wearing like time period accurate clothing. That was clever. And that I like.
It's a nice touch to like consider that.
Gives it
right?
some personality.
Yeah.
Because in the first one, it's all just dudes in dirty, muddy suits. It's none of them look like they're from different time periods or anything. It's like, shouldn't there be like some cowboy looking guys?
Wouldn't there be like a prospector?
Right. No,
know?
but like, why wouldn't there be other things? Like, okay,
Yeah.
sure, technically their clothes would be disintegrated and they'd all just be
Sure,
skeletons. But
but
this is fun.
Right.
We're having
We
fun.
gotta
We're having fun.
We gotta suspend our disbelief.
Yeah,
somewhat.
so I really like
All right.
that. Those are my favorite
I like
zombies.
that.
I like the vintage zombies
Yeah.
from part 2.
I
And it's-
didn't like that one in particular only because I just thought it was like, I was like, oh, but I do like what you're saying about, it's not so much the zombie itself, but like what they're wearing.
The
and
idea.
The idea that, yeah, this one would have passed away in like 1924. This one passed away in 1956. They would not be the same.
They wouldn't look the same. Right.
That's
And
kind of cool.
I like, I actually like her introduction. She like comes out of the ground and she's like, and then she puts on her glasses and then now she can see.
Right.
I don't know. It's just a neat little gag. Yeah. So yeah, that's my favorite zombie. Mark, you said you have a least favorite zombie. Or
I initially thought that we were doing both sides, so I came up with and I would just say,
I know mine.
Yep, anything from Necropolis.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's so many of these. Like they didn't even bother putting any makeup on their face. They're just like bread.
Yeah.
They're like
It's just like blue. They painted them blue and like gray.
I'm like, put some effort in. Like, some effort.
All
anything.
of the zombies in Necropolis look like shit.
Yep.
Even the super zombies look like shit. Yeah, I agree. The zombies in Necropolis, that's like the weakest makeup in the entire fucking series.
Yep.
It's nothing. There's like almost no prosthetics. It's just like grayish blue paint they slap on their face. But I mean, Dawn of the Dead didn't do much either.
Oh,
I know.
But it just
That's a hot take.
That just
That's a hot take.
reinforces that you don't have to go nuts to make it look good, right? Like
because Dawn of the Dead, they just make them all pale looking, right?
But
yet it's a masterpiece. Yeah, for different reasons because the way they shoot it, right? But so, before we head off, I have a little surprise for you.
Yeah. Okay. I like surprises.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I don't tend to like.
Well,
your
you don't know what I'm
surprises.
gonna do yet. You
Yeah.
don't know what I'm gonna do yet. But well, I have a little surprise for you. But I'm gonna thank the audience for watching first, and then we're gonna get. I have a little extra thing for Mark here. So thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. However you consume this media. Sorry there was a bit of a break. There's going to be a little bit more breaks. This year is going to be a little hectic for us, but don't worry. The show's not going anywhere. We got more episodes coming. Please comment. We love your comments. Please like and subscribe if you're not. I hate being the loser that has to say that, but it really does affect the algorithm ranking. So the more our videos get likes and subscribes, and a lot of our videos are like, as I can see the analytics, a lot of the videos, it's like less than half our subscribers is the viewership.
Right.
So it's just random people watching. So if you're not subscribed, please subscribe and please like all of our videos, even the clips. I know it's a pain in the ass, but it helps the videos get seen by other people. Unless you don't want to do that, in which case, fine. It's totally cool.
Unless you want to spare others what you've had to go through.
Unless you don't want to do that and you don't want to share us and you want to keep us, you want to be selfish and keep us to yourself. You want to be Uncle Charlie and hoard the trioxin
all
barrels.
The trioxin for
the 2 trioxin barrels right here before you. Then don't bother doing that. But so Mark.
Justin.
I'm going to do something new on the show. We've never done this before.
All right.
Typically, when we shoot an episode, we have already discussed what our next episode is going to be.
Okay, yep.
I don't know if you noticed, we didn't do it for this one. So this was Mark's pick. Mark picked Return of the Living Dead as his next franchise pick. The next pick was mine. And I didn't tell Mark what it is.
I don't know what it is yet. Yeah.
He has no idea what we're about to do next.
Right.
Mark, I want you to have a little look under the desk there. I left a little box there.
Is this what I've been kicking all day under your...
Have you actually?
Yeah, I've been...
there's a little box down there. Hopefully you didn't knock it over. There's a little box down there. Yeah, bring that up. So I put a little box down there for you, buddy. And inside that box is the next franchise we're about to tackle.
So this is my care package with all of the next movies that we're going to do. How do you want me to do this? Do you want me to open this up and show it? Or am I keeping this to myself?
So here's what we're going to do. Mark, I want you to open that box. Don't take out what's inside the box. Just open the top so that only you can see what's in the box. We're not going to show the audience. I'm just going to show your reaction to the next franchise we're about to do.
I'm going to hate this, aren't I?
I have no idea. Whenever you're ready, buddy.
Oh, come on. No. All right.
Oh, come on. It's not going to be that bad, buddy. It could be really good.
Yeah, it could be. It won't be.
You might love it, dude.
This is another one. You know what? I haven't seen any of these.
Oh, that's even
so
better.
I am in for...
That's even better.
Yep.
Well, if you guys are lucky, we will return sooner rather than later. That's all we have for now. You'll have to tune in next time to see if Mark loved or hated the franchise that I picked as our next pick. Goodbye for now, and thank you for watching.